1, 2, testi, testi.
Good morning, sir, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to National Defence University in Helsinki. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Janne Pukkila. I'm head of the Russian Research Group here in National Defence University. And from my part, I'm happy to give some admin remarks in the beginning. So first of all, I'm happy to see you all here. Our team, especially our special researcher Pentti Portsam and our research assistant, they have made a big, huge job to organize this seminar. So from my point of view, it has been a pleasure just to follow and guide their actions. So we are waiting for the really active, really important seminar for these 2 days. As an admin thing, we have here all the time a photographer. So if there's any person who doesn't want his or her faces to the social media or our web pages, please let him know so that there's no any consequences if you've been filmed. This seminar is also being broadcasted to YouTube, so welcome all our listeners, followers in YouTube, in our web pages. Welcome also to join our seminar. During these couple of days, everything basically you will need is within this building. So basically all the food, coffee, and that kind of services is going to be served in this building. So there's no need to go outside and find out any places outside. But if there's a need to go abroad or outside and find something else, please let us know. So we will organize if there's any kind of needs from your side. With these opening remarks, I want to give the floor to Rector of National Defence University, Major General Mika Kalliomaa, who will open the seminar. Sir.
So, good morning, everybody, and happy Valentine's Day for all of us. It was this morning in Finnish morning news that there was made some research in US that it needs 90 hours to be together to create friendship. So it's less than 5 this kind of seminar. To get the closer cooperation and the relationships. That's also why we are here, connecting the researchers and also people who are interested about this theme. So, on the behalf of National Defence University, welcome to National Defence University and the 6th International Russia Seminar. All the attendees here in Santahamina and also all people via web. The main topic of the seminar this year is the Russia war against Ukraine, complexity of contemporary Clausewitzian war. The topic itself reflects the discrepancy between the opposing sides, not only the conceptual perception but also in practical terms and definitions. We know that Russia is still in its rhetorics saying and speaking of military operation. But in practical and Clausewitz terms, it is self-evident that the action Russia is conducting are not else than a war. And it has continued since 1914, when Russia attacked against its neighbor, Ukraine. The war gave us, unfortunately, a good reason to bring together scholars around the world to Santahamina. And I have a pleasure to welcome all the distinguished 35 speakers from over 20 different research organizations and establishments to discuss about our theme. In this respect, one can say that the Russia seminar has experienced as an escalation both in time and contents. This escalation one can also see in the number of speakers and the experts in the audience, which witnesses that there is a growing interest in the Russia research and military thoughts. The seminar has grown to be bigger and more international than ever before. On the other hand, for us, that means that we are on right, but challenging course in contributing the military research as a member of NATO. One example for growing interest and development in Russia research here in National Defence University is that we have managed to introduce a post of visiting professor to our Russia research group. I'm happy to welcome Professor Bettina Renz to be our first visiting professor. We are happy to work with you, and also we are pleased that we will hear your keynote speak after a while. Concerning the seminar, we have found practical to work with hybrid manner. That is, some speakers are here in person, sharing your views and knowledge with us, and some are sharing their views via web. Also, this virtual platform allows the large audience to share their views with the experts. Of course, we would like to welcome all our Ukraine colleagues here in person in Santahamina. For obvious reasons, this was not the case this time, but we are convinced that that day will come and we will work to make it reality. I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers and the experts at the seminar for taking your time to contribute to the discussion on the theme. Our seminar offers a platform for exchanging views and knowledge on Russia strategy, military and security. In terms of research, the seminar will offer a venue to look into the Russia strategy and military thinking and practice with a wider approach. There will be discussion on the societal and informational aspect of war, kinetic and non-kinetic methods of warfare, not to mention pure military strategy and operational questions and views in the context of Ukraine war. This is just to mention a few themes from the seminar's program. Due to the nature of theme, in its inherent complexity and the fact that it seems the war is far from being over, the debate on Russia's concept of war, resources of facing the war, and military development has not end in sight either. That means that also in next year's seminars we will have a variety of themes concerning the Russian development and way of warfare. As I said yesterday, I like to repeat, last year, I like to repeat and bring forward the key importance of continuing a long-term endurance of Russian military and security studies. Discussion and understanding of parliaments and patterns in Russia military and security thinking and developments has a crucial role with developing respective politics and defense for the future. As of now, we Finns are responsibility for defense not only our country and people, but also the front line between Russia and NATO. To conclude, I would like to thank our Russia research group for organizing this seminar and all the speakers to contribute these discussions of the seminar. Further, I would like to all people who are attending to join to our seminar. Thank you for taking your time. With these remarks, I wish all fruitful days of debates here in National Defence University. I declare this seminar open. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Katri Pynnöniemi, and I work as a Mannerheim Chair of Russian Security Studies here at the NDU and University of Helsinki. It is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Bettina Renz. Bettina Renz's area of expertise is strategic studies with a particular interest in contemporary Russian defense policy and military reforms. She graduated with a PhD in Russian and East European Studies from the University of Birmingham and has worked as a professor of international security at the University of Nottingham since 2007. Her book, Russia's Military Revival from 2018, is well known for all in this profession. She has also written extensively on civil-military relations in Russia and also in Ukraine, and more recently has reflected on failures of Western analysis of Russian military capabilities before the start of full-scale invasion against Ukraine. We are very happy to have Bettina here as a visiting professor at the NDU during the spring to work with her new book and also to help us to better understand what is going on. So with these words, floor is yours. Welcome, Bettina.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Katri, for the introduction. It's a great honor that I was asked to be one of the keynote speakers this morning, and it's a huge privilege to be able to work with the fantastic colleagues here in the Russia Research Group and at the FNDU. At this point, I really want to express my thanks to everybody. I know there was a huge amount of organization and all kinds of things that needed to be arranged. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the very warm welcome I received from everybody. I really love it here. So moving on to my introduction, talking about civil-military relations and military effectiveness. An important lesson that was learned by Western analysts of the Russian military since the invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 is that adversaries' military capabilities are difficult to measure, and the course of a war is difficult or impossible to predict. Of course, on the one hand, this insight and this lesson is unsurprising and is nothing new, because as Clausewitz already wrote many years ago, the mathematical nowhere finds any sure basis in the calculations in the art of warfare. And from the outset, there is a play of possibilities, probabilities, good and bad luck. This complexity makes war unpredictable because, as Clausewitz said, it is of all branches of human activity the most like a gambling game. But on the other hand, of course, a convincing case has also been made in the last 2 years that there were certain limitations in Western assessments of Russian military capabilities, particularly an excessive focus on technology and these have contributed to exaggerated notions of Russian military might. So in my talk, I focus on the intersection between civil-military relations and military effectiveness. And I argue that more extensive research in this area can give us important insights into the ongoing Russo-Ukrainian war and also contribute to a more nuanced understanding of Russian military capabilities in the future. So I'll start off briefly with an explanation how military effectiveness and civil-military relations are related. So military effectiveness, of course, defined broadly as the process by which armed forces convert resources into fighting power. And resources strengthening or limiting a military's fighting power are material assets on the one hand, such as the budget, technology, and manpower in terms of quantity, but also non-material assets, including political structures, political capital and relationships, a country's societal fabric, the quality of military leadership and soldier morale. And it's these variations in non-material assets that can help to explain why material advantages are a poor predictor for success and victory and defeat in war, as we saw during the opening stages of Russia's assault on Ukraine in 2022. The assets generating a state's fighting power, moreover, also take effect on different levels of military activity. Now, these are the political, the strategic, the operational, and tactical level. And each of these levels has different procedures and goals, but all levels are also, of course, interlinked because, for example, shortcomings on the political and strategic levels can constrain military effectiveness on the operational and tactical levels as well. Western assessments before the invasion of Ukraine of Russian military capabilities tended to prioritize the study of material assets and the tactical and operational levels of military activity. And this then arguably created some blind spots in our understanding of Russian military power. And of course, a state's military effectiveness cannot be calculated as an absolute value because it is contingent on context. But a clearer understanding of the full variety of factors that play into military effectiveness can contribute to a more nuanced understanding of a state's military power. The interdisciplinary field of civil-military relations involves the work of political scientists, sociologists, and historians, and it's concerned broadly with the relationship between governments, societies, and their military institutions. And civil-military relations addresses at its heart the dilemma of how a state can maintain an effective military that is strong enough to protect the state's national interests and security broadly defined, but at the same time also preventing this powerful institution from becoming a threat to the state itself. Although the focus of much civil-military relations analysis often focuses on the second part of this dilemma, the issue of civilian control and supremacy over the military, it is also understood that patterns in civil-military relations have important implications for military effectiveness. The civil-military relations interdisciplinarity makes it particularly relevant for illuminating a state's non-material military assets, such as political capital, societal structures, morale, and motivation. And moreover, its focus on the interface between government, society, and the military make it very well suited for studying military activities at the political and strategic levels. During the first 2 decades after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russian civil and military relations was actually a really big topic of inquiry in Western analysis. But this work during the first 2 decades reflected the dominant paradigm for studying political developments in Russia at the time, which was democratic transition, and therefore focused mostly on the negative effects of civil-military relations patterns on democratic consolidation in the country. So developments like, for example, the military's resistance to reforms, the question over decision-making leading to the dash of troops to Pristina airport in 1999, and the rise to political prominence of figures like Alexander Lebed, they all raised concerns over the military's role in a fragile state. As a result, Western analysis of Russian civil-military relations during those decades addressed mostly normative questions of democratic civilian control and coup prevention. When Vladimir Putin moved Russian politics into an increasingly authoritarian policy direction and established strong presidential control over all aspects of the Russian state, including the military, not only the democratic transition paradigm, but also the study of civil-military relations seemingly lost their relevance. And compared to the big amount of work that was done on civil-military relations in the 1990s and 2000s, actually very little work on Russian civil-military relations was conducted after about 2010 onwards. So where do we go from there? So I argue that reviving and broadening analytical interest in Russian civil-military relations and bridging this research explicitly to the literature on military effectiveness can contribute to a more nuanced understanding of Russian military power. And in the remainder of my talk, I will highlight some salient areas for inquiry, starting off with the relationship between the civilian and military leadership, and then moving on to society-military relations in the second part. Civilian control over the Russian military is of interest not only from the point of view of potential military insubordination or coup prevention. In fact, within the framework of contemporary Russian politics, a conception of civilian control, where a popularly elected civilian leadership needs to be protected from interference by potentially antagonistic military, is of very limited utility. In Putin's neo-patrimonial regime, political developments have been characterized above all by the lack of accountability by the ruling elite to society at large, and not by a politically meddlesome military. Even if civilian, or more precisely political control, is not contested in Russia, the ways in which this control is maintained by the political leadership can have very serious implications for military effectiveness. Evidence from the comparative literature suggests that a politicized process of promoting and appointing military leaders, which prioritizes loyalty and over experience and skills, can have a negative effect on the quality of leadership and battlefield performance. In Putin's neo-patrimonial regime, personal allegiance and loyalty has been central in decision-making about elite recruitment. And research on Russian domestic politics and the economy also showed that this has had significant negative implications for the quality of governance in all areas of the Russian state, and it's hard to see why the military should be an exception. Numerous reshuffles of Russian command positions in December 22 and January 2023 were widely interpreted as politically motivated and judged to have had a negative effect on the pursuit of the ongoing war in Ukraine from the Russian point of view. But as Kirill Shamiev, who's somewhere in the audience, and he's actually one of the scholars who has connected civil-military relations to military effectiveness in Russia, sorry, I lost my, sorry. Yes, as he argued, the loyalty and competence trade-off in political appointments should not be oversimplified, because of course the traits of loyalty and competence also are not mutually exclusive. So the centrality of loyalty characterizing power relationship in Putin's neo-patrimonial regime has the potential to improve military effectiveness irrespective of the competence of military leaders. Loyalty is a two-way system where personal allegiance is offered in exchange for access to gains and privileges and access to material assets. And such a system can stifle initiative and innovation because of fears by office holders that these gains and benefits can be taken away by superiors if alternative views that could be perceived as disloyal are expressed. For example, it is widely believed that before the full-scale invasion in 2022, FSB officers told the president what he wanted to hear about the situation in Ukraine for fear of marginalization or dismissal. And this led to intelligence failures that set up the Russian armed forces with objectives that were unachievable from the outset. So in this sense, loyalty can negate professional competence, and it is reasonable to assume that the Russian military leadership feels similarly constrained in their interactions with the political leadership. And this could have serious implications for the effectiveness of strategic decision-making before and during a war. Now, political or civilian control over the military demands that the decision to go to war needs to be taken by the civilian leadership alone. However, decisions about how to use force, or strategic decision-making, they require open dialogue between the political and military leadership to ensure that available operational capabilities and plans are matched to realistic political objectives. If the Russian military leadership is constrained by considerations of loyalty, this can limit the effectiveness of strategic decision-making, where a frank exchange of views is required to weigh alternative operational and tactical approaches and arrive at the most effective path forward. Effective strategic decision-making not only requires competent and experienced military leaders, more importantly, the political executive, the president, needs to understand the importance of honest and candid dialogue and create the conditions to allow military leaders to communicate with and influence them to seek militarily logical national goals. And in the case of the invasion of Ukraine, there's little doubt that the decision to go to war was taken by the Russian president. However, although the Russian General Staff's major formal role is to appraise the political leadership about available military options, there's very little known about the nature and extent of civilian-military dialogue in the months running up to the invasion. It has been suggested that how to conduct the war in Ukraine too was in fact decided by the president in secret with a small circle of trusted advisors. There are suspicions that the driving force in planning the campaign in Ukraine was the FSB rather than the General Staff, leaving the latter with very little time for strategic planning. And commanders at the operational and tactical levels were not informed about the plans until the day before the invasion. And this, of course, had implications for military effectiveness. As also argued by Shamiev in one of his pieces, restrictions placed by the executive, by the president, on the military's autonomy in war planning and not the incompetence of loyal commanders are the biggest constrictions or constraints on military effectiveness. In addition to the relationship between civilian and military leaders, of course, variations in the relationship between the military and society at large offer insights into the military power a state can generate. Society-military approaches are salient particularly for exploring non-material factors like motivation and morale. These factors are seen as essential for creating military effectiveness, and of course, these have often been highlighted in discussions about the successes and failures of both the Ukrainian and Russian military in the ongoing war. On the most basic level of society-military relations, the composition of a state's armed forces, the question of who serves, is important. The human capital of a military relating to soldiers' levels of education, health, and skills matters for military effectiveness, especially in modern warfare, where the operation of sophisticated technology and complex tactics are central. In this respect, it is understood that the willing cooperation and service of the educated and skilled middle classes of a society is required to maintain military skills at a high level of expertise. In the case of Russia, the state's inability to attract a high caliber of soldiers to the military profession was widely seen as a major reason for the military's decline during the 1990s and 2000s. Not least due to poor service conditions and pay, officer careers were not really seen as widely aspirational, and the practice of evading conscription through the paying of bribes or educational exemptions was widespread. Although Serdyukov's reforms from 2008 onward improved the image of military profession and of conscription, recent evidence suggests that bribe paying by individuals who can afford it to buy exemptions from conscription or from deployment to Ukraine again is emerging as an issue. Military manpower policies are also political decisions that can affect the military power a state can generate. Putin's decision to avoid full mobilization to ensure manpower requirements in Ukraine is widely believed to have been at least partially motivated by the desire to ensure ongoing support for the war and for his regime, especially amongst the urban and educated elites. In effect, this decision meant that replacement troops since have been recruited predominantly from socio-economically disadvantaged regions where few other career prospects are on offer. And also ranks have been bulked out with prison inmates who were sent to the front with minimal training beforehand. So although these political decisions produced the required quantity of manpower, clearly increasing military effectiveness was not central to decision-making. Societal perceptions of the military as an institution and a profession can give important insights into citizens' motivations to enlist and offer insights into a state's capacity to generate military power. In the case of Russia, societal attitudes towards the armed forces have been ambiguous since the early 1990s. So Russian citizens have consistently expressed high trust and respect for the armed forces, or for the military as an institution, a tendency that has even grown stronger in recent years. However, this reverence has been mostly abstract and based on an admiration of the military as a historically important national symbol. On the practical level, trust and respect for the military in Russian popular opinion has been disconnected from an informed understanding of contemporary military affairs and has not translated into a substantive rise in the population's desire to enter military service. Comparative literature on public attitudes actually suggests that such ambiguities can have a negative effect on military effectiveness. This is because symbolic reverence for the armed forces that is based on uninformed disinterest can decrease public scrutiny and can create a belief in the infallibility of the military. And this in turn then can strengthen a militaristic culture in a country that encourages the overuse of military force and might push the country increasingly into fighting unwinnable wars. The militarization of Russian society through propaganda and the patriotic education and indoctrination, especially of youth, has attracted a significant amount of attention in the media and by scholars in the West. However, as military sociologists like Jonna Alava here at the FNDU have found, although these efforts are extensive, their resonance with the public and especially with young people is at best variable. In an abstract sense, young Russians view the willingness to defend their country in a positive light. However, their notion of patriotism and national identity diverges from the state-imposed vision. As such, the effects of state-sponsored militarization and the motivation of Russians to fight the country's current and future wars remains uncertain. And here I would like to highlight an absolutely fantastic book for anybody who hasn't read it yet, edited by Katri Pinoniemi here at the FNDU, with also a lot of fantastic chapters by other authors. The study of society-military relations can give important insights into soldier morale and the will to fight in war, which are important non-material assets in military power. In February 2022, the unexpected success of the Ukrainian armed forces was put down, at least in part, to their soldiers' strong will to fight in a war of national survival. In contrast, Russian military effectiveness was constrained in the eyes of many observers by the low morale of its soldiers that had not been told what they are fighting for. Now, while this might well have been the case, the factors for morale and the factors of morale and will to fight are very difficult to study, not least because they are not static values, and therefore they need to be approached with caution. And the Soviet war in Afghanistan, for example, highlights the danger of oversimplified assumptions about soldier morale. Now, the Soviet military's poor performance in Afghanistan was often judged to have been down to the low morale of its conscripts that were forced to fight and had no personal stake in the conflict. Detailed research conducted with former soldiers after the war, however, found that until well into the 1980s, quite a significant number of soldiers volunteered to go to Afghanistan because they believed in the importance of the mission for the Soviet state. They saw it as their civic duty, or they were motivated by a sense of adventure. As the war in Ukraine drags on, and Russian objectives and especially stakes in the war have been much more clearly articulated, there are questions to be asked about the values underpinning Russian soldiers' morale and will to fight in Ukraine. Anecdotal evidence that has already emerged suggests that not all Russian soldiers are motivated by coercion alone. Instead, some willingly join the war because they believe in the importance of victory for their country's future, they seek a sense of adventure, or they want the lives of comrades that have already fallen to count. And finally, a state's societal structures like class or ethnic divisions, patterns of social distrust, and how civilians or individuals in society treat each other can be reflected in the armed forces of a state. And this can also have consequences for military effectiveness. And this influence of societal structures on the armed forces is believed to be particularly significant in the case of mass militaries that are engaged in wars with high casualty rates and are therefore forced to recruit large numbers of replacement troops with very little time to socialize the new recruits to military norms during training. As such, this is quite a salient area for inquiry. A promising starting point for investigating the influence of societal structures on Russian military effectiveness in Ukraine can be the experience of the country's past wars, again, for example, in Afghanistan or in Chechnya. Research into these wars concluded that divisions and dysfunctions in society, such as rigid hierarchies, a low level of social trust, corruption, and violence were reflected in the military organization. And this undercut its effectiveness on the battlefield by undermining soldier morale and also cohesion within units, and it also fueled the opponent's will to fight. Details emerging from the ongoing war in Ukraine, such as looting and corruption by Russian troops, complaints by Russian soldiers about poor physical provisions and poor treatment by superiors, corruption, and also especially the widespread brutality perpetrated against Ukrainian civilians and prisoners of war all suggest that this pattern might be repeating. So in conclusion, the study of civil-military relations broadly defined can contribute to a more nuanced understanding of Russian military power going forward. Civil-military approaches are well suited for illuminating the effectiveness of military activities on the political and strategic level in particular, and also of non-material aspects such as motivation, morale, and will to fight. Civil-military relations, of course, cannot answer all the questions about a state's military capabilities, but they can provide important context for the assessment of material assets, operational art, tactics, and doctrine. As I suggested in my quite broad overview, the comparative literature on civil-military relations can uncover promising areas for research into aspects of Russian military effectiveness that have previously been underappreciated. Although, of course, Russian idiosyncrasies and context need to be scrutinized by Russian area experts, taking inspiration from comparative work can help to overcome the division between the studies of civil-military relations in democracies and in authoritarian states, which in the past has led to a one-sided understanding for why this relationship matters and what it can tell us in Russia. Insights from the civil-military relations field also show that military analysis at large can benefit from closer integration with other related disciplinary perspectives, such as the study of domestic politics and sociology. And at the same time, civil-military relations scholars who are working on Russia can strengthen the relevance of their work for the assessment of adversaries' military capabilities by relating their research more explicitly to the literature on military effectiveness. And just my very final point, a better insight into civil-military relations is important also for assessing Russia's future capacity for reforming its armed forces into a more effective instrument. in Putin's neo-patrimonial regime, reforms of state institutions have been partially effective at best because they stopped short of fundamental political changes that would infringe on the privileged interests of the ruling regime. And this was also true for Serdyukov's military reforms in 2008, because these were limited, as Alexander Goltz wrote in his book, to the military technical sphere of manning and structure of the armed forces, and the reforms came to a halt at the moment that the qualitative changes collided with the fundamental principles of Putin's authoritarian state. As the war in Ukraine drags on, the Russian political military leadership is learning important lessons that they will seek to implement in future attempts to increase the effectiveness of the Russian military. If these lessons will be restricted to tactics, operational art, and technology, and the importance of deeper changes at the strategic and political level are not even considered, then the effects of future military reforms are likely to remain limited. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Bettina. That was wonderful start to our conference here, and we are going to continue with truly interesting speeches. So next, I have a very pleasure to invite Dimitri Minik, who has, I'm sure our audience knows his work. He has written wonderful research on difference between the way the Russian military thinks about future war, debates between traditionalist and revisionist that has inspired my work a lot, and I believe also others' work, and I'm sure that we will have now a good chance to listen to your latest insights on this topic, and also to then have a debate on how to assess and think about this important issue in the future. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Katri, for the invitation. I'm very pleased and honored to be here. Very happy to have the opportunity to present my last researches on Russian strategic thinking and culture before and after February 24th, 2022. Post-Soviet Russian military thinking was marked by the theorization of bypassing armed struggle, of which the Special Military Operation, SVO, supposedly an illustration, was a fatal outcome. The Russian army had been unprepared for the long, high-intensity war that ensued from the failed SVO, and Russian strategic thinking had spent the last 30 years cultivating and digesting the idea that the weight of interstate armed struggle had considerably diminished, if not become optional. At the same time, the Russian army underwent reforms compatible with this theoretical evolution, resulting in the creation of more professional, smaller, flexible, and well-equipped forces. The perception of the West and the specificities of Russian strategic culture also played a central role in post-Soviet Russian strategic thinking and practice, and the war in Ukraine was a high point of this thinking, culture, and practice. The SVO has been commented on at length by Russian military elites who assess its political, strategic, as well as military operational dimensions, and still benefit from a relative freedom of expression that allows for often indirect criticism. Several questions arise. What continuities and inflections can be identified in Russian strategic thinking after February 24th? Did the SVO call into question or confirm ideas in the eyes of Russian military elites? Did the SVO's initial strategic failure and the ensuing adverse political consequences for Russia, sanctions and disconnection from the West, call into question some beliefs held by military elites? What limitations appeared in Russian military discourse after February 24th? This presentation is mainly based on the analysis of sources of Russian military literature, in particular the scientific military journals of the Ministry of Defense, as the main and historical military theoretical vector of the Russian Minaborony and General Staff, Ministry of Defense and General Staff, Военная мысль, an open source where colonels and generals, active, reserve or retired, professors, researchers, directors, and or commanders, and even actors in the war in Ukraine address their peers and the country's highest military and political leaders. This presentation also benefits from the analysis of the sources presented in my book, which Katri I had the kindness to mention earlier. Military dictionaries and encyclopedias, speeches by military and political officials, strategic doctrine documents in particular. And it benefits too from the approach chosen in my book, articulation in the analysis of theoretical military strategic culture and biographical elements of Russian strategists. And lastly, it's in line with the chronological continuity of my book, which ended with an attempt to explain the SVO in terms of post-Soviet Russian strategic thought and culture as studied between 1993 and 2022. So where does the notion of terrorizing terrorizing of the bypassing of arms struggle come from? It's not an emic concept in the sense that it does not emanate from the Russian military community, but mine ethic category, which describes at best, in my sense, the evolution of post-Soviet Russian strategic thinking, mixing military and non-military means and method to achieve political objectives. So the question is, why did I choose it? The first reason why is because of the nature of the Russian strategic studies in the West over the past 10 years, which try to find in Russian military intellectual production a precise and holistic new Russian concept that would encompass the post-Soviet Russian army's conception of modern war. It followed attempts to apply our own Western concept and ideas on Russian strategic thinking or to recycle Soviet terminology. However, all these approaches showed strong limits. The first one relates to the very nature of post-Soviet Russian strategic thought, which is flexible and shifting. Only few new or reshaped concepts and notions describing the new way of war have durably taken roots in Russian strategic thinking, whereas many of them were temporary vehicles of evolutionary post-Soviet Russian strategic thinking. No general concept has been agreed upon to define the new war in all its dimensions and nuances. That is why I speak of the theorization of bypassing and not the theory of bypassing. It's an evolving, complex intellectual process, albeit with a backbone. And this backbone is the idea of the decreasing role of armed struggle in the achievement of political objectives. The second limitation is that reducing the evolution of post-Soviet strategic thought to a concept, however effective, prevents us to understand this submerged part of the iceberg which really determined its evolution. That is, epistemological debate on the nature of war, references to Marxist-Leninist ideology and the memory of the Cold War, a radically hostile perception of the strategic environment and a beleaguered Russia, and in particular the truncated observation of Western strategies and concepts. The second reason for using the expression theorization of the bypassing of armed struggle is the complexity and flexibility of the approach to modern war in post-Soviet Russian strategic thought. This leads us to explain what does bypassing of armed struggle exactly mean. Theorization of bypassing of armed struggle relies on two ideas. First, armed struggle, that is direct and open use of armed violence, recedes into the background and becomes of secondary importance in the nature and in the character of war. Second, the weight and power of non-military, that is political, psychological, informational, cyber, diplomatic, economic, cultural, financial, and so on, and indirect military means and methods, and by indirect military means and method, they mean use of special forces, irregular formations, private military companies, or intelligence subversive services, but also strategic deterrence, covert use of armed violence, and so on. And the weight and power of non-military and indirect military means and method, according to them, have grown considerably and are nowadays capable of achieving decisive political objectives. Bypassing has been conceived in two distinct ways that have fueled a constant dialogue with, at its core, a revision, in fact, a broadening of the interpretation of the concept of war. The first way relies on the idea that indirect confrontation, made up of non-military struggles and indirect military means and methods, has become central, and that interstate armed struggle, which takes a new, selective, limited, and mainly remote form, ends the process of confrontation, which can last for months or even years, and it ends the process of confrontation in a decisive manner. And the SVO can be analyzed as an illustration of this way. The second way of the bypassing theorization to be favored according to the Russian military elites is the avoidance of interstate armed struggle, which does not rule out a limited indirect armed struggle waged by proxies. This approach is based on the idea that non-military means, let's add the use of migrants to the list above, have become so powerful that they are now violent and combined with indirect military methods and means capable of achieving decisive political objectives. And this applies to countries such as Ukraine as well as to the West and Africa. It's very, very wide, very large. In conclusion for this subsection, I would say that flexibility and adaptability are the hallmark of the theorization of bypassing. If an application of the second way of bypassing fails to achieve the set objectives, and if the context and the nature of the target allow it, a direct and final armed blow is not ruled out. In the special military operation, non-military and unarmed struggles, internal subversion, strategic deterrence, psychological, informational, and cyber action, were supposed to prepare the ground for a limited, practically demonstrative, decisive and sudden armed struggle to topple Ukraine through a lightning strike, and it stemmed less from the strict application of a model, of a pattern, than from a tropism for bypassing armed struggle, which did not produce a clear or unanimous model that would be institutionalized, but rather permeated Russian strategic thinking, discourse, and doctrines. The bypassing goes beyond technical and rational military theoretical analysis and is rooted it's rooted in the depths of Russia's ancient and renewed strategic culture. And this led the Russian military and political elites to overestimate both the ability of indirect means to achieve political goals and their own capacity to use these means rationally. And in my sense, that's one of the reasons of the initial failure of the SVO. But the question is now, what do the Russian military elites think about the SVO? How do they understand its nature, and in what extent do they express themselves on the failures of the SVO? Do they believe that it was a smart move of the Kremlin? And we will discuss the nature on advisability of the SVO according to the Russian military elites. And the SVO, it is analyzed as a preventive operation, preemptive operation, which is in fact particularly consistent with post-Soviet Russian strategic thinking and culture. And one of the concepts through which preventive/preemptive operations were most thought of was that of strategic deterrence, which has an offensive meaning and includes the proactive use of non-military means and the indirect use of military force, as well as the direct but limited use of military force. This offensive meaning of strategic deterrence, developed in theory and integrated into doctrine, was also observed in practice long before the SVO. However, there were two problems with this preemptive, in fact, preventive SVO. Firstly, this offensive approach to strategic deterrence, to Russian strategy, was far from being reduced to the military dimension and was even less consistent with the conduct of a long, high-intensity armed struggle. And secondly, the preventive nature of the special military operation did not necessarily convince military elites, Russian military elites, partly due to the lack of reliable intelligence and forecasting. And these two problems shaped the assessments of the failures of the SVO and led to indirect criticism. These criticisms of the political and strategic dimension of the SVO are focused on two main areas. The first is that of bypassing. Several points were emphasized: the importance of effective non-military deterrence and even its superiority, the importance of a prepared and sequenced use of direct armed force, that is, striking a genuinely weakened target whose armed forces are largely neutralized and not primarily targeting the armed forces. I don't have much time to illustrate my point here, so I'll take a recent development from the head of the Military Academy of the General Staff, General Zarudnitsky. A major trend in the evolution of 21st century conflicts is the revision of the essence, the nature of the term victory. Under current geopolitical conditions, the opponent's complete defeat and the destruction of its vital and production infrastructure are not always necessary. Otherwise, the victor will have to invest substantial resources in restoring it, which naturally is not desirable for him. And the head of the Center for Strategic Military Studies of the VAKSH, General Smolovy, stated in summer 2022, occupying the enemy's territory and seizing its resources is secondary to establishing overall strategic control over the consciousness of the target's country's population and obtaining full power of the future of the conquered state. The other main area of criticism is forecasting and intelligence, to some extent related to the first area. One of the most prominent theoreticians of hybrid warfare in the Russian military, Colonel Bartosz, wrote the following thing after the launching of the SVO. Anticipatory thinking enables to choose the most effective and timely forms and methods of striking the enemy, including preventively. Ensuring this anticipatory thinking means carefully studying the strategic culture of the enemy states, as well as the specificities of the mentality of its population. Preempting the enemy's action is only possible with a permanent forecast of the evolution of the situation, which makes it possible to obtain reliable information from intelligence services, an indispensable condition for justifying the advisability of carrying out preventive strategic strikes against the enemy. All this brings us to the question of criticism among Russia's military elites. I can distinguish at least two types of criticism. On the one hand, vertical criticism aimed at the highest military and political leaders, which is not new in Russian military. Even it's often expressed indirectly. And Russia's military elites have developed many methods of expressing criticism without appearing to do so. On the other hand, there is the horizontal level, where theoretical debates between military elites are sometimes very lively. Criticism also sometimes seems to be the result of power struggles between different institutions, as seems to have been the case between the NCO, National Center for Defense Management, and other military or civilian bodies of forecasting and intelligence. They can also represent a means of high-level pressure in the hands of those who authorize them. The bad news for the West is that this culture of debate and criticism, even limited, which is also present on tactical operational issues, is in theory beneficial to the military political leadership. Indeed, Russia's military elites are more inclined to say what they see than one might think, at least publicly, and this is a true paradox. And this paradox may be partly explained by the difficulty of formulating and escalating criticism internally. However, let's be clear, disagreements expressed directly or indirectly have rarely been about substantive issues that would challenge the Russian state far beyond the military, such as the central beliefs of the Russian military elites, such as the perception of an hostile West, hostile nature of the West, or the idea of Russia as a besieged fortress. These beliefs are generally shared, and despite lucid developments on strategic issues, prevent the military elites from really seeing what they see. This brings us logically to the perception of the West, which had and still has deep consequences, not only on the level of Russian strategic and military thoughts and doctrines, but also on practice. So the SVO and the West. The role of the dialectic of rejection and inspiration regarding the West was crucial in the SVO, just as it was in Russia's political and strategic history. In fact, it could even be said that this dialectic lies at the heart of the theorization of bypassing, that it is fruit, firstly via the feeling of being the victim of an indirect war waged by the West, and the corollary need to fight with the same weapons. Second, via the truncated observation of the strategies and concepts of the West, seen as a master of subversion. In the minds of Russian strategists, it's the West that has best understood and practiced bypassing. And this also stems from their truncated reading of the Cold War as the prototype of the new wars, thanks to which, and I quote, "The West won the greatest victory in the history of mankind." And this observational obsession generally begins with a recrimination of the so-called West deceitful methods, and hence with an attempt at truncated imitation, corrupted by the fact that Western concepts and strategies are often misinterpreted, like information war, misunderstood, like indirect strategy or indirect action or even soft power, or even invented by Russian strategists, such as control chaos or the Color Revolution. And their obsessive focus on the West also prevents them from understanding the originality of their own conceptions. The failure of the SVO, which is partly the result of the tropism of bypassing, is therefore also the result of this dialectic of rejection and inspiration with regard to the West, doubly. Firstly, as I said, because it's inspired a flawed strategic theorization, and secondly, because it confined Moscow into a fanciful confrontation with the West that drives it to take ill-considered risks, such as the unleashing of the SVO, which from the outset goes beyond the question of Ukraine. Russia's post-Soviet military political elites have always seen Russia as the prime target of the West's alleged destructive actions. Globalization is a war of a new kind initiated by the West. Don't worry, it's a quotation from Colonel Chekhinov and General Bogdanov from the when they were heads of the TVSC, which I mentioned earlier. And they said it in 2017. Globalization is a war of a new kind initiated by the West. They added that the West will only be able to reassure itself when Russia and its people will be reduced to a state worthy of mockery and contempt. The West, which has preciously cultivated a historic hatred against Moscow, would like to see the Russians walking with outstretched hands, selling their natural resources and their intelligence. The manic ambition of the United States is considered the most dangerous factor in international relations. The more concessions we have made to them, the more impudent they have become, concluded the late General Garayev in 2015. Russia's military political elites oscillate between two contradictory feelings, a sense of imminent collapse and a sense of power and overconfidence. The year 2021-2022 has been understood as the kairos, the moment when Russia could reverse the balance of power. Russia's military elites are convinced at the time the West days are numbered. This is evidenced by the shameful flight of the Americans from Afghanistan. I'm quoting. From Afghanistan, these vandals representing a West built on the plundering of the whole world. Andrei Ilnitsky, advisor of Shoigu, claimed before February 24th, 2022, that the West dominance is now only formal, with the WASP experiencing a catastrophic decline in their passionarity, combined with a deep economic crisis and civilizational collapse. Russia, he added, is militarily superior to the West. How well do Russia's military elites understand these processes and their consequences? Despite the deleterious effects of this relationship with the West, which have not been objectivized by them, I can't see any questioning and, on the contrary, worsening of the terms of the confrontation. The admittedly limited nuances that existed in the past disappeared for a while. Still, in 2016, General Klimenko, one of the inspirers of military doctrine 2000, who justified its anti-Western orientation at the time, urged that suspicion of the United States should not turn into an obsession. Whereas nowadays, it's claimed that the West simply wants the eradication of the Russians as a people and a civilization to finish what it started and not make the same mistake as in 1991. In conclusion, I would like to stress that if post-February 24th, Russian strategic thinking and culture remains rich and displays real continuities, it remains at the same time moving, capable of reflexivity and often indirectly criticism. However, the thinking is silent or almost silent on essential points that the SVO experience should invite Russia's military elites to evaluate, from the assessment of the theorization of bypassing to the disastrous and cyclical results of anti-Western tropism, not to mention the effects this war will have on the strategy, doctrine, organization, and tasks of the Russian army, not in the short term, but in the medium and long term. It's important to measure that also the Putin regime is authoritarian and has set about reducing of expression in Russian society. The existence and tolerance of a certain amount of truth-telling, albeit framed by a set of beliefs and a mindset common to the military and political elites, and that to a certain extent distance both groups from objective reality. It indicates at the same time that the Russian armies and state's ability to adapt should not be underestimated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitri, Dr. Minik. Let me now introduce our third speaker, Dr. Juan Carlos Antunes Merena. He's a sociocultural analyst at the NATO Russian and has worked in various positions at the NATO and has a PhD in Arabic philology in the University of Seville. So welcome, and we hear his speech, and then we open floor for questions in the panel. So please think about your questions to all the speakers. Thank you.
So, as you can see, I'm not coming from the east of Europe, but from the south. I have a very long Spanish name, so please call me Carlos. That is more than enough. It has been a perfect introduction. This view, Bettina has mentioned before something important, how to put in contact, this knowledge that is produced in the academia, but sometimes it's not reaching the practitioners. This is the reason because I'm researching, because since 2014, when I started to focus on Russia, I had many questions, but I didn't have so many answers. I'm not an expert on Russia. You mentioned that I have a PhD in Islamic studies and Arabic philology, but this is common in our career. Sometimes you have to totally change your focus. I've been focused on the north of Africa, on the Balkans, of Middle East, of Afghanistan, and since 8 years ago, I'm focused on Russia. So I don't pretend to be an expert on Russia. I'm very far from that. But I am an expert on something, on seeing how dangerous it is not to include the cultural factors, the social, the human factors in our analysis when we are speaking about evaluate the capabilities of an adversary. And to be honest, I think that we have made these mistakes. I think that we have, when we try to evaluate, Bettina also mentioned before, the capabilities of the Russian armed forces before the invasion of Ukraine. We were too focused on the hard war, but not on the soft war. We were always counting airplanes, new ships, new tanks, and so on, but we forgot the human factors of these armed forces. I remember when I'm getting old, so I remember when I entered the armed forces, the Spanish Paratroop Brigade in 1988. one of my instructors told me something, that the most important part of a rifle is the guy who is using the rifle. And we forgot in some way. So we were really focused on the quantitative side, but not in the qualitative. So we ignore factors, as my predecessors mentioned before, the cohesion, the moral, the willing, you know, the ethnicity, the demography, sometimes that this is also very important. And also the importance of the leadership style. So after this disclaimer, I am speaking in my name. Sometimes I am going to have a similar opinion of the NATO official position, and sometimes I will not have. So this is important as a warning. This is the index of my presentation, so I will start with a short introduction, speaking a little about how is the operational environment nowadays. The second is the focus of my speech today, my research question in some way. I'm still making a study on this topic. I will go further on that. I will use a theoretical framework, the Gerd Hofstede model. Maybe those who are working in some way with cultural issues are familiar with this Dutch professor. And after, you know, I will enumerate some of the things that I have seen, the cultural characteristics of the Russians that I have seen have an effect on the operations in Ukraine. And after I will speak a little about the future. I would like to make also a warning. You know, I think that before the invasion of Ukraine, I think we overestimated the capabilities of the Russian armed forces. But I will also make other warning that this is not underestimate now what they can do. Maybe they can do things, they are not so as experts on something, but maybe they can be expert on other ways of fighting. So something to think about in the future. So one day at the office, I will explain a little, you know, about this. This is how we perceive the reality of the operational environment. I have included pictures from many different scenarios, so in order to show how different is now. When we speak about Russia, suddenly we're speaking about Mali, not only about Ukraine. We are jumping from one scenario to other scenario, so we have to be really, really open. Because one thing that I would like to highlight, Dimitri and Bettina has mentioned some of this also, you know, about the importance of other factors than the pure military ones, you know. So we see how human-centric is the operational environment. We have realized before in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in other places. But some people thought that after this, you know, in this new context, in this confrontation with Russia, this is not going to be so important. And I think it's totally wrong. I think in the hybrid context, it's going also to play an important role. And I would like to highlight also this, you know, how is the operational environment volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. This is the situation that the Russian armed forces has faced in Ukraine. So my idea is to see how prepared is from a cultural perspective the Russian armed forces in order to face this kind of context. So I started with my thinking on this. You know, this is an article taken from the seminar, the same seminar, 2 years ago, when the author, Dima Adamski, I don't know if he's around or is online, but thank you very much for your effort. For me, it was very interesting to have this. When we speak about this concept, you know, about the operational command, it's possible from the Russian perspective to take this approach. This is something that I will try to develop today. Or when we speak about the lesson identified or lesson learned, how different is the system in Russia that is totally up, down, and not down, up, as is in NATO, for example. So this is a way to show you, even those who are not so familiar with the topic, about how different is the way of thinking. One of the mistakes, even when we were evaluating if Russia was going to invade or not invade Ukraine, maybe it was that we apply pure military concepts and ideas in order to say they will not invade, for example. Why? Because the money and ignoring other things, values, the importance of other things that now for us as a society, maybe they are not so important, but for them, this is still there. So this is the question, what is happening? Why Russia is having so many problems, This was my idea. Maybe there were other people with other thinking, but I was surprised at the beginning of the invasion. Why? They are playing so bad, with an enemy that theoretically was really, really weaker. And this was one of my questions, and I didn't have answers to this. Which part of this is related to the cultural and historical aspect of this Russian leadership in the military? And I look for this theoretical framework. There are not so many. To be honest, most of the theoretical framework that I found, they were coming from the industry. They were coming from the business world, but because they were really, really interested on seeing how these cultural aspects affect their business. How to deal with a Japanese or a Chinese or an Arabic businessman. And I saw some aspects, I will go a little deeper on some of them, the power distance, individualism, the masculinity, that this is really tricky, needs to be explained a little more. The uncertainty avoidance, especially important in the VUCA environment that I mentioned before. The long-term orientation versus a short one, and the indulgent. It's difficult. This professor, Gerd Hofstede, classified all the countries in the world according to these parameters, and he created different clusters. He was working for IBM during that time, and he conducted a huge research on the topic that has been even developed, and there are some criticism on this topic, of course, there is nothing perfect, but this is something simple that at least I found in order to explain some of the questions. But of course, need a comparison. This is very important when we put in comparison how the Americans, how the United States of America perceive the war when compared with the Russians. And we are going to see huge difference in some aspects. And this is going to give us some explanations about the why they do what they are doing. We go to the first one, when we speak about the power distance. How is the distance, how big is the distance between the leadership and the people that are subordinate? And this is one of the things that from my point, I'm going to take my copies because my eyes are not so good anymore, Sorry. Yeah, when we see not only the military, the Russian society in general, we are going to see how centralized is the power. And we have realized this in Ukraine also when we speak about. Of course, the leadership and management take a total top-down approach, and the subordinates are provided usually with very clear instructions, but they don't have so much capacity to take their own decisions. It's interesting to see or count, especially at the beginning of the operation, how many generals and high-ranking officers were killed in Ukraine. They were so close to the front, totally different. I think that since Vietnam, there are some US colleagues, but I think since the Vietnam, there was only one US general who has been killed in a conflict. Think about the number of generals that were killed in Ukraine in few months. It was shocking, what the generals are doing so close to this. I think it's the result of this kind of view about the way that they execute their leadership. And of course, this is really, really dangerous in the VUCA environment that I mentioned before. Other issue to take into account is the individualism versus collectivism. I'm not defending any of the questions, Maybe for the tactical perspective, one can be negative, but from the strategic one can be positive. Maybe what is not working in the field is working in order to maintain the war. Maybe with this collective mentality, they can be fighting for years, something that maybe is not the way in the Western world. So I invite you, to think a little more about this. So we are going to see also how, Bettina mentioned, how close is the cycle of power, and really base it on relations. If we take a look, who is leading Russia now? They are friends, or they are coming from a cycle, very close cycle. These have some advantage, maybe loyalty, but also have some disadvantage. For example, one of the things is that the space to take or defend other ideas is zero. Think about, for example, the director of the Intelligence Foreign Service, this interview. How strong was the reaction of President Putin to any kind of different ideas? And from my point of view, one of the problems for the Russians in Ukraine was the group thinking that in some way is motivated by this cultural factor. At the end, they really overestimated themselves. I think that they really considered that they were going to defeat the Ukrainians in a few days. There was a moment when they were victims of their own narrative. Other issue, this is the masculinity, How the Russian society is able to follow the alpha male, And it's easy to see when we see many pictures of Vladimir Putin without the t-shirt, almost fighting against a crocodile, This is the way of leadership that these people want and admire. They want to be protected in some way, But this is going to produce also some military effects. The armed forces are not an exception, So this characteristic is going to reinforce the other two, the highly hierarchical and centralized leadership and the decision-making system. And this is going to be also a major obstacle, in order to conduct current military operations in a VUCA environment that I mentioned. And other thing that I would like to highlight is, for example, the absence of a real senior NCO corps in Ukraine, in Russia. But from the Russian mentality, this is almost impossible. How a senior NCO is going to question in some moment the decisions taken by the higher command? It's impossible from their perspective. And of course, this is a serious challenge also for the junior officers who didn't have a kind of model in order to see what is happening at the tactical level. Other thing that from my point of view is very important is the uncertainty avoidance. Something really, really impossible in a VUCA environment. We have to get used to it, not only in the military, but nowadays everything is changing from one day to other. If the generations were 25 years in the past, now we have, for a generation, 10 years. Everything is changing. The technology, the procedures, everything. And we have to adapt. And I think in that way, the Russians are not good doing that. And this is producing an effect that many times they are not receiving the whole detailed plan, the whole clear instructions that they need in order to reduce this uncertainty. And I think that especially in the first part of the invasion in Ukraine, this was a serious factor for the Russian armed forces. Other thing is the long-term orientation. I remember there was something that Stalin said, the death of one person is a tragedy, the death of 1 million is statistics. And this is the mindset of some people also in the military leadership of Russia. They have a long term. They can be losing people and people and people, having more casualties. I'm not going to quote the different sources provided about the casualties that they are facing. It would be impossible to think in a Western war about. But they have a mission. They are the third Rome. They have a kind of crusade also. This is what they are fighting. We are not speaking about oil or only oil or gas. We are speaking about values, about showing an alternative to the Western countries. That from their point of view, we are corrupted. We have, you know, especially when we speak about issues related to the sexual orientation or when we speak about gender, they have to conduct this. And in order to obtain this, they are going to sacrifice a lot of people. And this maybe is one of the mistakes that when we evaluated if they were going to invade Ukraine or not. And this is something that we have to think a little more about. Other thing is indulgence versus restriction. This is a very restricted society. So initially, in a military confrontation, we can think, okay, this is a positive aspect. Their level of suffering is higher than in our societies. And maybe it's right. But when we speak about the operational, the tactical, for some generals, I think in Russia, it's better to be killed than to come back to Moscow with a defeat. And in order to obtain a victory, they are going to sacrifice thousands of people in order to do. I invite you to update your knowledge about the casualties, about the way that they are fighting. From my point of view, more than a war of the 21st century, for me it's very similar to Stalingrad or the way that the Soviet Union fought. After some decades of reforms, at least at the operational level, they are coming back to their comfort zone. They wanted to do something in Ukraine at the beginning that they are not good doing. But they are very good doing the other. Fighting in a line with a huge support of the artillery and die there by thousands. But don't underestimate this way of fighting also. So what is the way ahead? As I told you, this is a very simple study. So my idea is to continue researching on this topic. I kindly ask you your support. If there is somebody in the audience or through the internet doing some work on the same line, because one of the problems of some big organizations is that we are too compartmental. We don't see each other. And maybe there are other people doing the same, but we are not connected in order to share our knowledge. So especially when you are working at the operational headquarters, when you are the only strange guy dealing with this topic, you know, and you arrive to an event like this, I feel like a child in Disneyland or something like this. And I hope to enjoy a lot of with the questions that I will ask, you can be sure, you know, because I think that we have to expand this work on these other topics. You know, for example, demography in Russia, there are not so much. How is going to affect demography? I was speaking in the bus with a colleague. What is the role of women? We don't have disaggregated data many times about Russia. What is the role, the future role of women? Because it could be a way to counter some demographics problems that they have. But also, they have a very patriarchal society that maybe is going to be an obstacle for this. So this is how it's going to affect the corruption to the capabilities. When we speak about the number of tanks that they have, or the number of missiles, but how many of them are really working if they want to use tomorrow? Because the corruption, the way that they... So these are questions that we continue asking. How is it going to affect, for example, the ethnic mix that they have in some areas? At the moment, they are not problems, but we will see how is the evolution. They have really multi-ethnic units in some way, but the companies still have a lot of problems with hazing, There are a lot of effects of the post-traumatic stress disease by thousands, and they don't have any capability to deal. Even they announce some advancement on that, but I think that they are far in order to provide this. So not only during these days, but during the coming days here and later, I would like to ask you and offer my humble support to deal with this kind of topic. Thank you very much.
So thank you for these excellent speeches. And now I would like to ask Dimitri and Bettina also to come here. And we will have a chance to ask questions and to hear, to engage in a debate. And to facilitate the hearing, Inka will then transfer the microphone to the audience sitting at this place. So maybe I start with the first questions, and then if you, the panelists, would like to comment each other's speeches, that's also possible. So my question first to Bettina. You mentioned that we have this almost 15 years of gap, or at least it's not been the main interest to study the civil-military relations in Russia. So there is clearly a need to boost the research. Then on the other hand, we have a situation when doing this research is now more difficult than ever. So like a big question is how to do it. You provided us a kind of clear idea of the conceptual and where to go, what kind of issues to take up. But my question is on how to best do it in the situation when we can't go to Russia at so much. Then to Dr. Minik. Thank you also for your very insightful speech. You also referred already in your speech to some of the directions that the thinking in Russia has gone after the first failures of the SVO. So my question is that do you think that this revisionist school of thought is doomed, or will the traditionalist in a way come back to the center stage? So what will happen to this theory? And also kind of related to that, do you see, like you mentioned in your speech, something about how the Russians think about completion of the war, or kind of winning the war? But could you maybe elaborate on that bit more? And then lastly, but not least, to Carlos, if I may, it was an interesting model that you presented us, and it's kind of useful for understanding the strategic culture thinking and the theory. One way to kind of operationalize this complex topic of strategic culture, what it's made of. So what do you think about the role of perceptions and change in perceptions of these different factors as explaining a change in strategic culture? You very much focused on continuity, and that's usually the way we talk about the strategic culture, and the problem is to understand the change and maybe its direction. So if we start with these questions, and please the audience think about your questions, and we'll go to that direction after we hear from the speakers.
Do you want me to start? I'll keep it quick. Thank you, Katri. And actually the question of sources and how to access was one of the various issues I cut out because I only had 30 minutes, but obviously this is absolutely essential. It's one thing to say, ideally, this is what we should study. If we don't have access, we can't. However, having said that, I think and we need to have a conversation at the seminar, of course, also in the other panels, because I know people are using lots of different approaches. I know also within the FNDU we had discussed that how to do that. So this is a conversation that everybody needs to have. But I think it's really, really important that although it is really difficult to access the kind of material we had access to about 20 years ago when I started looking at civil-military relations, we need to continue to study concrete issues as much as possible. So we can look at the strategic thinking and what is written down and so on, and think about culture, and all of this is of course really important, and I also look at these things, but of course it only gets us so far, because of course what people think or write is quite different from what they can do. So I think that there is a connection there that we need to look at. And when it comes to culture, of course, as you also said, I mean, culture can also change, and I would expect this prolonged interstate war that Russia is engaged in now to have significant changes on Russian society in particular, and politics, as the war in Afghanistan did as well. So concretely about sources, I suppose changes in personnel is something, appointments and so on, we can look at, and I mean, it doesn't really, I don't find it hugely inspiring, but that may allow us certain conclusions. There are stuff that I have been looking out for, soldiers' accounts from the war, Russian soldiers' accounts. They're in some sort of independent Russian media. Also, I was able to find some articles and so on that spoke about why people were joining up, what their motivations were, and so on, especially in the exile Russian media. Obviously, in the official media, it is very, very difficult. Then, of course, a lot of people are using social media. I think Jonna here, she will be speaking, and Elisa also will be giving a talk. So again, let's have this conversation going forward. It is difficult, but again, I think it is all the more important that we don't get too much into the abstract as a result.
Thank you. Then Dimitri.
Thank you, Katri, for your questions. Very interesting. Revisionist school of thought. Is it doomed? Firstly, thank you for reading my article in the Journal of Strategic Studies, because it was devoted to this question. I think that the issue, the main problem for Russian strategic thought is that revisionist school is not doomed, because it should imply that the Russian military elites really understand both the fact that the SVO is partly a result of this flawed theorization, and that it failed partly because of that. It's the main problem, and we have to keep in mind another problem, which is parallel, is that the traditionalist school progressively collapsed in the 2010 year. So we could see before the war in 2021, and still, as I said in my presentation, very high-level ranking officer promoting this new approach of war, which was tried, and it was a failure because, as I said, at the same time, the military elites overestimated the capacity of indirect means and methods to reach, of achieving political objectives, and at the same time, they overestimated their own capacity to do this because of their flawed cultural thinking and I think that on the second question, the theory of victory, I think that it's your question. Do they have a theory of victory? They have not, because according to them, it's failed. I saw in the Russian military literature still in 2021 a plan of war, a model of war, a pattern of war in 8 phases. I don't know if you saw it. It's very interesting because it seems that this pattern of war was ordered by Gerasimov, General Staff, and it was delivered by the head of the Military Academy of the General Staff, Zarudnitsky, General Zarudnitsky. And this pattern, the first 5 phases were devoted to an indirect confrontation, and progressively, until the 7th phase, it's an indirect confrontation with the direct use of military means, but very progressive. And the last phase, this pattern mentions the possibility of invading the country, if necessary, and they precise it, if necessary, and to destroy the last points of resistance. So it's very revealing of what they had in mind before unleashing this SVO. And today there is a kind of schizophrenia, because on the one hand they know that it's failed, and they indirectly explain why. I mentioned the several points: failed intelligence, failed forecasting, and other things, considering the planification, the failed planification, and they have to deal with the reality, which is not bypassing at all. And the reality is to respond, to address, to tackle the current issues, which is largely military operational issues, and the main areas of interest for them since the beginning of the war are the UAVs. It's the first question discussed, I think. Maybe you have another diagnostic, but I think it's the first question that is discussed in Russian military literature, and we saw the implementation in Russia at all, and in the theater, to improve the capacity of Russia not only to use the small UAVs, but to struggle against the small UAVs in a massive, their employment in a massive way, and the artillery, which is the king of this war in Ukraine. But as I said, I think that they continue to think that the victory in this war won't be achieved in the battlefield, but will be obtained by the abandonment, the leaving, the disconnection between Ukraine and its Western partners, helpers, and in convincing some of a part of Ukrainian political or military elites that it's preferable, that it's better to negotiate with Russia. So it's kind of schizophrenia, but they did not abandon this vision of war, of modern war, of new war, and I think that they will consider the failures of the SVO as a kind of exception. That's my point.
Thank you. Very interesting. And now, Carlos, please, and then I open the floor to questions.
Yeah, speaking about perception, I totally agree that culture is what I saw, it's a picture. At this moment, culture change. There are many examples. I will give you an example. Till 1970, my country was a dictatorship, in some way with a very huge Catholic values. And after we have seen one of the first countries to legalize the gay marriage, So in order to give you an example, what is the problem in Russia to change the perception of the population? Is the control of the information. Mm-hmm. I think that this is one key point. If we think about the old generation, that are absorbing the information, the knowledge from the official means, it's very easy, Apart from that, I think that that generation had a kind of trauma after the Soviet period, And they needed to have a, I don't want to use this, but I am going to use, sorry, make Russia again, big again, you know. So in some way, this is the message. We need something, you know, like this, you know. We have the younger people, you know, that of course obtain the information from other sources. And I think that this is the obsession now for the Kremlin, you know, that this is the reason behind the introduction of a very, you know, patriotic, doctrination, or we can call, or education, depending on the site, you know, for the young people. The obsession to control, for example, the VPNs, that sooner or later they will forbid in Russia, or they will control. So this is the obstacles for this change of perception. And of course, in the military, they have created almost a political commissariat inside the military. So this is always control, you know, of the society. So in this way, it's going to be very, very difficult to change, you know. And of course, this is going to be in some way, even Dimitri mentioned very well, the concept from the military, from the technical perspective, we can say, about the victory. But at the end, the victory is going to be what Putin wants to be. You know, they can justify many things. You know, if they control the information domain, they can convince the population of many things, that they have liberated the brothers of the Donbass, that they have been able to stop NATO. They can create a narrative, you know, also in order to justify what they have done. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I saw Hanna first, and then researcher from Latvia, sorry, I can't remember, and lastly, Jyrki Terva. So we have first three questions, and then you can think of more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hannah Smith, Russia researcher, perhaps would be the title. Thank you very much for extremely interesting panel. I would like to pick a little bit your brain basically on the authoritarian system, state system. Because I think all of you reflected some of the characteristics. The problems relating to civil military is quite often something to do also with how the state system really is. In authoritarian system, you can really not have bottom-up approaches because that needs to be controlled. Bypassing is quite traditional authoritarian system, restrictions in the society, deterring by violence, all of those are kind of authoritarian system type of things. So how, in your perspective, and I think Bettino mentioned this thing that, you know, we've analyzed Russia quite a lot through democratization paradigms, through the fact that since 1992 up to, I don't know, 2012 perhaps, there was still a kind of an expectation that perhaps the democratic framework is something that we are looking at Russia, and that might have gone a bit wrong. So in your opinion, when looking at civil-military relations, strategic culture, historical and cultural aspects, to what extent this authoritarian regime nature is the one that we need to start adding into all our analysis, and making actually the difference between the democratic and authoritarian states to better understand how these things works. Thank you.
Let's take all the questions first and then.
Thank you. I'm Davis Petraitis, not from Latvia, from Lithuania.
Sorry.
Thank you all the panelists for the discussions, actually for the presentations. I have one question for each, if you may, and starting from the Bettina. You know, it was already a question related to the authoritarianism in Russia. Personally, I don't think that this is the case, but I would like to ask you to elaborate on militocracy in Russia, on totalitarian state. Usually militocracy is understood as the domination of the military, and at least a lot of researchers stated that this is the number of the military. I would argue that this is not only the number, this is institutional culture of military organization which affects the state. So I would like you to elaborate on that. Now, for Dmitry, if I may. You know, when you talked about the war in Ukraine, at least I found quite a lot credible evidences to state that the Black Swan phenomenon was presented just before the war. The event of 16th of February with the defection of the high-ranking Russian intelligence officer to the West speeded up all the events until the 24th of February, including the calls from your president to the Putin and Zelensky. Have you noticed anything proving that the Black Swan was presented in the war, which might be this stroke of hay which broke the peace bag? And for the Professor Carlos, you know, you mentioned a lot of very good things which I found useful in my researches, and one I would like to ask your opinion about. When you talked about mission command, I noticed very strong evidences and presence of mission command in the exercise Vostok 2018. And since that, there were a couple of other cases. But don't you think that the Wagner's tactics in the Ukrainian war could be taken as a new kind of Russian-type variation of mission command? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jyrki Terva. I'm also doing PhD on Russia and the military issues. I wanted to ask about the interplay of corruption and the war in your analysis of the Russian military effectiveness. I think before the war, like in the peacetime, there was an kind of careful estimate that somewhere between like 40 to 70% of the funds in public procurement in Russia go to corruption. So basically, if you have military reform, most of the money goes to somewhere else than to the military reform. But in your analysis, has the war changed like these calculations? Because like there is a kind of understanding, and I think one could even make a historical argument that Russia very often starts all its wars very badly, and then in the process of the war, like there seems to be this kind of reverse effect of the war. So the war becomes a kind of phenomena which is reforming the Russian military, and not vice versa. Like in the Western thinking, we first do the reform and then we wage the war. But Russia starts the war and then lets the war kind of reform their military thinking and the structure, and there is this question whether the war is making the Russian kind of military system to work more efficiently than what it used to be like before the war. But what is the kind of multiplier here? Like how seriously we should approach this issue, like the effect of the war to the efficiency of the Russian military. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues, and apologies for mistaking the country. Maybe we start again with Bettina, if that is right. I kind of think you got most of the questions, and then Dimitri and
Please do comment on the things. So should I start?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to keep it quick. These are all really big questions, but thank you for the questions. Hannah first, of course. I mean, I think so. Yes, absolutely. We need to, that's what I was saying also, we need to look more at what is going on more broadly, especially in politics and in Russia, and bring that into any aspect of military analysis, right? It just doesn't make sense in any other way. But of course there is then the problem, and this also is reflected in the literature on civil military relations, like making this really strict division between democratic civil military relations and authoritarian civil military relations. And of course there are differences here, but I think by just looking at them completely differently does underplay the complexity of the civil-military relationship in Russia and other authoritarian states as well. For example, if there are certain things we believe are essential for military to be effective, that should apply in Russia and elsewhere. Of course, there is a certain literature that says democracies fight better wars and are more effective. I think we need to be cautious with that. Again, there is actually quite a lot of good critical literature available on that already that I'm also working my way through. But I think also by looking at the system more widely will help us to understand the Russian military better. Because if we, I mean, I'm not the only person who's ever said that, but, you know, I mean, now we can't go to Russia anymore, but before, you know, when people discuss the military, people always said, well, if you look at how everything else works or doesn't work actually in Russia, you know, how much corruption there is and, you know, how many issues exist, why would we assume that that wouldn't apply to the military either? So I think certain inefficiencies and the reason for that in the economy, for example, and in other state institutions that might be more accessible to researchers will give us some insights. And that relates also to the question about corruption. Of course, it's absolutely essential. Even in the 90s, or like very late 90s, 2000, when I started my PhD, I remember people saying, actually, corruption is the most important thing. That explains a lot of things, and we need more research on that. But the problem is, it's very, very difficult to research corruption, and even more difficult to research corruption in a military context. There's some people in the audience I know who have done this in the past, but it's very, very, it's not an easy thing to do, and even more important now. It's essential, but it's very difficult to study. But again, there may be indications from other areas of the economy and so on will give us an indication into Russia as well. Briefly on the militocracy, thank you for asking me that. This is actually, I wrote an article called Putin's Militocracy in 2006. That was my fieldwork for my PhD. And I think I still believe in what I said then to mostly, or also hinted at in my talk now. The problem, I think, is not that the military took over politics. The problem is much more the way in which the regime continues to exist. So again, Putin was not put into position by the military or by the FSB, but he had an FSB background himself and trusted a lot of those people. So because of the loyalty and people, there is no, you can't recruit from political parties and like the normal ways in which in democracies elites rise to the top. Much more so there, it's reliant on trusted people. So Putin brought in a lot of people from the FSB, also some from the military, but also from other backgrounds, like Dmitry Medvedev, for example, did not have a military background himself. So the militarism, I think it was also Alexander Goltz who wrote about that much more recently also, the militarism in Russia is not one of a military that has taken over, but it is of a more like a police and a feudal elite that is trying to hang on to power. So again, I'm not saying it's a problem, of course, that so many military and FSB officers and so on are involved in politics. And I think there is a certain mindset, right, that they look at everything through the lens of security and threats and so on. But ultimately, the problem is much bigger than that. It has to do with, well, the very weak institutionalization of the Russian state. And that also means it will be actually quite difficult to change that, right? So I know like some students sometimes say, oh, if only Putin was, if only Putin died or something, then the problem would be solved. But of course, it's a lot more complicated than that. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I will try to be concise and fast. On the link that you made between authoritarian country and bypassing, it's very interesting because revisionism, whose ideas finally won in the Russian military establishment was when it emerged in the Russian military literature, theory, doctrine, and other vectors of intellectual military production, it was an heterodox approach to the authorities, to the authorities promoted at the time in the early 1990s. And it's interesting because progressively this approach of war and this approach to military science developed a kind of their ideas. There were a few of theoreticians who promoted this kind of ideas in the 1990s, and progressively by the 2000 years and 2010 years, it was a kind of a fashion. It became a fashion. Whereas it opposed to the Soviets' military dogma approach, which relied on a very traditional interpretation of Clausewitz, because the Soviet military dogma was based on the Clausewitzian approach to war. Clausewitz truncated by Lenin's vision, and but it was war was understood as a bloody clash between armies. And so when revisionists emerged at the end of the last century, it was a kind of a little group and not very influenced, little group, even if at this time the predecessor of Gerasimov at the head of the general staff was the first to promote a very heterodox vision of war. He proposed, it was Samsonov, 1986, 1987, and he proposed a new definition of war where the direct use of armed violence was not necessary. It was armed violence could just be used indirectly by demonstration of military and by military force, and it's very interesting because all the heads of the general staff after Samsonov were inspired by some ideas of revisionism, but Gerasimov gave to revisionism totally new amplitude and capacity to impose itself more broadly and to benefit from the operational experience of Russia at this time. So it began as a heterodox approach to war, which was opposed to the high-ranking officers and the politicians, who, according to the revisionists, didn't understand that Russia was still in a Cold War, that the Cold War was still waged by the West, that the war never ended. And so it began at the heterodox approach, and it was in fact a translation in military theoretical terms of very old beliefs in Russian military and political elites, belief like the hostile perception of the world, and not just from the West, of the West, but it was the main component of that. And it's my response on this question. On the capacity to, on the practice in war and the adaptation, the efficiency of the Russian army, I think that we are to be prudent on this question. The first reason why is because we lack of serious sources and a large amount of sources to explain how the Russian army really adapts according to which mechanisms, horizontal or more top-down. It's difficult to assess really all the diversity nuances of this adaptation and mechanism. even if we can observe effectively some of changes, even if we observe that the Russian army remains pretty slow to learn. We saw in Vuhledar early 2023 big mistakes in the using of infantry, which were, it's just an example, which were repeated in Avdiivka some months ago. So there is real capacity to adapt, and the bad news, as I said, is the Russian military elites clearly theorized, think, comment, and observe how the Russian army failed and how it could do better. It's a reality, but even that, we don't really know in what extent they are really listened. And it's difficult to draw definitive conclusions on this matter.
Thank you. And then,
yeah, first I will try to answer something about the issue of corruption, about what's going to be the status of corruption after the war. And I think that corruption affects the war, and the war affects the corruption. I think that, for any kind of legal business, the war is a perfect scenario. Maybe it's not very politically correct, but even many of the big fortunes that we had in Europe for many years were coming from the illegal activities that they conducted during the World War II. So I think that, I'm sure that many people are doing a really big business in Russia at the moment, from the very down level. To see how it's going to be the evolution, maybe they will identify some lessons and so on. But to be honest, when we speak about this kind of authoritarian regimes, in order to fight corruption, you need transparency. And I think that in Russia it's very difficult. I don't know how it's going to be the future of Russia in 20 years, but I'm not very optimistic with that. I think that Russia needs to change, many things in order to decrease corruption. Okay, they can fusilate even some people time to time, or apart, or take out some corrupted people in order to give an example to the population. But the bulk of this is so deep in the society and in the political system that I think the difference is going to be maybe at what level, we are speaking the corruption. But I'm not very optimistic on that. And about the other question about the Wagner. Wagner is a very interesting issue, even for the media, or especially for the media. We have a very difficult times at the headquarters with Wagner, especially when they moved to Bielorussia. With 1,000 people, they created a huge effect, on our perception, And it's true that in some way they were a kind of mission command or something like this. But of course, the problem is that they were totally out from the system, and this produced a clash with the military, And it's true that they feel many needs for Russia. Before the war, the role that they play in Africa, in other places, it was very interesting to observe, and after, during the war, it's also interesting, the way that they conducted some operation. From my point of view, I'm very respectfully, I'm coming from a family of legionaries, so they were a kind of foreign legion in some way. When Spain created the foreign legion, because we have the protectorate in Morocco, we have a lot of casualties. The society was very sensitive with this, sending conscripts to fight there and be killed. And we created the foreign legion like the French in some way did before. So they were very useful, But in some moments they were also brutal, because think about the background of many of these people and so on, So I think that at the end, Wagner diverted in a problem, and especially after the mutiny and so on. So I think that this is going even to reinforce the negative feeling of the Russians about the possibility of a mission command, you know, because after Wagner mutiny, I think they are going to take even more measures to control their commanders. They have split the organization, they took the informational part. Now some of them will continue instructing the Belarusians, or they will continue in Africa, I think with more supervision than they have before. Others are going to go to the National Guard. So I think that maybe it was a kind of experiment, but I think everything what's happened after is going to even to reinforce the control of the commanders in the Russian system. Thank you.
Thank you.
But this is only an opinion and a feeling. It's not based on huge evidence. You know.
Okay, so I want us to finish in 11:30, and I have a question from Tur, and then in the back. And Sinikukka, yes. So please keep it quite short, and then also the panelists, so that we can have our coffee. So first Tur, and then in the background, and then Sinikukka. Yes.
Yes, Tor Bukkar from the Norwegian Defence Research Establishment. So I have one question that is a follow-up to your question to Bettina, so I guess this is also to Bettina, about sources. At the moment, we cannot do surveys in Russia. Most of us cannot go to Russia to talk to people, and even if we could, they probably wouldn't say very much interesting stuff to us. The Russian media in Russia are not much of a source, with some exceptions. So it seems to me we are kind of left with, at least if we're talking about processes at the top, we're left to use sources, basically Russian journalists living in the West who still have the contacts back home, and they call them. And these are interesting sources, but they have received a lot of criticism lately, in particular Andrei Pertsev from Meduza. Because the criticism is that he doesn't understand that these sources are just using him to plant stories. So I'm very much in two minds about these sources. I want to use them on one side. On the other side, I also fear that there is something to the criticism. And this is interesting, for example, when you're talking about Putin's relationship with the top military commanders. So I just wanted to know if you have any thoughts on that. Should we use them? Should we not use them? Anything like that.
Yeah, let's take all the questions first.
Hello, thank you. My name is Sinikka Parvi. I'm from the Bank of Finland. Thank you for all the speakers for very inspiring talks. I would like to, maybe to Bettina's presentation, you were talking about the motivation for Russian men, Russian women to go to the military. I think one important thing that wasn't mentioned is money, especially after the so-called partial mobilization. Russian military has offered very large sums, especially if you're living in a very very remote region. You could triple or quadruple your incomes by taking part in the military. So I think this is probably a big motivation for some of the unskilled workers, at least. And then just a quick comment to Carlos. I think you mentioned future and demographics. I think this, at least looking at Russian economic prospects, I think these are, or demographics is probably the clearest bottleneck also for the military industries. I think in the near term, they're not short of money, but they will be short of skilled workers at this point of time. So, thank you.
Right, Sinikukka Saari, the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. Thank you for everyone for your great presentations. This is a very perhaps simplistic question to all of you. So what do you think? What is your estimate? Will there be another round of mobilization after the presidential elections? And why do you think there will be or won't be? I think why I'm asking this is that the question, although simple, it also highlights how complex the question about the authoritarian regime and its impact on decision making is, and also because Carlos was also talking about the strategic culture that emphasizes sacrifice and suffering, that to what extent that is also a myth that is maintained and used, and is it more a rhetoric rather than an actual fact? Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful questions again. And now I really want you to be short so that we can go to and have a kind of informal discussions as well. But thank you for our audience for really, really excellent questions. So maybe we start with Dimitri, you, and then go with Bettina and Carlos. And
they didn't ask a question.
Okay. Then with Bettina.
I'll also keep it really quickly. About the sources too, I completely agree, but what's the solution? I don't know. I mean, there is what it is, I guess. Any sources we use, it gets, I mean, it was always important, but even more important to triangulate them, to not just make a story out of one example we see somewhere, there, but we might see patterns repeating. Yeah, speaking to, I mean, when I talk about the thing about motivation and money, I will mention again, sometimes you get insights again from people who are, you know, still live in Russia or who speak to who have contacts, but again, especially in academic research, it's sort of quite unethical to just use this sort of anecdotal evidence as well. So yeah, I think it's a huge problem. And to be honest with you, one of the reasons in 2019 why I started the project on the Ukrainian military, of course, I thought it was important, but also even at that point, I just thought there's no point anymore. Like what I used to enjoy, like speaking to people, I couldn't anymore. But again, the subject is so important now that I think we need to somehow keep going, I guess. But about the motivation and money, absolutely. This is, of course, people are motivated by money, but I think it goes beyond that. And again there, I mean, and I apologize to my colleague who isn't here, as a colleague who is a sociologist who has done a lot of work with working class Russian youth in the region, spent a lot of time in Russia and still speaks to lots of contacts there. He said this has actually changed. So, and also people after the Serdyukov's reforms were more likely to join the military, or it was seen as more of a career option, but not to fight wars as such. It was more seen because the income was good, or as a way into getting into other state jobs, like the various civil service jobs and so on, which provided a stable work, good pension, and some money. So there is actually some quantitative research has been done, which was sadly done especially on people on deaths, like it was by Besudnov, I can't remember his first name, Sergei, who did research into this idea that Russia is sending mostly ethnic minorities to find, and he came to the conclusion it's actually more complicated than that. They looked at numbers of deaths and said it was much more the poor regions rather than the fact that, which coincided with lots of ethnic minorities, but also depending on how many Russians lived there, actually the proportionality of ethnic minorities from those regions and Russians was quite similar in terms of so that's actually another aspect of using certain factors. And also, of course, the defense industry is offering very well-paying jobs right now, which also partially then can offer an exemption from actually being deployed to Ukraine. So I think, yes, money is a motivation, but I think money was more motivation to join the military before this war started than it is now. And people are no longer, there are other opportunities actually for earning this money as well. What was and the last question?
About mobilization.
Sorry?
The second round of mobilization, that was...
Whether that will... I even missed that. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like a full mobilization is...
not likely.
Not likely,
okay.
yeah. And again, I think politically it would be very, very difficult. I'll leave it here because we are getting hanging
so
out of time.
maybe something
shortly. About mobilization, you know. Yeah, maybe this is the $1 million question, you know. But I think that it's going to be affected by the demographic situation, of course. Because if you take the people from the factories to go to war, who is going to work in the factory? There will be even a gender issue. You know, maybe the women are going to go to the factory if the armed forces are too patriarchal institution to receive the women. But there are many questions. One of the questions is also, you know, imagine that we are watching the Roland Garros final, you know, and you see only half of the part. You don't see all the players, you know. You cannot understand what is happening. So we have to pay attention also to the Ukrainians, you know. Are they going to mobilize the people? Are they going to recruit more? Are they going to launch a new counteroffensive this year? Which is the level of ambition? So there are many factors in order to see. My gut feeling, you know, is no more than that, is that they will continue doing what they are doing, you know, maybe increasing, you know, some, because the mobilization is ongoing. They are taking some people that they need, you know. They are going to avoid a huge wave. Maybe they can continue in some moments asking for more people, continue recruiting people. They are really focused, speaking about money, you know, also about citizenships. When we are speaking about migrants, they focus now on migrants. That is all the problem. Because if you start to send the migrants to Ukraine, maybe you are going to receive less migrants. And the migrants in Russia has balanced in some way the bad demographic situation. So there are many factors, you know, that can go in one direction and another and need to be monitored.
Thank you. I think that was a good ending for this discussion. Let's thank for the panelists and speakers and also excellent questions for the audience. So this is ended the first session. Thank you. And we will come back at 12 to parallel sessions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to session number 1 of the Russia seminar. I am Associate Professor Major Juha Kukkola from the Russia Research Group, and I will be moderating this session. The subject of the session is Russian military art, which I, at least personally and professionally, find very interesting, and I hope you will find it too. And we will have 2 excellent speakers on the subject and a panel discussion afterwards. Each of the speakers will have 30 minutes, and after that we have a 30-minute panel, and after the panel we have lunch. You have the opportunity to ask questions during the panel, so please reserve your questions to the panel so that the presenters have maximum time to share their ideas and research with us. For the speakers, I will give you 5-minute, 3-minute, 1-minute notice, and after that I will gently but firmly remove you from the podium. So, without anything more, I would like to invite the first speaker on the podium. Essi Tarvainen is a doctoral researcher at the Finnish National Defence University and visiting fellow at the Swedish National Defence University. Her speech title is Russian Maritime Theories on Paper and in Practice. Essi, please, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to speak here today. I'm hoping to bring some naval salty air in this room. This paper is a shortened version of the first part of my dissertation. I have examined Russian naval history in the Baltic Sea from the reign of Peter I in the early 18th century to the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. In this research, I have found patterns showing how the Russian Navy has worked over the centuries, but also successes and complicating, including important and interesting people who have influenced and developed Russian naval thinking. We might also ask ourselves the following question: are the old maritime theories relevant in the age of missiles and surveillance technology? The answer is yes. At least partly. The conditions might change and technological development is inevitable. The sea, however, stays the same, and so do the individuals operating in that domain. On the other hand, Russia leans very much on historical rhetoric. As President Putin stated in his speech in St. Petersburg on the anniversary of Peter I, 9th of June 2022, Peter the Great waged the Great Northern War for 21 years. It would seem that he was at war with Sweden. He took something from them. He did not take anything from them. He returned what was Russia's. Thus, looking back at history is a vital component in Russian naval warfighting. At this point, I will also add that last year's paper written by Dr. Stephen Blank has contributed to the advancement of my research. Dr. Blank pointed out that the Russian Navy had 4 goals in the war against Ukraine. Firstly, the Russian Navy's mission was to establish a blockade in the Black Sea. Secondly, supporting the army and the possible amphibious landing. And thirdly, launching missiles at key targets. The 4th implicit goal was to deter NATO from participating or entering the Black Sea. According to Dr. Blank, Russia's failures were several. Firstly, Russia had thus far, meaning a year ago, not established a central joint command. Secondly, Russians had poor seamanship, including maintenance and logistics. This had led to the sinking of several Russian naval ships, including the cruiser Moskva and recently missile corvette Ivanovets, and this morning the Ropucha class. In my research, I have looked at the main battles in the Baltic Sea and the development of the Russian Navy. My paper endeavored to answer the following questions. How has Russian naval thinking developed? Who are some key people in this process? What facts have caused successful periods of winning battles and vice versa? Can we see any patterns that lead to failure in naval operations? The Russian Navy established a de facto naval blockade in the Black Sea in the early February 2022 before the official outbreak of the war in Ukraine. Blockade is also a key feature in some of the classical Western naval theories, such as Sir Julian Corbett's, whose thoughts revolve around the concept of command of the sea. Corbett defined command of the sea as control of the maritime communications in his book, Some Principles of Maritime Strategy, published in 1911. This goal can then be achieved by using different methods, such as securing, disputing, and exercising command. With this short introduction of Corbett's naval theory, which the Russian Navy seemed to have applied in the strategical level, I will now focus on the key people and their ideas that have had a significant role in the development of Russian naval thinking. The history of Russian naval warfighting can be categorized in many ways. I have chosen to analyze it in two phases. First, the period of sailing ships, and second, the period of mechanical propulsion. The individual responsible for the establishment and subsequent triumph of the Russian Navy over Sweden was Peter I. There are many writings about him from childhood to his leadership, and I will not go any deeper into that. However, I will point out the most important heritage to the Russian Navy that can be seen even today. First, Peter I conducted the first combined operations between the army and the newly established navy to gain a foothold in the Sea of Azov and later in the Baltic Sea. Therefore, the Russian tradition of subordinating the navy to the army has a long tradition, although Peter I did not see it that way. Instead, he used the expression, "Any ruler that has but ground troops has one hand, but one that has a navy has both." In addition, he also adapted the thought of sizing a limited littoral area that has ever since been an important feature in the Russian warfighting. Second, Peter I introduced Russia to the practices of industrial espionage and intelligence gathering. His travels to Europe, primarily the Netherlands and United Kingdom, were not only out of curiosity. It also involved the recruitment and relocation of experts and professionals to Russia. This knowledge would later be used to establishing Russian naval shipbuilding and docks. The European models like the Mediterranean galleons were hardly ever utilized as such in Russia. Instead, the Russians preferred to design their own ship types. This idea of designing and building own prototypes is familiar to many navies, and Russia is not an exception. One reason for this was the shortage of material, mainly oak, and the other reason is purely the will to create own ship types. Third, Peter I established the first naval academies, and by doing that, deepened the Russian culture of seamanship. And fourth, the Russian culture of connecting the whole society behind military objectives was one of Peter's achievements that still lives on in Russia. Taxation, usage of peasants for military support projects, for example to improve logistics, was a new normal. During his reign, taxation was tripled. These principles, established by Peter I, appear to endure with Russian naval and military thinking even today. For example, Russian Navy operates to support the higher political goal in cooperation with the army. Russia's industrial espionage has evolved in recent years, particularly in cyberspace. Russia is also currently preparing the society to wartime economy and adjusting as well as industry as citizens to support it. Moving on to the 18th and the beginning of 19th century, the Russian Navy had been successful, especially in the Black Sea. Admiral Fyodor Ushakov led over 40 battles, allegedly, without losing one or even a single vessel. What constituted this success? Ultimately, his tactics were to be named the Ushakov's Doctrine, the first unofficial doctrine in the Russian naval history. He can be seen as a strategist who developed new tactics after being given challenging tasks. Ushakov's principles were simple. Good care of material is essential. An excellent strategy is to concentrate all of one's strength on a portion of enemy's forces. Breaking the enemy's formation with unexpected action, diligent support to the injured Russian vessels, exploitation of enemy weaknesses, and, the most important, delegating responsibility to the commanding officers, but only after Ushakov had educated them personally. In this sense, it is logical that one of the highest possible naval honors offered by the state of Russia is the Order of Ushakov. Ironically, after Catherine II's death, Alexander I had little interest in Ushakov, who eventually retired to a monastery. In 2001, Ushakov was canonized by the Russian Orthodox Church. Officially, the reason for canonizing was not Ushakov's military career, but his devoted work amongst his fellow sailors and their families. A few months ago, October the 20th, 2023, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov gave the opening words in the exhibition called Invincible Admiral, Invincible Russia, Holy Righteous Warrior Fyodor Ushakov, stating, "This illustrious military leader went down in history as an outstanding naval commander and an extraordinary example of selfless service to the fatherland. Ushakov is thus being used as a heroic example of a non-selfish leader whose canonizing is used as a method of soft power projection, as mentioned here 2 years ago in the seminar. After Fyodor Ushakov, technological development quickly transformed the navies from sailing vessels to warships with mechanical propulsion. With this, the tactics and maritime thinking also had to be changed to meet the new norms. In the late 19th century, not only Carl von Clausewitz wrote the principles of warfighting, but also maritime theories were put down on paper. The works of, for example, Admirals Alfred Mahan and Philip Colomb were translated to Russian directly after they had been published. Both theorists, however, focused mainly on the strategical level. In Russia, Admiral Stepan Makarov primarily focused on tactical level naval operations. As Captain Navy Robert Bathurst writes in the introduction of Makarov's works translated in English, citation, "At the beginning of the century, there was an enormous amount of new technology to be absorbed into naval tactics. Lord Nelson's great battles still dominated naval minds. The preconceptions about naval maneuvers reflected the dominance of the sail. But with more powerful weapons, greater ranges, and the capability of maneuvering independent of the wind, the study of the past naval battles was insufficient preparation for the present. Radio communication and new capabilities for maneuver would radically transform naval battles. All of this required an innovative and imaginative thinker, free from prejudice and compartmentalized thinking. That was the role Admiral Makarov fulfilled in the Imperial Russian Navy. Not only a naval officer, Makarov was also an oceanographer, a naval engineer, and an academic. At the age of 29, he devised both torpedo boats and their corresponding tactics. He sailed around the world on board the vessel Vitiaz, designed the world's first icebreaker Yermak, as well Russia's first mine layers. He invented the capped armor-piercing shell, introduced the smokeless powder, and improved the survivability of warships. As an addition to his technical, geographical, and naval skills, Makarov wrote a series of articles published in Morskoy Spornik, and later entitled collectively, Discussions of Questions in Naval Tactics. In this series of articles, Makarov emphasizes the significance of psychological and pedagogical skills of both the crews and officers. The reception from Makarov's own colleagues was not entirely warm-hearted. Amongst the critics were the Mahanian theorist Nikolai Klado, as well as the future commander of the 2nd Pacific Squadron, Zinovy Rossesvensky. Though Makarov responded to these challenges, the official approval from authorities was missing, and the book remained unpublished in Russia until 1904. It can be assumed that his fellow colleagues were already inspired by Alfred Mahan, as would later become evident in the discussions at the beginning of the 20th century. It is possible to think that the Mahanian idea of a large ocean-going fleet and the decisive battle seemed appealing for the Tsarist naval officers in the footprints of both Peter I and Admiral Ushakov. What were the main theses in Makarov's work? He realized imperial policy as the highest leading element. After that came the naval strategy. He saw that rather than being guided by past battles and practice, a modern naval tactician should primarily examine the technology and weapons at hand. Only then should one choose the means to employ them. Naval warships or platforms were to fulfill the Imperial Russia's policy objectives. Makarov also commented on the question about the tactical differences between the army and the navy by saying this: does there exist only one general tactical system, or is it necessary to distinguish military from naval tactics? Our companions in arms on shore reduced their profession to a science sooner than ourselves. This came about from the same reason. There were more people with scientific training in that circle than in that of the seamen, practical people, since the war on land was conducted on a larger scale than at sea. And finally, because the method of conducting war on land was more subject to generalization than when waged upon such a capricious element as water. Makarov added that the objectives are the same for the fleets and for the armies, and that is to defeat the enemy. The methods of accomplishing the result are totally different. Yet he added that keeping a portion of army in the reserve is fundamental in military operations. However, there are no such reserves maintained in naval battles. Due to emphasis on technology and weapons, Makarov also understood the meaning of training of the personnel behind these systems and platforms. He focused on the morale of the crews, taking examples from the latest battles led by Napoleon, Nelson, and Suvorov. Makarov recognized the importance of incorporating a military psychology course into curriculum of higher military schools. These basic principles are introduced in his series of writings and include examples such as 1. It is vital to research the effect of war on both individuals and the whole military organization. 2. The moral element is significant in naval war, where due to speed, interval of time is counted by seconds. 3, the state of spirit of the crew depends upon the mutual relations of all those entrusted with performance of military duties. To reach these psychological and moral goals, Makarov was eager to develop naval pedagogics in a constructive manner, where individuals and their characters were the main focus. In his own words, citating, "But men differ so in character and understanding that precisely the same methods will not serve for any two individuals. One must be encouraged, another restrained, and care must be taken not to discourage either one of them." Giving this description, which embodies the humanistic approach, it is not surprising that his death in Port Arthur deeply affected the morale of Russian sailors during the Russo-Japanese War in 1904. It has been said that the loss of a beloved admiral led to paralyzing the Russian fleet and was a part of the multiple reasons why Russia lost that war. He was missed because he had shown himself everywhere, visited ships, talked to men, gave orders for action to reverse the months of indolence. Makarov viewed military and naval education as a national endeavor that commenced at the individual level, extended throughout school education, reading literature, and culminated in the training of proficient naval officers and crew members. As he explains, every man receives his first training from his mother, and that which is installed in his early years remains with him through a life. He then continues to clarify how a nation and its parents accustomed to peace begins to lose the military valor. That is when the duty becomes the duty of the government. Looking at the recent development in the state of Russia, we might see reflections from Makarovian thinking. First, the role of weapons technology and the usage of platforms to fulfill nations' policy is very much alive. For example, caliber strikes from Buyenem-class corvettes or the coastal missile complexes of Bal and Bastion family represents such thinking. Second, the thought of seeing military education as a nation's role can be seen in the rising of the youth military organizations and nationwide propaganda. Families continue to provide foundational education while schools and professional educators are tasked with imparting knowledge in alignment with the principles set by the state. This can be found in the Russian state patriotic programs and with the fact that the recruitment takes place in primary schools. However, I'm not sure this current situation is what Makarov would have wanted to see. His focus in naval pedagogics was not in state-supported patriotism, it was in the quality of education and in the development of individual boldness, readiness, and perception, which he explains thoroughly. Third, Makarov recognized the educational significance of long-distance voyages for the crews. This tradition still lives on in Russia, as well as in other navies. Finally, Makarov's pioneering and innovative work with weapons and vessel designing has likely inspired many Russian naval officers and engineers. Makarov's focus on moral and psychological training seems to have been forgotten, both during the Soviet Union time and in the current Russian Navy. My opinion is that this is a result of a long authoritarian regime, as has been mentioned here before. During Stalin's era and for subsequent decades, political officers suppressed academic and open discussions on various platforms. Those who dared to think, act, or criticize faced purges that cost them their lives. This is, however, problematic in the Navy, where the platform optimally operates as a large, prosperous family where each member needs to know that in the most dangerous situations, the individual next to you, regardless of rank, will help you. News and articles have revealed the low morale of the Russian troops, as well as bullying and bribery. 8 years ago, the leadership of the Baltic Fleet underwent significant changes, largely prompted by these reasons. Recent research shows, however, that the understanding of the concept of moral is different in Russia than it is in the West. The three key factors in Russian moral are spirituality, communality, and coercion. The first one, spirituality, is, however, a strong spiritual tendency and seems to be more of an illusion that can lead to misunderstanding of one's own strengths and weaknesses. Coercion, on the other hand, is common amongst most militaries. In Russian case, the ineffective use of coercion, routines, and discipline can explain the low morality and performance of the Russian troops, including the Navy. Conclusions. While there are numerous key figures in Russian naval history, not all of them were authors of naval tactics or victorious in every battle. The most victorious naval battles seem to have been under the command of such individuals who have, first, shown courage, trust, and commitment, and thus psychologically influenced their fellow comrades. Second, they have understood the need to develop new tactics adaptable for changed military development. Third, those who have had the trust of in the nation's governance. For example, Ushakov and the famous army commander Alexander Suvorov were both trusted by the Empress Catherine II. Controversially, moody and self-assertive leaders using authoritarian power often seem to have derailed both ship production and naval leadership. Both should have been planned and executed with a long-term planning horizon. The works of Admiral Makarov were used only partially, and we can only speculate the reason for that. Was it because Makarov had deeply analyzed what made Admiral Nelson so victorious and suggested the same kind of approach to naval pedagogics? From my perspective, it appears that both of the Imperial Russian leadership and the Soviet governance were unwilling to acknowledge and adopt developments that had occurred in the Western countries. Had Admiral Makarov drawn examples only from Russian naval history and its own leaders, the response might have been different. However, as an academic, Makarov adhered to presenting facts objectively. Finally, I would like to go back to analyzing why currently Russian naval forces have not fully performed as one might have expected in the Black Sea. Looking back at historical battles, leadership, and governance, Russia has succeeded better when mission command leadership has been applied in their navy, and thus fostered commanders who have understood the meaning of moral and naval pedagogics combined with tactics. The strategic goal has constantly been to defend Mother Russia, initially in collaboration with the army, and later with the addition of the Air Force. Weapons have developed, however, while the crews still operate their platforms. If a pervasive atmosphere of mistrust, fear of corruption prevails on board, the performance is likely to be compromised in the most precocious situations. As in the 1930s Russia, according to Jeffrey Till, it was easy for naval officers to conclude that the reward for innovative thinking was a bullet in the back of the head. While bullets may no longer be a threat, the sinking of the cruiser Moskva and other vessels, and the subsequent veil of secrecy must have convinced the fellow commanders and comrades that their position in the hierarchy are not secure. Russian Navy seems to have forgotten the lessons their most intellectual naval thinkers have taught and leans on harsh military and naval education instead of trust and independency. Both failures significantly diminish the capacity of naval assets. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Very interesting. So let's move forward. I would like to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Victoria Fedorchak is a lecturer in war studies at the Swedish Defence University, Air Operations Division, which she joined in September 2022. Previously, Dr. Fedorchak has taught both civilian and military audiences at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, Maynooth University in Ireland, and the University of Nottingham, UK. Dr. Fedorchak, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the presentation and this opportunity to speak to you about this topic. Indeed, I've traveled to many countries, I taught in various institutions, so I bring in various perspectives in my teaching and also research. Another thing I probably should mention to give you a perspective on my talk is actually that I'm also Ukrainian, which kind of brings another perspective into analysis of the Russian way in warfighting and also a different, probably a bit more critical and realistic assessment of the Russian military aviation and its historical and contemporary performance in the warfighting, especially in the case of Ukraine. So today I'll be talking a bit more of what are the characteristics of Russian way in warfighting, specifically in the aerial domain, looking a bit into how they transform their armed forces, what were some of the reasons behind their performance in Ukraine, the way they performed, but also some developments in terms of the recent couple of months. So we will look a bit more into that. I don't have military background, by the way, so that it wouldn't be expected of me. Okay, before we talk about the Russian way in warfighting, we need to pay attention into the way the armed forces were transformed in the post-Cold War environment. So we can look into different approaches that armed forces in the world follow and the time frame. One of the approach would be the numeric superiority, which is pretty much following the good old-fashioned Cold War approach to having more numbers of the capabilities. The more advanced approach, which was followed by the Western military, that would be investment in the advanced technologies, but reducing the numbers. Hence, we would see these attempts to develop artificial mass or artificial numbers, meaning focusing on the effects and the ability of more advanced technologies, reorganization of the structures to achieve desired effects. What we see actually these days as well is the revival of something that actual numbers do matter. But what kind of numbers? Numbers combined with the cutting-edge technologies. I mean, some aspects were already discussed here today. Numbers matters, but what are the characteristics? What is the quality of the numbers that you have? Because what we observed with Russia, they had still this numeric superiority, but to what possible? And could they actually integrate all those numbers at the same time? Well, we have seen that there wasn't such a well-integrated aerial operation like you would have expected from the Western tradition in the post-Cold War environment. So we're pushing a little bit towards the necessity of combining numbers, sufficient numbers, with a relevant, more qualitative, more better quality of the assets that are being used in the warfighting. Hence, this concept of the critical mass, having sufficient numbers of capabilities for the requirements of the operating environment that you are in. In the case of Ukraine, we're talking about full-scale interstate warfare. It's very different from counterinsurgency, from peace support operations. If we're talking about this type, what would be the sufficient numbers and what capabilities, which effects? These are kind of things that are being in the discussion. One thing I need to point out, I have a lot of information on the PowerPoint slides because they pretty much bring in lots of things that are being researched and part of my upcoming book. So yeah, read it as you can because we still have limited time. So Russian numeric approach. In all fairness, what we see in the transformation in the post-Cold War environment, they still could not catch up with the Western cutting-edge technologies, despite some attempts of doing that. So they're still preserving the numeric approach to their air fleet, focusing on the manned aviation with certain modernizations and reforms of the air fleet. Bettina is the person that knows about Russian transformation in the armed forces the most, and so we can see this traced well in the academic research on the matter. Some of the things in terms of statistics, I mean, people love statistics, and Flight Global illustrates the numbers of Russian air fleets, which from the combat aviation would be the third in the world. However, we haven't seen this type of like third best air force in the world performing in Ukraine. So again, that raised a lot of questions about what is going on, how Russia perceives air force, how it perceives its employment in the war fighting and in performance across various tasks. Another thing, what we observe is actually tradition of Russia reserving its air-to-air refueling to the strategic bomber fleet, which again, some of the things remained historically followed up in the war in Ukraine and as we observed there. Partially also because of what the air forces were aimed for. Russian approach to air power in general. What we see, if you look into the history of Russian armed forces, is that, just as my colleague discussed, Navy and air forces were perceived as a supportive roles, supportive services to the land forces. Partially, it can be justified from their perspective because of huge land mass that they have as a territory of their country. So in this case, if you treat an air forces just as an extension of an artillery from the air, you end up having pretty poor air-land integration. From one perspective, you could assume that they would have trained, they would have practiced air-land integration as a solution to various challenges, as an achievement to the post-strategic objectives and various effects in the warfighting. However, we haven't seen that in the post-Cold War wars. We've seen the limitations and challenges of air-land integration in Chechnya, both Chechen wars, in Georgia, and also in Ukraine. The argument that they had successes in Syria is an interesting case because we actually observed their ability to integrate of smaller number of units, aerial assets, with the special operations or the Wagners. Does that illustrate the ability of the larger services to integrate in the air-land or in joint battle space? I'll put a question mark. You have different experiences. You can ask the question how sufficient that is with having very different units being integrated in Syria. Fire superiority versus air superiority. There is a lot of debates about this one. Some would argue if you treat air force or air power as an extension of artillery into the air, then you end up with the issue of it being primarily just in supporting roles. And as a result, you wouldn't be practicing the ability to have full control of the air operations, or even air intervention like you would see it being conceptualized in the Western tradition. So this is something to consider. Another discussion is A2AD environments that, I mean, much has been written about that. And obviously, if you trace technological developments in the Russian aerial assets, you will see that if they could not compete with the Western aircraft, Western fighter jets in the air, obviously they had to compensate and focus more on the ground-based air defenses and the establishment of A2AD bubbles, whether we talk about Kaliningrad, whether we talk about Russian aerial space, there are various trends there. Some focusing on the equipment improvement. So it's we can't really argue that Russia just decided to copy what they had from the Soviet times. Now, obviously, there has been a lot done in terms of reforms of the Russian aviation and Air Force in general. So we see some attempts to beef up the cutting-edge side of it with claims about hypersonic missiles, that sort of things, or stealthiness. Again, different sources provide a varied extent of confirmation of these claims. So I'm not going to be quoting different side on this matter. However, you find different assessments of the case. However, some traditions that we see from the Soviet times till nowadays is that focusing on the material, you end up undermining another segment of the fighting power and the physical component of the fighting power, which is people. And it was already mentioned here, the approach of the Russians to people, even like training of their officers, how they use their officers. I don't really need to repeat myself here. Within the framework of the reforms from 2008 onwards, we see that people were the weakest link in their fighting power, and many would argue it remained the weakest link there. Some of the discussions are also related to the numeric superiority, for how long you can sustain this numeric superiority, especially if you're treating your fighting power, if you're treating the people as expandables. We see the issues with the pilots in the Russian aviation, and it takes time to train them to just do basics. It also takes time to prepare them for the contested environment of the Ukrainian airspace, which they have some challenges with for obvious reasons. Russian mass approach there. Again, in terms of Russian mass approach in Ukraine, the few things need to be considered. So we observed this intensity at the first stages of the full-scale invasion. We've seen increased number of sorties flown by the Russian aviation compared to the Ukrainian one. So obviously in terms of numeric superiority, Russians definitely exceeded there. However, as I said previously, you can have numeric superiority, but for how long and what you can achieve with that. And we observed that there are changes in terms of tactics, luring Russian aircraft into the lower altitudes, denying them sufficiency of comfort of the medium altitudes in targeting what they were doing, for instance, in Syria. Again, all these things resulted in various mistakes and downing of Russian aircraft. There are some statistics, and you can have a look here what is going on. Also interesting developments we observed is that we keep talking about the importance of having multi-role aircraft. And what Russians observed is that, for instance, even for such a basic role as close air support, using a bit older versions of aircraft wasn't as effective as using more advanced one. Like in this case, we're talking about Su-34. Why it is important is because if you constantly rely on the same aircraft doing so many activities in the highly contested environment, and you don't have sufficient numbers of that, you end up wearing out this specific platform, you end up wearing out this specific pilots, which again results that this capability will be not as effective as you plan to. So we already observed that in the first year of the full-scale invasion. Another interesting thing was the Russian employment of aerial assets was the long-range ballistic missile barraging of Ukrainian territory across, well, basically 2 years on and on, going on. The trends there is that even with having all these numbers, they still realized that they needed to beef up their critical mass of the ballistics, and also to find cheaper solutions, because they still were not getting desired strategic effects on the targets they were destroying. Even with the shifts of the targets from the military ones to the civilian ones, targets of symbolic importance, all these things, we haven't seen desired achievement of the military ones. So the point is that we start talking about the introduction of the additional mass contributors or mass inducers, if you want to put it this way, in August 2022, where we see the employment of Iranian Shahed drones as a additional firepower with their long-range ballistic missile and barraging campaign. What is important there from the Russian way of warfighting in the aerial domain? Mass remains present there, but it doesn't mean that Russians are not changing their tactics, they're not changing their approach and employment of assets that they have. What we observe in this segment changes from constant barraging to changes specific time frames when they are attacking especially civilian targets. The traditional favorite Russian attacks would be Monday mornings when people would be going to work. That's the classics. There is a joke in Ukraine about how much we do not like Mondays for obvious reasons. Another change we observed is swap towards changes in terms of intensity. Previously, the first year, we've seen like constant barraging, and what we observed in autumn 2023, and especially December 2023, they increased intensification. Obviously, Ukraine has more ground-based air defenses these days, and what they're doing, they are intensifying attacks, specifically on Kyiv, on Kharkiv, Odessa, Kherson areas, so to drain ground-based air defenses, so they are focusing more on the intensity. Again, numeric approach evolves, changes depending on what is happening in the environment. So this is something to consider. Yes. Russian mass approach in Ukraine continued. Open source intelligence, there's been a lot of stuff in coordinating fires there on both sides. Interesting observation is that we see this lack of control of the air. And as a result, the expected effectiveness of the airlifts, the effectiveness of smaller assets like helicopters was significantly on demand on both sides. So we see the previous reliance on airlift within the theater was significantly on demand because of the control of the air. So many things that are taken for granted in the air warfare could not be conducted because of the lack of control of the air and any kind of air superiority and supremacy, or supremacy in this case. Also, the reason we see establishment of mutual air denial is because we see greater air impact and importance of strengthening air defenses from Ukrainian side and investment in that during the 8 interim years of war. Also, another reason is because there is greater focus of the allied nations or partner nations in providing Ukraine with ground-based air defenses. Limitations of the Russian air power in Ukraine. Well, one of the important things, and that's something that is pretty obvious, Ukraine is a big country, and dispersal was something that was helping a lot to diffuse the impact of the Russian numeric superiority in the aerial domain. Hence, not all the targets could be identified that easily. Another thing that relates to the transformation of the Russian armed forces in the post-Cold War era is that when this great era or stage of transformation and reforms of the Russian armed forces in 2008 started, again, it followed more of the numeric and technical side of the story, reduction of some of the academies, but also reducing numbers of the secondary services. So if someone would argue that the army became prioritized and education for the army was improved, you can argue that with the air forces, I'm not an expert on the Navy side, but with air forces we see downgrading, especially of the even Zhukov-Gagarin Academy, and it was moved from Moscow to Voronezh, with people who know the geography understand this importance of that. Limited training close to warfighting environment. I mean, we've seen these great mass numeric exercises Russians were doing for years and decades. However, the extent of airline integration in these components, the scale of doing that, many people put that to question. So we also, some would argue this is the reason why we see underperformance in Ukraine, because these things were not really performed in the close to warfighting environment. And when people are saying that Syria was their ability to test things, yes, but the scale was very different. Special ops and aerial assets is one type of story, and when you talk about full scale, interstate warfare, it's a very different situation. So we need to take that into consideration. Reduced hours of pilot training, again, some people link it to the reductions in terms of the military education devoted to the Air Force. I mean, there are different discussions, I'm not really buying all of them, but these are the facts that are there, the arguments that we are working with. The tradition, poor battle damage assessment, I mean, that hasn't really changed. So it's not the same as you would see it in the Western countries, with careful attitude towards effects of target and specific target. Another thing that we observed during this war, the full-scale segment specifically, not so much attention to the time-sensitive targets. I mean, this is changing a little bit with the changes in the dynamics of the war fighting in the front lines. So this is need to be taken into consideration as the dynamics, as it changes within different stages of the full-scale invasion. Justin Brooks comes with the argument that there is traditional lack of operational experience in conducting complex air operations. Yeah, that's one of the arguments that is there. Recent developments. Greater focus on adaptation, take advantage of the cheaper technologies, as we said. Shahed drones were used previously, but we see new versions of that, turbo engine ones. So they are faster, but still they do not mimic the ballistic missiles because the speed is not up to desired levels. We see changes in their tactics, but also how they are focusing on producing their own critical mass. So we see reorganizations and changes of the military industry in Russia, focusing more on producing their own UAVs, their own drones, and stuff that they can have a bit more self-sufficiency with. So some people would argue, and there are some think tank reports suggesting that Russia pretty much pushed the green button, where you have produce everything you can in order to have as much of assets as possible. So drones would be one of those that they are focusing on, again, according to some of the recent reports. Yeah, I mentioned about that one. One of the discussion that is present right now in military circles is that we don't see that much of Russian aviation being involved, and the question is why. If we follow and if we check what they're doing with the long-range ballistic missile barraging campaigns, attacks, they follow more towards intensification of attacks. So something that might be expected and what's being discussed is what is the next stage of air war, whether we're going to see more of intensification or an attempt to finally gain, from their perspective, control of the battle space, at least some parts of that. It's a question mark. Hopefully not. Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen. Yeah, hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. That's a Ukrainian way to survive, but I know that Finns have similar approach, so we're kind of on the same page there. Learning to improve airline integration. The thing is, it's quite difficult to improve it as you go in the war fighting, but we see that different units are trying to do that in different segments of the battle space, in different segments of the front line. So that is present from various reports from the ground, basically. So this is something that people observe as they are fighting Russians on the ground zero, so to speak. Yeah, so basically, in a nutshell, that was my presentation on the Russian way in warfighting, specifically in the air domain. Something I would like to emphasize is some of these developments are based on presentations that we had in the last 2 years. Some things are based on the research that I did for my upcoming book, The Russia-Ukraine War Towards Resilient Fighting Power, where I'm looking primarily at the systematic analysis of the war, providing a bit more of the context, look at across domains, seeing what were the developments across domains within the 1 year time frame of the full-scale invasion, and also looking into how the connection is between civilian and military segments of building resilience in Ukraine. but also making the argument, what are the factors that are contributing to the resilient fighting power and building resilience today in the current strategic environment. While Russia might have the numeric superiority across various segments, does it really mean it is resilient? If you have numbers that are expandable, does it mean they are resilient? Well, no, they're just expandable. You just have the body count. Simple as that. But it's not really a resilience as such. So there are interesting discussions about that. And yeah, this is what I've been working on for a year and a half. And I just thought I can actually present it here that this is coming up. Yes, and my favorite end of the lecture or talks is this one. Questions, suggestions, complaints. Bring it on. My students hate going with complaints. I wonder why. I love this picture. It's one of my favorites. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, so let's go to the panel. And if I could ask the speakers to come up here in front. And for the audience, this is the time when you get to ask the questions. Please raise up your hand if you have a question, state your name and affiliation, and please keep your question short and precise, so that we have the maximum amount of time for the answers. And because I'm the moderator, I will take the privilege of starting the Q&A with questions we got in advance from Ukraine. So one question each for each of the speakers. So, and the questions have come from Colonel Doctor of Science Professor Alexander Maestrenko from the National Defence University of Ukraine. And the question for S is, what do you think about Russian maritime theories and practices struggling against sea drones? And a question from the same person to Dr. Fedorchak. How do you feel about the development of new directions for the use of combat aviation in the air sphere, in particular the use of the joint use of manned and unmanned aerial vehicles, given the experience of Russian aggression against Ukraine? So these are the warm-up questions, and after you have answered these, we will take the questions from the audience. So, Essi, if you would start.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Good. That was a really interesting question concerning the drones, and I was actually expecting that to come. I see the drones as new tactics that would need new tactics as response. And as the Russian organization is slow and very, as mentioned before, it's a very authoritarian, and there's a lack of mission command, my answer is that the overall slowliness of reactions, for example, if we look at the analysis of the cruiser Moskva sinking, they are suggesting that the Moskva should have defended itself against the missiles, but the crew was too slow. And now that we're talking about very fast and special drones, I don't think the Russians have the capability. They haven't changed the tactics enough, and the education and training is not good enough to fast adapt these kind of processes. And the other point can be also that there is a superior thinking still valid on board the ships, that nothing can harm us. Now we see more and more of that coming, so maybe that changes. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Fedorchak.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. We can spend the entire day talking about manned-unmanned integration based on the experiences of Ukraine. I totally can guarantee that. A few points to consider. I mean, obviously, we're moving towards greater integration of both manned and unmanned assets in the aerial domain. The things that we observe in Ukraine, that obviously they provide some of this, as I mentioned, critical mass, especially for the Russian mass barraging campaigns. When we talk about what's happened on the front line, the extent that drones are being, or UAS, are being used for basic things like tactical ISR, payload delivery, the attack rolls, just dropping bombs, that sort of stuff. Proliferation is significant. And if we're talking about the joint application of these different types of assets, the first question that we need to answer is, how the hell are we going to deconflict that? I mean, when you have lower altitudes, fair enough, you can focus more on the drones. But if you have frictions across the altitudes, if you have friction across the assets, the first thing is to know which drone is yours, which one is of the enemy, whether it's going to be affected the activities of your ground-based air defenses. So I would say the first thing to consider that would be deconfliction, especially if you have the ongoing war. If we talk about inter-services collaborations, I think, and integration, joint integration of these assets, we need to focus more about how do you train this integration. Because you might have it present in the doctrine, oh, we go in manned-unmanned and we combine these things in the joint battle space, happy days. This is very nice. However, anyone who's ever dealt with different services, with different services in a joint environment, would realize it's about what do you practice on the regular basis. And I think this is something that Russians learning these days. They didn't practice that. It wasn't part of their training. And hence, we don't really see the extent even of air-land integration, not to mention manned and unmanned things. Interesting thing here also is, how do you deconflict? And there are various solutions in Ukraine, some of the apps, some of the structural changes. So there are different ways to do that. But I think if we talk about this manned-unmanned integration in the joint or battle space, it's about we're going with basics, because you might have the best ideas on the strategic operational level, but if you don't have tactical solutions, if you do not practice this, if you don't train this in your peacetime, let's put it this way, you're not going to have the desired effects. I think this is my answer to the question, and it was a long one. Yeah, sorry. You should be stopping me when I'm going.
I will. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you very much. So, questions from the audience. Let's take first three ones. So, first one and the second one, and on the back, third one.
Leonid Nersisyan, Senior Research Fellow at APRI Armenia think tank. I have a question for Dr. Federchak. I'm curious if you were looking at the application of this new UPMK planning guidance upgrade modules for Russian bombs, which they use from Su-34 fighter bombers. It's interesting, how big is it, let's say, how much volume, how often they use it, and how precise are these kind of strikes, and do they have a real how big is the effect, and how much it changed the application of Russian aviation? Thanks.
Hi, Mark DeVore, University of St. Andrews. My question's for both of you. It struck me across both presentations how systematic and long-term Russia's weaknesses in air and the naval domains have been, and particularly the underinvestment in human factors. And my question is have the Russians been honest in their own histories of their recent wars about their performance? I mean, do they admit in their hagiographical descriptions of the Great Patriotic War that they were actually quite bad at sea and in the air? Do they admit how indiscriminate and counterproductive their bombing hit was in Chechnya or Afghanistan? So is the reason that they keep making the same mistakes because they don't recognize the mistakes, or are there other incentive factors that are preventing them from rectifying mistakes that go on for hundreds of years?
Good afternoon. This is Colonel Sen from NATO Strategic Command. So thanks for the comprehensive speech. I would like to share my open source analysis, actually not a question. First of all, according to the Western world, there are 4 stages in the aerial domain. The first, you gain air superiority. Second, you maintain this air superiority. The third, you start with the airstrikes. And the fourth, you support with the naval and the land assets. So for Russia's side in Ukraine, what I have seen an analysis from my own experiences also is open source analysis. The first one has never happened because their forces much more land-centric, land support-centric and defensive. The second one, of course, in the same thing, never has happened in an appropriate way. The third one, airstrikes, not succeed because they are using not high-tech, the old traditional bombs. And the fourth one is a little bit succeed, half to half, 50-50, let's say. But overall, that's the 4 reasons they did not succeed, especially for the air domain. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Let's take the first 2 questions. So let's see if you start.
Oh yes, thank you very much for your question. I've been happy to read Russian naval history, Russian books from the last 100 years, thanks to the wonderful library here. There's a really good Russian collection. And I don't know whether I should laugh or cry reading those, especially from the Soviet time, because they are propaganda. They don't really tell the truth about the battles. And they leave out a lot of things you can find in the Western literature and vice versa. So it's hard to analyze. It's been like the hardest task in this first part of my my book, what to believe and what not. And then there comes this small period, this very, very small period, between 91 and 2010 perhaps, is the most honest period. If you read the Moscow Sporniks, or other Russian military journals, you can find really fruitful articles and analyses about their own losses and successes. So that's the fruitful time. And now I can see the tendency that it's going back to this interpreting things the way you like them to be. So that's with the naval battles. And you're absolutely right that that's why I didn't talk about the Second World War, for example, because it's not a brilliant one in the Soviet Navy. Thank you.
Indeed. Well, I wanted to say you should cry and laugh at the same time. You know, this is how to cope with these things. The question about improvement of Russian technologies from the Armenian think tank. Research Institute, sorry. The thing is, I haven't seen like a detailed report on that one, so I think probably NATO would know better about the extent of that effectiveness, but just from the general guess, you can expect that if you improve precision, you ideally have better effect. But I haven't seen any detailed analysis of that. But also, I think either you have to trust what Russians would say, that it's super cool and managed to achieve those things, or you'd have to wait for the more detailed assessment from the Ukrainian side. But I think Ukraine has more important things to deal with, actually how to fight the war, rather than assessing the extent of, Russian ability to strike some of the things, at least for the open source discussions. At least this is my answer to your question. Sorry, I don't have a valid answer to that, like based on good analysis, so sorry. Answer to the second question. The thing is, it's not like they were not publishing assessment of their operational performance in different operations. No, and it's actually, I agree with Essie here, in the 1990s, 2000s with the reforms, they were emphasizing what were the shortfalls in Chechnya, for instance. Issues with airline integrations are not new. I mean, Bettina's textbook on like Russian armed forces, she discusses these shortfalls and quoting the primary sources of the Russians at the time. They acknowledged these issues, and their attempt to solve these issues was actually this idea of special operations with the aerial assets that proved to be effective in Syria. From their perspective, this was a success. However, we need to realize that war in Ukraine is not Syria. It's not the same type even of war. Scale is different, dynamics is different, so it's a very different operating environment. Comment from the NATO representative, totally, I mean, this is what we observe, this is the official statements from the NATO, so there is nothing, no argument against that. We observe this situation. But again, what we will expect from them to do next, that's, I think, the main issue there. And I think most of the academics and also NATO analysts are trying to figure out why this was the case and what's going to be happening next. So in the current discussions, it is about what were the reasons behind it, why they performed so poorly with having so many things, why they couldn't actually go through all of the 4 stages that you mentioned. Yeah, so the why question is always there. Or the military question, so what? Having all these numbers, so what are you going to do with them? Yeah, I think that's one of those. Did I miss another question? No? Okay, cool.
Thanks. So one there, and was there one in the back? Still, yeah, there, and then gentleman over there.
Okay, Peter Mattsson from Swedish Defence University. I would like to ask you, both of you, is the time now for big platforms over? Because if we see the efficiency and the speed of weapons used against them, hypersonic weapons, and also the drones that go very deep into operational depth. Do we see a paradigm shift here? That we have too slowly airplanes, we have too big and slowly naval assets? Or what do you think about that? Thank you.
Hi, Rob Carr, I'm a UK operational planner. A question to you both, if I may. It's related to critical vulnerabilities, and the first one is a maritime question, is what do you assess the maritime Russian critical capabilities are in both the Baltic and High North Fleet? Just what your feel is for their vulnerabilities, given what you outlaid earlier, the last 12, 18 months or so, where the Ukrainians can double down on. Thanks.
Dumitru Manzarar, Baltic Defense College. I have a question for both presenters, but first a small remark. There was this idea about the Russian military books not being very helpful in grasping accurately the basically dynamics, lesson learned, and so on. I mean, this is understandable because Russian military and political culture is of such of nature that a lot of is securitized. However, that should not lead us to the idea that they don't do critical assessments of their mistakes, because inside the military circle, especially at the General Staff College and so on, they do a lot of those critical analysis. So, I mean, definitely there is a thorough lesson learned thing. And sometimes you can even catch, traces of that in military journals such as Независимое военное обозрение or Military Thought and so on. Now, the questions for the first speaker. Looking at the Russian experience in the Black Sea during this war, we could assume that there has been a period of lesson learned, and there is also an ability of Russian military to adapt. And an Australian general officer recently published a very insightful piece in Foreign Affairs where he claims, and I agree with that Russia is very adaptable and has proven a high level of adaptability than even the Ukrainian forces. So considering that, if we project this lesson learned to the Baltics, what in your assessment would be the Russian kind of a behavior to conduct combat operations if they start them there, given those lessons learned? And for the second speaker, Ukraine is training to operate F-16 and potentially other Western fighter jets. Now, can you give us your impression, what are the biggest challenge for Ukraine to operate those jets in the battle space in Ukraine, and how should they adopt, what would be an optimal strategy, optimal way to do that? Thank you.
All right, which one of you wants to start? Dr. Fedorchak? Or Ersi? Okay.
I can start with the big platforms. I guess it depends how you define the big platform, and the second point is where you're going to use that platform, in which environment, against whom. And this is a tricky question. I'd say that there might be time for discussions in several countries to discuss about this. And is it like the big ocean-going fleet that's still valid, or is it another types of ships? And what are the next threats? Because it's not ending here. What is the next step? Then this process and the ship designing is anyway a very complicated task. So maybe it could be a good time to discuss openly, and what are the good things and bad things about these. It would need some mathematics, I think. The next question was about the Baltic Sea and Russian vulnerability. I would say that overall, in my research, there comes 3 or 4 things from year to another. First one is the Russian shipbuilding and their capability of especially now during the economic pressure, to maintain those ships. So how they are taking care of the ships, and also the crews. The crews are the second point. And that's basically it. I think it's those 2 very simple things that are the vulnerabilities here. And then you were also asking about the Black Sea and the lessons learned and if the Russians are adaptable. Maybe short term, yes. But long term, I would say that it needs a total change in the educational system to be then, to change the whole organizational thinking. So, of course, you are adaptable when you have to be, and you know that there's either the chance of getting the ship sinks, or then you survive. Then that's kind of like not the same thing as the long-term change. Have I answered enough?
Okay, let's move to the air domain. Big platforms, obviously we're talking manned, unmanned. I would say one thing that we should be careful when people are trying to draw lessons from Ukraine is that to draw them regarding specific platforms, saying, oh, this is already, we're not going to use it, we don't need it in the future because it wasn't used in Ukraine, or this is what we need to focus alone because it was used in Ukraine. Military geography illustrated at its core of what you can do, what you will be doing against the threat that are in your distinctive strategic environment, based on your military geography. Having said that, I'm referring to the importance of having various assets, because drones, manned, unmanned things from the aerial perspective, they have significant role to play across domains, and we observe that in Ukraine. The extent of its use in the naval warfare, the extent of its use in the land warfare, the extent of its use in the air warfare, for sure. Does it mean that we are moving away from the larger platforms? If we're talking about aircraft, I don't think so. I think we should never forget that each country has distinctive environment that it operates. It has its own ways of employing various assets, and hence you need to have various capacities across altitudes if we're talking about air power, and also depending where you are. I mean, Nordics have its own way to looking at the threats and how to cope with them, and they would be using their various assets. I mean, if we talk about NATO, we talk about different areas of responsibilities, and you're using various assets depending where you are and what you're trying to achieve. You have different planning for things. So I would be careful having this idea that we are moving away from big platforms. I'm not sure we are, in all fairness. Drones or unmanned platforms illustrated significant importance in the development of the warfighter, and it will be part of that, especially on the tactical level. I mean, this would remain the important things, but I don't think that we'll be getting rid of bigger platforms. I'm afraid I'm not a believer of that. But this is my assessment. Some others might have other views, but I don't think that we are going to be moving away from the bigger platforms. We would see probably more integration of bigger and smaller platforms for various purposes. How are we going to do that? As I said, it's important to figure out the deconfliction and then effective integration. This is my take on it. And I'm probably a romantic person, but I believe in manned aviation because I see what our pilots are doing in Ukraine, what it takes to do that. Some would say the drones would have solved the problem. As I said, I'm a believer in manned aviation, and I think big platforms are important in this case. So moving away from that question, vulnerabilities, Russian vulnerabilities in the aerial domain, I'm not going to be too inventive here. Aviation has its strengths and limitations, and the most obvious ones are when aircraft is on the ground. It's logistics supply, it's big bases, it's their supply chains and logistic fuel when they're in the occupied territories. So these things, they are pretty obvious. So it's no-brainer, basically. These things do not change. And yes. So for Ukraine, we survived because of dispersal and mobile assets. For Russia, bases are pretty, well, stable, let's put it this way, the traditional take on air bases. So I think this is a straightforward answer to your question. There are obviously different challenges across altitudes, and having more advanced aircraft would have had greater implications of what's happening in like medium and higher altitudes. But until we have that, we cannot really, assume. We can just say, okay, that would have been the case. But for now, we don't really see the operation experience with that, so I wouldn't be going with assumption about what it could have been, basically. Yes, what was that? F-16's training challenges for Ukraine, how there can be challenges in operating them. It would be just guess game if I would try to answer that. I know what our pilots were doing with the previous generation of warfare aircraft, and I think they can get everything possible and impossible out of F-16s, because it's a merging of human and technology that achieves lots of things. It's part of that fighting power we're going for. I'm not going to be speculating of what the limitations would be, because the war is still ongoing. And I don't want to point in the wrong directions for potentially the wrong crowd or something like that. So I would rather say what kind of advantage it gives Ukrainian aviation. It gives that necessity to actually have Western, more cutting-edge technologies to combine the air platform with the weapons, to have better precision, to have the better effect, because previously it was the issue of having Western weapons on Soviet aircraft, basically, previous generation ones. So there were obvious limitations to that. F-16s will pretty much solve this issue. And of course, it's going to give additional edge in the air domain against more advanced Russian aircraft, not to mention targeting various things in the occupied territories and reaching Russian rear and logistic supply chains. So these are the obvious solutions there, but I'm not going to be commenting on the challenges of F-16 for Ukraine. Sorry.
Okay, time for one more question, and gentleman there in the back was the first to raise his hand.
Dave Ritchie, I'm another UK operational planner. My question's in the air domain. And it seems in the Ukraine that the Russians have relied on trying to overwhelm Ukrainian air defense rather than directly targeting the air defense network. Assuming that is the case, why do you think that is? Is it lack of capability, tactics, unwillingness to commit resources? Just appreciate your view.
I mean, what we observe, and this is documented, so there's nothing, this is open source information. It was declared by the Ukrainian armed forces. The increased intensity, so obviously they would be draining air defenses in specific cities of Ukraine, and obviously another no-brainer thing is it exhausts the number of munitions that are being used, especially for the more advanced ones, for the ground-based air defenses. So these were documented cases, so it's pretty much a no-brainer. Also, when you see a lot of reports about the capacity of Western production of ammunition, it kind of supports Russians to do that because they see that, at least from the official perspective, that the number of ammunition remains an issue. So it is pretty much a no-brainer then, is to exhaust the ammunition that is being used for the air defenses. Not to mention that the same ammunitions can be used in other capabilities, so you're pretty much reducing the number of ammunition that can be used across the spectrum of capabilities. This is the formal discussion of this.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you our speakers for wonderful presentations. Thanks for our audience for very good questions. Let's give a hand to our speakers. And the next session in here will start 2:30. Next is lunch. Have a good lunch and see you here 2:30. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's time to start the next session, our afternoon session after the lunch. I know it's always nice to be first person after the lunch, but I think our theme is going to be more interesting and really important for all of us. So let's start this session. So the aim and topic for this next session is strategy and political objectives. As previous ones, it has been divided in two parts, well, basically three. So we have two presentations, and after that we have a panel discussion where you have a possibility to have and make any questions for the speakers. So I'm Lieutenant Colonel Pukkila, head of the Russian Research Group, and I'm going to moderate this session. And as a first presentation for this afternoon session are going to be Dr. Peter Mattsson, who's a senior lecturer at the Department of War Studies at the Defence University in Stockholm, and with him is going to give the presentation Jacob Shapiro, who is a research assistant in the same department. So, please, sir, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting us here. And I hope that we can contribute to expand your knowledge and understanding of a more holistic view of Russian strategy and Russian military theory. So, we are independent researchers, so this is no statement or policy given from the Swedish Defence University, because you record here, so it's good to say that. Yeah. So, to choose a subject like this, to go into the world of Clausewitz, that needs some courage. And I understand that not so many here have chosen that way. But we should try to survive. So, first of all, this is Clausewitz. This is the Clausewitz part we have chosen. And you can see it's difficult to read Clausewitz in many ways, especially this style. If we try to translate it, it could look like this. And we have seen that there are many translations made. So we prefer to have the real German translation. So, this is a trinity that we have chosen. And we will look at the relation between the armed forces of Russia, Federation of Russia, the people, and the state. So the state is the Regierung or politische Schwäche here. This is the students' way to describe the Russian Trinity. And maybe some other can recognize this also if we look back in our history. So what is the role of the military? Plato in Republic, he said that they are there to save the state, protect the state. And the people are the producers. The people produce the thing that the government or the leaders take care of. Plato, he thought that it should be philosophers, of course, but we have politicians. That is our destiny. So, we were looking now at the Marxist guys. And were they the first red Clausewitz guys? No, they were not. Okay.
So in the 1920s and the 30s, in the Soviet Union, there was a great discussion about the need of the military doctrine. And Lenin, this Russian author, Shapshnikov, was the one who summarized it in the end. But in the beginning, he talked about the fact that when Lenin wrote his works, and when Marx and Engels wrote their works, they were inspired by Hegel and by Clausewitz. And Shaposhnikov later synthesized this, but the discussion began with a couple of famous guys. We have Frunze, which started the discussion in the 1920s when he saw that the Red Army was very weak and in need of changing. And his idea was that they were needing a scientific-based doctrine written by experts. He was on the other side. On his side was also Tukhachevsky, which was also saw the need of a Western doctrine written by military scientists. But on the other side, you had the more ideologically motivated people, the holistic motivated people, like Trotsky and Niznamov. Trotsky, he wrote, he didn't see the need of a doctrine in the same way as Frunze did, because he thought that the doctrine is the holistic, the idea of the people, the idea of the permanent revolution, the idea of the state. Niznamov saw it very similar and also talked about that. And Svechin, he also talked about the materialist factors like the economy and other things that were important for military science. And there was no need of a doctrine in the same sense. He thought that every person himself could be a doctrine, develop his own doctrine, and in the end, you unite into a greater doctrine. But Shaposhnikov, he, instead of choosing a side in this, he was the one who read Clausewitz the most and liked him the most. And he thought, he saw the need of creating a centralized political military command in Russia. Instead of focusing on this discussion of the doctrine, he instead he wrote the book, The Brain of the Army, to try to summarize and implement this idea of the centralized command in the Soviet Union at the time. And most of these guys actually died during the 20s and the 30s because it was dangerous to be a military scientist and discuss the questions of the doctrine. Shaposhnikov was the only one who survived, actually. So what? Okay, nothing else. So what can we see today, maybe as some kind of continuation of this idea of the Stavka, is also the idea of the state. And maybe communism isn't alive, but ideology is definitely exists in some form. And it's important to focus on the state. So we use this picture in the school and ask our students how many of these faces they recognize, because this is a canon of famous Russians throughout history, and most people can probably not identify very many of them. So when I started researching this quite many years ago, I read a lot of books on different Russian nationalists who wrote about different kinds of values. And right then it was probably a bit of a fringe discussion, but the more I looked into it over time, the more you could see this popping up in the national security strategy, the idea of the values, the 5-year plans, the different type of laws. And this is an example from a university textbook, and while I was compiling the different values, I found pretty much the same kind of values repeated many times. And this is also what I heard in the political speeches, the popularity of these terms becoming more and more increasing.
So, all these conservative values is indoctrinated in every Russian from early age. And you can think about strategic communication or whatever, but how do you reach these things? How can you really change this kind of thinking? If we look at personnel resources, you were discussing mobilization in Russia. They don't need that, I can tell you. They have enough. The strategic reserve, according to military balance, is 2 million men, and that is what is left of 10 years of conscripts. But the fighting power, effectiveness on these people are not so very good, and we see the same problem for the Israeli now. When you have the conscript, they are not trained in combined arms, they are not trained in joint operations, so we see them only fighting on low level. We have around 250,000 conscripts every year in Russia. They are the best educated that they can bring in to the forces. And the numbers I have heard is around 125,000 every year. So that is the rotation they can have. Oh, sorry. We have the cadet school, age 11 to 18. They are the core of the Russian power. in all the authorities' agencies. And this is also a very good way to get a military career. They are formatted in the most sensitive years, 75,000 per year. How do you change their mindset? We have the youth army, 1.3 to 1.5 million. I don't know how many there are. But what I can see, there is a lot of girls in these activities. They are the one who will fight 10 years ahead from now. We have also mandatory education, at least 1 week, different textbook in the primary and secondary school. And that's around, if I counted right, around 10 to 12 million. So every big secondary primary school has cadet classes. And they do this training. So everyone knows what a Kalashnikov is. And we have seen this in Moscow a few times when we have been there. So that is the people. And then we have the Russian armed forces, and you know all about these things. When we look at the military doctrine, there is an important part that we don't talk so much about. That is the military-industrial complex. And that is quite important these days. And you see that we have been talking about war of destruction, war of attrition. And this is of very important importance, I mean. So if we do a fast recapitulation of the different phases, I have got this from Israeli forces. First campaign was destructive warfare from the Russian side, and it failed. Second part was more successful. Third part was to defend quite high. And then the fifth was the Ukrainian offensive that failed. The Russian defense operation were successful. And now we see the sixth campaign, the Russians' counter-offensive, as they call also aggressive defense. So the Russian warfare is based on attritional warfare. And the base of this attritional warfare is what I have shown you. It's the relation between the state, the people, and the armed forces. The conclusions from this war. Connection to Clausewitz. These are the political strategic objectives for Russia to be successful. But this is also the strategic vulnerabilities. If someone wants to hurt Russia, this is where Russia should be hurt. And if I should recommend something for you, if you haven't met him yet, so is it this guy? So, without economy, this war will not last. And international support. and support from the people, and so on. Clausewitz, if you don't have this film, you must buy it. This should never be missing in any home. And Scharnhorst, of course. This is what we try to teach our students, but they have a far way to walk. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the first session. I think I need to buy at least 2 films to my home because I don't have those. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. Okay, let's move forward. And our second panelist is today Dr. Sergei Melkonyan. He's a research fellow at APRI in Armenia on Armenia-Russian relations. Assistant professor at Yerevan State University and Russian Armenian University, a research fellow at the Institute of Orientational Studies, and he worked also from 2020 to 2022 as the assistant to the President of Armenia for Foreign Affairs. He has also written dozens of academia and analytical articles, and his theme today is the impact of the war in Ukraine on the Russian military presence in the Middle East and South Caucasus. So, Sergei, stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the university for such opportunity to be here today. And second, I'm so sorry for my voice. I'm coming from +15 Yerevan to -15 Finland, so I lost on my way. I'll try to be brief. And one more point about myself. My PhD was on Israeli foreign and defense policy. I am focusing in Russia during the last 4 years when I started to work as an assistant to the president. So I mean, my background was not focused mostly on Russia. It's focused more on the Middle East. Part of my statements, they are based on my research, and another part, they will be kind of invitation for a discussion. Why I decided to choose this topic. Sometimes to understand what's going on, we should do a bit zoom out to change the lens and to focus on other regions where Russia is also involved. And the first question, this first research question was the initial one. So other research questions, they were coming during research. So for me, it was really interesting to understand, did really Ukrainian war and Russian involvement in Ukrainian war affected somehow to Russian presence in the Middle East and the South Caucasus? Then, when I started my research, my second question was, okay, if it's affected somehow, was it converted to changing its political position? Then when tragedy in Nagorno-Karabakh happened September this last year, for me was interesting. Why did Russia was able to handle such situations in Syria, and why Russia was not able to handle the same in Nagorno-Karabakh? So Syria is in thousands of kilometers far from Russian border, and Nagorno-Karabakh is in a couple hundred kilometers far from Russian borders. And the last question, I still didn't answer on that, but maybe I will when I finish my research and write conclusion, I will suggest something, because I think that's a separate topic. Will Russian presence in the Middle East and South Caucasus might change in a short-term run? The problem is, before the start of the Ukraine war, Russians and the West, they were overestimated Russians' capabilities. After failure of Russian operation in Ukraine, now we are underestimating Russia. This is why for me it was also important to understand how does Russia act in the Middle East and South Caucasus. So the reasonable question is, why did I choose Nagorno-Karabakh / Armenia, and why did I choose Syria as an example of South Caucasus and the Middle East? So for me it was important to find so close cases to make a really comprehensive study. So the first point is, both in Nagorno-Karabakh and in Syria, Russia has a legal base for its military presence, and it's recognized by international community. So we do not take into account, for example, Russian presence in Abkhazia and South Ossetia. The second was important to focus on Russian forces, Russian official forces. What does it mean? So Russia has its military presence in Africa, in different Middle Eastern countries, but not directly. For example, via its private military companies. So in order to make the research more objective, it was also an important indicator. And the last one, that Russian military presence should be in conflict zone. For example, South Caucasus, we have, as I mentioned, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, it's not conflict zone, it's frozen conflict. For example, in Syria and in Nagorno-Karabakh, the conflict is dynamic. So it comes from low intensivity and decreased to medium intensivity, etc. So it's changing. Coming to Russian military presence in Syria. According to different estimations, it was in 2022, the amount of Russian military personnel in Syria was around 3,000 troops. And since the Ukraine war started, there were a lot of discussions and assessment that Russia is going to wrap up its military presence in Syria and move it to or Russia or directly to the Ukrainian front. And the main indicator was the changing location inside Syria. And the second indicator was the statement of Russian MFA that Russia has almost conducted its and achieved its goals in Syria. It was done after the Ukraine war started. So, and the military presence of Russia in Syria will be based on expediency. So that was a political round of withdrawal of Russian troops from Syria. But then we got a statement from MOD, official statement, that Russian troops are not going to leave Syria. They are going to stay there for a long time. And until at least today, to 2024, we didn't find any real massive withdrawal of Russian troops from Syria. So these are confirmed removed equipment from Syria since 2022. The first one was a Su-25 attack squadron was withdrawn from Syria. To be honest, it didn't affect somehow on Russian military presence because Russia withdrew its Su-25 in 2016 and bring them back during the offensive operation in East Aleppo. So there was no need to keep them, as Russia didn't plan any large-scale not attacks but offensive and movement inside of Syria. And moreover, Russia had its some other stuff, that can cover these territories. For example, the most significant might be the withdrawal of S-300 from Syria. It was withdrawn from Masyaf Air Base to Tartus port, then it moved to, as far as we know, to Crimea. What was interesting, this air base, it was covering Russian Khmeimim base, the most important one, and the Tartus base. But Russia has its own other surface-to-air missile system that are able to cover this territory. I mean, S-200, Panzer S-1, etc. And before the war, Ukraine started, we saw how some ships moved from Eastern Mediterranean, especially from Tartus port, directly to the Black Sea. That was obvious because if Russia starts the war in Ukraine, Turkey may close these channels, and like this whole ship stuff will be useless in the Ukrainian war. As I mentioned, there were some limited Wagner members in Syria. They also moved from Syria since the Ukraine war started. But as far as we know from open sources, most of them, they are still in Syrian territory now. Okay. But the problem is Russia did not only withdraw some of troops and military equipment from Syria, but Russia has also enlarged its military presence. That was a good indicator when Syrian President Bashar al-Assad stated in last year, 2023, that we hope that Russian military presence in Syria will be permanent. And before that statement, Russia has already started enlargement its military presence. I gave just two examples in 2022 and 2023. We do not have any updates from 2024. Russia in 2022 deployed new military personnel and military staff in Kamishli airport. It's northeastern part of Syria, bordering with Turkey. And when Turkey launched its small-scale military operation in Syria in the beginning of June, Russia established a new military points in this direction, as I mentioned, in Manbij and Tel Rifat, because then Turkey stated that it's going to enlarge the military operation to a large scale. So Russia, in this case, was not proactive, but at least was active. For example, in Idlib zone as also in dynamic conflict, Russia deployed a new aviation points there. And the biggest achievement in 2023 was a new airport in Jera, in northern part of Syria, that is able to cover most of northern part Syria that is under partly Turkish control or some US allied troops there. So this is not only qualitative achievement for Russia, but also a quality one. Okay. This is my handmade military map of Russian military presence in the South Caucasus. We have military bases both in Abkhazia and South Ossetia, but Russian military presence enlarged in the South Caucasus after Second Nagorno-Karabakh War 2022, when Russia got its peacekeeper troops in Nagorno-Karabakh. And as you can see, there are two red dots in southern part of Armenia. Russia get a new military points. They are not military bases because they are connected directly with the Russian military base in Gyumri. According to the information that we have from open sources, since the Ukraine war started, Russia withdrew approximately 1,200 military personnel from its bases in South Ossetia and Abkhazia, but we didn't get any information that Russia withdrew some troops from Armenia or from Nagorno-Karabakh. The amount of military personnel is also based on some open source. There is nothing classified. So as you see, I try to make a visualization of my research. I try to find the direct correlation between change in the Ukrainian front, and change in Russian presence in Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh. As you can see, before the Ukraine war started, there were 2 attacks from Azerbaijan in May 2021 and November 2021. But there is one difference. In both cases, in the first case, Azerbaijan didn't use military force, and second case, Azerbaijan attack was just take 1 day, and it has low intensity. But when the Ukraine war started, we can see that I will show then the next slide diagram how is affected on Nagorno-Karabakh. But as you can see on the last part of this table, day after Russian troops withdrew from Kharkiv regions, Azerbaijan launched a large-scale attack that took 3 days against Armenia. Today, approximately 220 square kilometers are still under control of Azerbaijani armed forces. So this is I compare both Nagorno-Karabakh case and Armenian case, and and this is one of the best indicators of a direct correlation of conflict, Russian success or Russian fails in Ukraine with its military presence in Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh. So here I've counted all violations of ceasefire regime in Nagorno-Karabakh. So I've analyzed all official statements of Russian MOD since December 2020 until September 2023. As you can see, during a year when Russian forces were deployed in Nagorno-Karabakh, the ceasefire regime was violated only 10 times. But when the war in Ukraine started, for a month it was violated more than 20 times. And the last dynamic is, it's not connected directly with the Ukraine, it's connected with mostly with the negotiation process. So this is a second indicator how did Russian bad performance in Ukraine affected to its military positions in Nagorno-Karabakh and in Armenia. Here you can see 2 official maps of Russian MOD from February 2022 and January 2024. How did Russian military presence in Nagorno-Karabakh has changed on the ground? As we can see, Russia lost control over the Lachin corridor. You see there are a lot of red dots on the left picture, and there are just 2 red dots on the right one. This is the Lachin corridor that should be and had to be under Russian control according to 2020 statement. But now there are almost no Russian presence, so this corridor is under Azerbaijani control, it's not under Russian control. As you can see on the left picture, there are 3 patrol routes, and on the right one you won't find any patrol routes. What does it mean? It means Russian military presence, Russian peacekeepers' presence in Nagorno-Karabakh, from dynamic it becomes a static one. So they are not moving like anywhere. I've calculated Russia closed 12 observer points and 15 temporary points. So we can see that military presence on the ground reduced at least by 50%. According to official statement, the amount of Russian military personnel was 1,960, but we don't know the concrete amount of Russian troops in Nagorno-Karabakh today, but we're convinced that there is no need to have so much personnel as before September 2023, there were around 120,000 Armenians were staying there. And now in Nagorno-Karabakh, it's around 10 Armenians after the ethnic cleansing. So there is no need to have 1,960 troops. And you can see on the left picture how Russia moves its military equipment from Nagorno-Karabakh to Russia. There are dozens of such military staff. This is just a screenshot. And you can see from the left-hand part of the same video, there are some closed military equipment, and in this, one of these was just partly closed, and we identified that this is a military equipment, not Russian peacekeepers, but Nagorno-Karabakh Defense Army. So it means that partly that military equipment that Nagorno-Karabakh Defense Army lost after the one-day war in September last year transferred to Russia. And yeah, in the next slide I will show the amount of how much the military staff was in Nagorno-Karabakh after the war. Coming to the presence of Russian military, of Russian peacekeepers in Nagorno-Karabakh, according to agreements on the highest level, they will stay until, as it mentioned in Statement 2020, they will stay until November 2025, and their future will understand in June 2025, 6 months before this agreement will expire. And this is, I try to visualize the amount of military staff that Nagorno-Karabakh Defense Army had after the one-day war. So the first diagram is based on official statements of Russian MOD. How did military staff, Nagorno-Karabakh Defense Army, transfer to Russian peacekeepers? And the second one is based on the Oryx OSINT publication and estimations. We do not know, we don't have any information where all this stuff is. We have only this screenshot that part of this stuff was moved to Russia, and we don't know, are they under Russian control in Nagorno-Karabakh, or this military stuff is under control of Azerbaijani troops. So, the Ukrainian war has a different impact on Russian military presence in the South Caucasus and in the Middle East. For example, in Nagorno-Karabakh, their military presence reduced, and we do not have any indicator that this presence will be enlarged in a short-term run. Because, as I mentioned, there is no need to have so much troops there. Coming to Syria, Russian military presence reduced in the short-term run, but in long-term run, it's going to be enlarged. How did, coming to my second research question, how did it affect on political position of Russia in the region? Yes, in Nagorno-Karabakh, it has affected on Russian political positions, because from Armenian perspective, Russia was the only and the most important security provider in the South Caucasus. But after Azerbaijani attack without any strong reaction from Moscow, after Azerbaijani attack against Nagorno-Karabakh with ethnic cleansing, again when 6 Russian peacekeepers were killed, again without any strong reaction, Armenia is convinced that Russia has lost its monopoly of hard security provider and is not able to deter and keep the power balance in the region. So this is why Armenia has started its diversification policy, foreign and defense policy. In Syria, as its military presence didn't change, it's enlarging, Russian positions in the region didn't change. Coming to deterrence role, in case of Azerbaijan attack both against Nagorno-Karabakh and against Armenia, Russia played a passive role. And coming to Syria, Russia played an active role, as I mentioned, when Turkey stated that it's going to start a large-scale military operation. Russia did some proactive steps. Russia involved its allies, I mean Iran, in the region, and both of them, they were able to stop Turkey. This is the last part, the last block is related mostly to my last research question. Why did Russia has a different approach toward Nagorno-Karabakh and towards Syria? In Syria, Russia was a side of conflict. At today, it is side of conflict. In Nagorno-Karabakh, Russia tried to pretend it doesn't matter, play a neutral role. Like I have both Armenia and Azerbaijan are my allies. As we know, Azerbaijan and Russia has signed an agreement on allied interaction right day before the Ukraine war started. So from the formal point of view, both Azerbaijan and Armenia are two Russians allies in the region. And in Nagorno-Karabakh, Russia was not a part of conflict. Russia had a peacekeeper mandate. And the second one, maybe from Russian perspective, its military presence in the South Caucasus based mostly on military presence in Armenia, South Ossetia, and Abkhazia rather than Nagorno-Karabakh. And in the Middle East, Russian military presence in Syria has a primary role in the region. So, some conclusions. First, during the initial stage of the war in Ukraine, Russia reduced military presence in Nagorno-Karabakh, but not in Syria. The reduction included the transfer of numbers of weapons, military equipment, and personnel to the Ukrainian theater. How many of this reduction did not significantly affect Russia's positions in Syria? Moscow was able to respond effectively to Turkish attempt to change the status quo and launch a military operation. This was also possible in part due to support from Iran and from Syria. Such support Russia didn't have, for example, in the South Caucasus. The partial withdrawal of Russian forces in the initial stage did not result in Iran replacing Russian military presence because during first months when the Ukraine war started, there were different assessment that Iran is going to fulfill the security vacuum that is creating in Syria because of Russia starts withdrawal its troops. But the problem is, if we analyze Iranian enlargement in Syria, it was going years before the Ukraine war started. So there is no direct correlation. Despite a decrease in capabilities, the Russian military continued to carry out same tasks in Syria as before the war in Ukraine. What does it mean? If we analyzed all Russian activities in Syria, they didn't change. Russia still continues to conduct its patrolling functions with Turkey. Russia still conducts airstrike. Russia enlarged its military presence, including the US control zone. I mean, Russian UAVs and aircraft, they are flying over the zone where US forces are deployed in Syria. So there is no change in this way. The outbreak of the war in Ukraine was not the sole factor, but an important one in reducing Russia's military presence in Nagorno-Karabakh. And coming back to the last question, yes, Russia is going to enlarge its military presence in both in South Caucasus and in the Middle East. There are different assessments and publications on upcoming Russian military base on the Red Sea and modernization of its naval presence in Abkhazia to a military base, new military base in the Black Sea. So most probably in the short-term run, we will have enlargement of Russian military presence in both these regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentations. And if I may ask all the panelists here in the front of the stage, so we can start with the discussion. So thank you for the interesting presentations, and I'm happy, Sergei, that your voice is still active and you still can speak. But welcome to Finland. In any case, before I open the floor for the questions for the audience, I personally would like to ask one question each from you as a starter, warm-up question, as we used to. So basically my first question is to our Swedish colleagues. It was really fancy and more or less interesting to hear how you assessed the current Russian way of war from the Clausewitzian perspective. But I would like to ask from you, how do you assess this ongoing special military operation from the Clausewitzian perspective? Do you see that the war of attrition, for war of destruction, and the special military operation, they are in a way or on the line with the Clausewitzian way of war, and how does that might change the operational art from the Russian perspective? And to our colleague Sergei from Armenia, I would like to ask that you mentioned, I appreciate that you took the Syria and Nagorno-Karabakh case. But one point which actually woke me up was the word Turkey. So my question to you is that do you see that from the Russian perspective, the main goal why they want to stay abroad, why they want to fight in Syria, why they want to be present in South Caucasus is the fight against Turkey and that kind of, let's say, global perspective for a war. So if our Swedish colleague would start answering the questions and we will continue forward, please.
Yes, thank you for the questions. Yeah, we had to make a choice of what kind of impact we wanted to have from Clausewitz, and we were thinking about absolute war and limited war. And when we looked at the triad, we thought that this attrition warfare that they have chosen, why have they chosen that? Because that is the way of warfare they are good at. That is the way of warfare that will benefit Russia. Because if we look at the demography, they are 140 million people. So they can afford it. They have also the material resources. They have an industrial base and so on. So attrition warfare is good for them, and it's not good for Ukraine. So the kind of Vernichtungsschlacht maybe they tried to do in the beginning was not successful. I have a very interesting article from the General Staff published 20th of February 2022, and they told how good they were at military planning and art of war, and they were not even involved into these first phases of the war. So it's quite interesting to see that the Russians they tried a quite different way. So this is the way when they can use the masses, they can use the knowledge they have, and they can use the resources. So I think it's a very significant way of warfare for them. And then you can ask the question also, why does this continue? Who is benefit from this war? And I think there are parts from both sides, there are benefits of this war. Do you want to?
Okay, Sergei.
Thank you. Thank you for my voice. It seems it's going to be better and better after the speech. Both South Caucasus and Middle East, a zone of conflict of interest between Turkey and Russia. In Syria, Syria was traditionally and historically in the last 100 years was part of Turkish zone of influence. And there was not direct conflict between Russia. But the South Caucasus traditionally was part of Russia or part of Russian zone of influence, or Iranian or Turkish. So South Caucasus, Turkey, Iran, and Russia feel themselves as competitors. The same is in Syria, but there is a big difference. For example, if we compare different approaches from Russian MOD and from Russian economic bloc to Turkey, they're totally different. Like totally different, because military staff they see Turkey not as an enemy but as a legitimate target, because Turkey many times violated agreements with Russia in Syria. Turkey killed Russian soldiers in Syria, but they are limited by their reaction because of economic ties. And the Russian economic bloc see Turkey and Azerbaijan as the important ascent to bypass this sanction regime, this isolation process, etc. In South Caucasus, Russia is not the only Russia has lost its security monopoly. Russia, that's a historic change in this last 30 years. Russia has agreed in 3+3 format. What does it mean? It means 3 regional countries, Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan, plus 2 non-regional powers, Russia, Iran, and Turkey, will discuss the future of the region. So before that, Russia tries to keep away both Turkey and Iran from the region to keep its monopoly. Now Russia is ready to coordinate its actions somehow in the South Caucasus. And I do not see any political will to deter Turkey in the South Caucasus, but I see political will to deter Turkey in Syria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the replies, and now it's time for the audience questions. And yeah, let's start with Emil, and then the guy next to him.
1, 2, testing.
Thank you so much for 2 excellent presentations. My name is Emil Vanheden. I work at the Swedish Defence Research Agency, and I have a question for Sergei. You haven't mentioned the CSTO. I would be very interested to hear also from your experience working in the government on Armenia's view on CSTO, given what's happened in Nagorno-Karabakh, and if Armenia stays in CSTO, why would it do so, considering what's happened? Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question for each of the presenters. Sergei, my question is related to the previously asked question. Armenian military culture, Armenian military, let's say so, war-waging style is very deeply rooted into the Russian military culture. And right now, with the statements that Armenia is going to deviate from Russian line, how confident you are that you will be able to refuse all this Russian military culture and all the stuff, and you will be strong enough to deviate? For the Peter and Jakob, I would like to ask you to elaborate a little bit about the role of Russian church, due to the fact that the Russian church institutional culture and characteristics contribute a lot to all the characteristics you mentioned. Thank you.
Okay. if Swedes, you could start.
Okay.
In Russia, the Orthodox Church is one of the 5 official religions and has quite an important role in the military and political sphere as an institution. Most Russians are not actively religious, but the church is used as a strong symbolic value, and that value goes back far into history, as it was the way the Tsars used the church as a propaganda tool, and now Putin also uses this as a propaganda tool. And in the military context, it's a lot of the old texts of the Russian nationalists and people connected to the church has been used to further the kind of idea of national sacrifice that they need in all wars, not only in the war in Ukraine, but in other wars as well.
Yeah, and they are also very active at the front. So more or less they bless their soldiers before they go out and die or survive. And they are also an important part in the nuclear forces. So they are blessing the people who has the capabilities to destroy the world.
Yes.
Thank you for the questions. I will start from the last one, very brief. It's complicated to decouple Russia from this perspective. Definitely it's complicated. As you mentioned, Armenian military doctrine was based on the same principles. But Armenia has started its military reforms that are taking place during the last 4 years, and they are based on non-Russian standards. And Armenia has diversified its security partners. For example, if previously for 10 years before the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh war, around 90% of military equipment to Armenia was coming from Russia, now around 90% of military equipment to Armenia is coming from India. Yes, we have signed a contract with Russia, but we didn't get all the military equipment yet. So number one military partner for Armenia is India, and second partner is France, and only third one is Russia. So there are some changes in both in security and economy, etc. If you're interested more in reform, you can ask my colleague. He will speak in the next session, Leonid Nersisyan. He can share more on Armenian military reform that are taking place now. Coming to the CSTO, obviously Russian security guarantees to Armenia, they are based on both bilateral agreements, including military base, including joint air defense system, etc., etc., and multilateral agreements as CSTO. The problem is Nagorno-Karabakh was out of CSTO zone of responsibility. So as Armenia didn't recognize Nagorno-Karabakh, as Nagorno-Karabakh was not part of Armenia, CSTO has nothing with that. But the problem is that for the last years, CSTO is not even in top 3 of Armenian security partners. We have Iran, we have India, we have France, etc., etc. CSTO is somewhere is in the bottom. It's complicated to analyze the decision-making process in CSTO. Why? Because Armenia does not take part in CSTO events officially, and the last CSTO summit that took place in the end of last year, Armenia still didn't sign all the decisions that took place there. So if before Armenia didn't take part, now Armenia may create some obstacles on CSTO functioning in the short term. So that might be the problem. But we understand that leaving CSTO means targeting Armenia-Russia relations. Yes, Russia is deepening its relations with Azerbaijan. We are not interested in Russia as an enemy. We understand that Russia is not able to be the same ally for Armenia as Turkey is for Azerbaijan. So this is why we should keep at least Russia neutral. But targeting CSTO will make a more Azerbaijan-oriented Russia rather than to Armenia-oriented. And membership in CSTO, definitely now we get nothing from that. If previously we were able to take military equipment by reduced price, now as we diversified our military partners, there is no strategic need on that. And our military reforms are also partly based on this diversification. For example, all our artillery is 155 coming from India. So it's different standard from Russia. But we understand that membership in CSTO is a part of all Armenian security/deterrence mechanism. No one is ready to provide the same security guarantees for Armenia, at least on the paper. No NATO, no France, some other allies, no one. Only Iran is ready to provide some security guarantees. At least formal on the paper, no one is ready. So this is why at least we have formal guarantees on paper with CSTO. We are keeping them, but we are continuing this diversification process. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Yep.
Test 1, 2.
Right, Sini Kukkasaari, the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. I would like to continue talking about the Armenian case because it is so very interesting. What strikes me when you are describing how the situation has changed, that Russia has been so, in a way, very pragmatic and rational when it has kind of assessed sort of what is possible in the new situation, and that it has accepted sort of Turkey's strengthened role, and it has sort of done new calculations and just changed the whole concept of how it projects power in the region. And somehow today we have heard very different kind of accounts on Russian military and security thinking, that it is very kind of messianistic and very kind of deterministic. And it is just interesting to me that what explains this kind of very different logic in this particular region. Is it that somehow the national interests are not that significant, that it is able to play by different rules, or what that might be? And I think overall with Turkey, it seems that Russia plays very kind of pragmatic game. And then perhaps another question, because the EU kind of highlights that it also wants to be a security partner with Armenia, which somehow seems very difficult perhaps in that challenging regional context. But how would you assess the security dialogue between the EU and Armenia, and what do you see as its value? Thank you.
Thank you. Coming to some messianistic narrative that was coming from Russian Empire foreign policy in, as they call now, near abroad, ближнее зарубежье. I wouldn't like overestimate this narrative, to be honest, because if we accept that this narrative is a real part of Russian foreign and defense policy, it means that it should be applicable for all regions. For example, how they can implement it in South Caucasus. If this narrative is real, it means that they should defend Christian Armenian ally and be ready to deter Turkey and Azerbaijan. But there is no such narrative like at all. Coming to Nagorno-Karabakh, Russia established a Russian community of Nagorno-Karabakh. But when ethnic cleansing started, Russia didn't use it as a point that they can insist to stop Azerbaijan. So they didn't even like spread this narrative. So it's not connected with the reality, to be honest, in this case. Because now, and I accept that, from Russian perspective, Azerbaijan is much more interesting rather than Armenia. If you pay attention, whom did Russia appoint an ambassador to Azerbaijan? Mr. Evdokimov, he was head of first CIS department in Russian MFA. So more than 12 years, he was responsible for integration in post-Soviet space. And this person is a Russian ambassador to Azerbaijan. So it means Russia tries to involve Azerbaijan in all this Eurasian project. Eurasian Economic Union, go deeper in CIS, etc., etc. So in this race, Armenia may has a secondary role, not primary one. And coming to that narrative was also widespread against Turkey in Eastern Europe, in Balkans, and in South Caucasus. Now Russia doesn't use this narrative neither against Azerbaijan nor against Turkey. Even in Syria, where they can defend, for example, Christian minorities. And that's officially first time stated in Russian strategic papers. For example, in 2023 Russian foreign policy concept, first time was mentioned that Russia should protect Christian minorities in the Middle East. And the main threat for them was traditionally from Turkey. But Russia does not spread this narrative. So this is why I wouldn't like overestimate it, both in the South Caucasus and in the Middle East. Coming to agreements with the US, or with the EU. You know, the problem is EU is not it's a political organization, not security one. I do not see any real political will to provide any security guarantees. EU called Azerbaijan a reliable partner when the EU signed an agreement, gas agreement with Azerbaijan. Charles Michel congratulated Aliyev's re-election. So it means that we know that Azerbaijan is dictatorship. So it's, I can understand how Charles Michel can congratulate him. Comparing with Armenia. When, for example, Pelosi was coming to Armenia after Azerbaijan attack, she stated that we came here to defend Armenian democracy. And from that lens, I can't explain what can EU do in order to provide some guarantees. The same was with Nagorno-Karabakh. Literally a couple days before Azerbaijani aggression, both EU and US stated that any use of force in Nagorno-Karabakh is unacceptable for the EU and for the US. Next day, Azerbaijan started a large-scale attack. There was zero reaction. For example, if in couple weeks EU implemented several sanctions regime against Russia, but EU did not start even discussion how to punish Azerbaijan. And when EU congratulates Aliyev, it means that what does it mean the legitimating of what Azerbaijan did? Partly, maybe yes. So in this case, we see that neither Russia nor the EU are ready to provide security guarantee and deteriorate their relations with Azerbaijan. Definitely, as Armenia reached a security agreement with the EU, maybe some consultations, maybe some facilitated regimes in weapon supply. This is also a good achievement for us, but this is not about security guarantees. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that it emphasizes, I can see the discussion is going to that direction, that we all understand why it's important to follow what Russia is doing outside its borders in frozen conflicts, and how important they still are once we are talking about what is the military art, how Russia is doing, and how does it work. And from that point of view, I would like to come back to the Clausewitzian theory. Clausewitz writes that in every operation or in every war, in warfare, there's a culmination point. And after your presentation, I got several, let's say, heads ups from your presentation, and I would like to ask that, do you see that in current war, aggression against Ukraine, we have seen the culmination point, or do we have altogether 6 culmination points, as you pointed out, or might those culmination points raise up from the, let's say, as you mentioned, fighting power, people, what is the art of war, and how to secure the state. So do you see that these might be some kind of indicators for the culmination of war and aggression in Ukraine?
Thank you. That was the question I was asking for. Yeah, I think if we look at how Clausewitz classified tactical war, that was the science, because that could everyone handle. But strategy, that is the art of war. And if we look at the forces Russia has, it's a small war, we see, on a low tactical level. And you never win a war on the low tactical level. You don't do that. You have to be successful on joint operations. You have to be successful on the strategic operational level. So the culmination is on different levels here. And we had one culmination when Russia did their partial mobilization. That was not enough they had, and Ukraine was successful in their offensive. But if we look at the forces Ukraine has now, they fight on a very low level of fighting capability. And it will be lower and lower in this conflict. And Russia has a bigger amount of soldiers to bring in. In Sweden, in the 1970s, we had 10% of our population in the armed forces, 10%. Russia has less than 1%. They can raise this if they want. They can bring in the conscript. And they can continue the fight on this low tactical level, and also use operations, deep operations with missiles and other things. So Russia will continue to do this until Ukraine collapses. That is the Russian strategy.
Okay, questions from the audience? Then I will continue. So, Sergei, you mentioned it was written in those maps you showed just regarding the Russian peacekeeping operation in Nagorno-Karabakh. You compare 22 and 24. Well, 2020 and 2022. One thing which you pointed out was that there's no patrol routes, there's no anything. Yes, it was visible. But for me, I actually noticed that in those Russian maps, they changed the name of the capital of Nagorno-Karabakh, so they changed that from Stepanakert to Hankendi within 2 years. Why I'm asking this, I'm pointing this out, was that I do remember that, especially in Azeri media, they were so critical against Russian peacekeepers and Russian MOD when all Russian statements were written with the let's say, Armenian language, not language, but terms. And therefore, I would like to ask, does that tell something regarding Russian and Azerbaijani relations? I guess yes, but you pointed out several points which show that there's a connection between Russian reactions in Nagorno-Karabakh and actually Azeri actions plus Russian actions. So what does that tell from your side? Does that tell that, okay, Russia is increasing its, or wants to raise up the relations between Azerbaijan and Turkey instead of Armenia, which is a strategic partner, and they have a military base or bases in Armenia?
Thank you. Yes, you are right. After September 2023, Russian MOD officially changed all toponyms in Nagorno-Karabakh from Armenian to Azerbaijani. It's related not only to the capital, Stepanakert Hankendi, it's also related to the Nagorno-Karabakh as it is. As previously Russian MOD mentioned Nagorno-Karabakh, now they use only Azerbaijani approach, Karabakh Economic Region of Azerbaijan Republic. It means that Russia that conducts its foreign and defense policy based on neo-realistic approach, coming back to international relations theory, they take into account the situation on the ground. So until this territory was populated by Armenians, there was Armenian control, they tried to balance and used Armenian toponyms. Because for their presence, they need also internal legitimacy. If, for example, they won't have this internal legitimacy from local Armenians, that will be complicated to stay there. Now they need an internal legitimacy from Azerbaijan. This is why they changed everything. Coming to the second question related to Russian
Azerbaijan.
Russia-Azerbaijan. Yeah, that's really interesting because Russia, as I mentioned, sees Azerbaijan as its second ally in the region. But from Azerbaijani, try to imagine the situation in 2020 from Azerbaijani perspective. Azerbaijan had 4 armies on its soil: Azerbaijani, Armenian, like Nagorno-Karabakh Defense Forces. After 2020, they have nothing with Armenian, but they separate military force. They had Turkish military presence, and they had Russian military presence. So 4 different armies in one territory. Obviously, Azerbaijan was not happy to have Russian peacekeepers in the region because they partly depended from Russia in this case. Obviously, Azerbaijan was interested to kick out Russians from Nagorno-Karabakh. And as that calculations demonstrate, there is direct correlation. When Russia fails in Ukraine, Azerbaijan used this window of opportunity. And probably they will try to do the same now, not only against Nagorno-Karabakh, but against Armenia. For example, in EU, you will have elections in coming months. In US, we'll take elections in November this year. So definitely Azerbaijan will try to use this window opportunity to continue its military pressure against Armenia. Now, I'm not sure that Russia has both political will and military capabilities to deter Azerbaijan. Because traditionally Russian narrative was the ethnic cleansing is the red line for us in Nagorno-Karabakh. So we will not get to happen. The same was, for example, in Serbia. So this is the red line. But in Nagorno-Karabakh happened exactly the same was in Serbia. So there was ethnic cleansing, and as Russia mentioned, that was a red line, so Azerbaijan violated this red line, and there was no reaction. So it means, like the same as I mentioned before, was with the EU and US. If the same happens not against Nagorno-Karabakh, but against Armenia, I'm not sure that there will be some tough reactions from both from Moscow, from Brussels, or from Washington.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mattsson?
Yes, I would like to make clear that the Russian losses, they had been very this week, and maybe 250,000, 300,000 soldiers. So if Russia should be successful, then they must be successful with their strategic factors. And as I say also, if we want to make Russia not successful here, we need to go on the strategic factors. We need to get an impact on their economic situation. We need to get an impact on their international politics and so on. So we don't want a situation that Ukraine need ground forces from other countries. Then this conflict could be very, very dangerous. Yes.
All right, thank you. I think it's time to close up the third panel in this session. And thanks to the panelists, thanks for your excellent presentations. I think we all got something food for thought for the future analyses and researches. Thank you. And we have a coffee break, so we'll continue 16:30 in this room. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Your camera's not on, so I can't really. And I'm sorry, who am I speaking with? Is this Una or? Okay, nice to hear your voice.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Petteri Hemminki. I'm a principal teacher here in Department of Military Technology. I'm the Master of Science in Artificial Intelligence, and I'm also doing my doctoral studies and researching the autonomy and artificial intelligence in the future battlefield. I have an honor to lead this session 5, and we will discuss a little about technology and whatever is around that in Ukraine. Please welcome here the first speakers, Dominika Kurnetova, please. Nice to see you. And Stefan Herzog, please take your...
I was going to spectate till Q&A.
What?
He's going to join me for the Q&A.
Okay.
So I'll do the
Okay,
presentation.
that's fine. But I can say something about Stephen. Good guy. He's coming from the same place. So you are both from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, Center for Security Studies from Zurich. And you are basically, Dominic, you are examining impact of new emerging technologies on the current battlefield. And Stephen is doing projects on ongoing nuclear deterrence and, for example, disarmament. Please welcome, and please, the floor is yours.
Yes. Will I see the time? Yes, there, the time is right. Oh, that's true. You just then use either this or that. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Yes, okay, so thank you so much for your kind introduction. So, and thank for the research group on Russia for organizing this seminar. And it's really a privilege to be part of a traditional annual event here at the NDU, so thank you so much for your warm welcome. So, yes, I'm about to present the research paper, work in progress, that I've been working on with my colleague, Dr. Stephen Herzog. We are both senior researchers at the CSS, but Stephen is American nuclear policy scholar, and he has previous experience with working with a team of scientists that were working on nuclear verification technology. And I am a Slovak NATO scholar by my academic training, and with my previous experience in both academic and think tank research, I look into the role of especially new technologies on defense cooperation. And so we are putting together this paper on the role of new technologies and its impact on warfare, drawing on observations in the war in Ukraine. And as I was listening, some of the presentations today echoed the observations we made and draw from our analysis, especially the dangers of emphasizing technology and weaponry at the expense of personnel, and so the threat of, or danger of under-investing in humans, and the importance of investing in human skills. So we are eager to receive your comments and feedback and from such a distinguished audience. So let's say that I will start with this slide, because this explains, or visually very well, where we are going from. Because you might have noticed well that lately so many different technology areas have been made headlines in terms of technologies revolutionizing warfare, disrupting battlefield, the unstoppable missiles, the technology is having game-changing effects. And I'm like, okay, well, that's interesting, but looking at in the news, it's also like why the war in Ukraine is not over yet. Like why Russia hasn't conquered Ukraine with its wonder weapons, or why Ukraine hasn't won yet with its revolutionary drones. So we are looking into what is the relationship between technology and the military victory and defeat. And thank you, organizers, because we found the Clausewitzian concept as a very useful framework for thinking about these topics. And that's why we especially built on the concept of the fog of war and this metaphor that describes the uncertainty that is experienced in the military operation. And the uncertainty can be about situational awareness on the battlefield, about not only own capabilities, but of course the capabilities of the adversary, about the adversary's intent. And so we're going to develop on that, provide some illustrations from the 4 technology fields, and then conclude with some nuanced statements. So, as I said, the nature of war in the Clausewitzian work, right, is the chaotic essence of fog, friction, uncertainty, complexity. And the role of technology in this context is seen as a tool to reduce this uncertainty. And we are arguing that the overestimating the roles of new technology and new weapon technology and the gap between expectations of the performance and the battlefield realities is actually contributing to thickening of this fog. And in addition to that, making these exaggerated claims about how new technologies are revolutionizing battlefield can even make this problem worse. For instance, I would say that the unnecessarily sensational statements about how, let's say, drones are revolutionizing the battlefields in Ukraine is actually a very grim statement about the situation, since perhaps Ukrainians don't have either enough resources to afford more performing military kit, or the kit is unavailable or in short supply that will actually help them to push the Russian invaders out and send them home, and basically diverting the attention from what is, would be necessary. So, with this, I will proceed with how we observed this, what made us come to this statement, right? We identified or developed 2 pathways how the technology can contribute to the lifting of the fog of war. First, it would be through military effects, that the technology would somehow provide this decisive change in the balance of forces, and that would provide better predictions about the victory or defeat. Or the second pathway to reducing to this uncertainty is using technology to improve the transparency on and of the battlefield. And Stephen, in his previous paper on global nuclear order, he hinted, for instance, on the fact that novel nuclear weapon technologies are actually not doing that much, and they're more of a symbolic than functional importance. So in this paper, we are going to look at 4 additional new technology areas. And so I will go drones. That's I wrote a lot or read a lot about drone technology since the beginning of this large-scale invasion of Ukraine, because clearly drones are not completely new technology, but what is remarkable is the unprecedented proliferation of these airborne vehicles on Ukrainian battlefields. And that is in stark contrast with what we understood under drone warfare in the past 2 decades. They were like large airborne platforms that are kind of agents of the remote and precision warfare, that instead of sending the boots on the ground, we would send a machine to chase the terrorists. And in contrast, that I developed in my recent paper is, in Ukraine, it's the drones that have the boots, meaning that the platforms are now smaller, cheaper, made of commercially available parts, and have changed the cost per effect ratio, especially in delivery of explosives. So this big contrast in how the drones are being used today, especially the latest stage of drone innovation, the first person view drones as a commercial, cheaper version of military-grade, low-tech munition, changing the dynamics in the lower airspace, let's say, and really having tactical effects. Also, the second panel is going to be talking about, right? But what I would like to point out that although these remarkable developments in the drone technology, and especially the innovative use of this available technology, led some to make the statements that drones are game changer, that they are even going to replace artillery. It's important to make cautious statements that to be honest about the effects, like to compare really the parameters of drone and artilleries in terms of trade-offs of cost, accuracy, payloads, range. So those are, leads to different military effects. Then importantly, they are really fragile, like vulnerable, for instance, to the weather conditions. We've heard with the winter, those commercial drones, they react as consumer electronics, right? So the cold weather is really decreasing the life of the battery, meaning the range is also shorter. If there are hills, there's a problem with the line of sight in terms of those commercial small drones, right? And also they don't have any self-defenses most of the time against electronic warfare. It's really rare that a cheaper, low-cost drone would have a jammer. Then other aspect that also is necessary to be taken into consideration when we want to assess the impact of new technology. So, as I said, those drones are navigated by humans. So it's really how effective the drone is really depends on the skills of its operator. Just to give you a number, the specialized units on the Ukrainian side, if they're really trained, their success rate by using these first-person view drones is around 70 to 80%, while the newly formed units, the success rate drops to 10 to 15%. So that's a huge difference, right? So this, and then the last thing is about enabling technology and also all those fancy add-ons. Like the drone performs differently if it can see in the dark for the night missions, or really can counter the jamming, or I don't know, you have satellites to navigate it. So that brings me to the second technology field that we would like to cover, and that has to do with the importance of space for the communication and ISR and positioning, timing, navigation, and that is really specific because these space-based assets are mostly provided by private commercial companies. And it's the commercial developments in this area that led to massive increases in the number of satellites, quality of imagery resolution, and also the availability of this imagery. And thanks to the private investments and tech enthusiasts, the space launches have increased 25 times in the last 10 years, and because the costs dropped by a factor of 10. And to that you add new major advances in machine learning that helps analysts to analyze all that new collected data. So boom, no wonder there are major important developments in gathering and analyzing of data from the publicly available sources. And this is clearly present in the war in Ukraine. You have most famously the Starlink satellites providing access to internet, but also they guide drone strikes. You have another US company, the Hawkeye, that is basically using their satellites to track and geolocate radio transmission and basically locate Russian jammers. In Finnish company, ISI, providing ISR imagery. So it's really a new opportunities that new technologies unlocking new opportunities. However, the other side of the coin, as I said, these capabilities are provided by commercial players. So that increases the uncertainty in terms of availability and control of the use of these assets. Because I hope, remember, I was the CEO of Starlink that geo-fenced certain area that Ukrainians couldn't use those satellites to navigate drones. That was basically blocked. So that's one thing. And then those are commercial companies, so they financial. They have different incentives to be, for them to be part of the conflict. So it's not national or any security. It's a financial incentive. It's a reputational incentive. It can also be very utilitarian, like they want to improve their product based on the large amount of data coming from the war. So these are all new uncertainties, new complexification of the dynamics on the battlefield. And then another aspect is who is operating, analyzing, exploiting all these data. So that's a third technology slide. But let me start with this algorithmic warfare in the HQ, because that's the algorithmic warfare means the introduction and integration of AI software autonomy into military context, meaning targeting and decision making. And in terms of decision making, again, all this large amount of data that needs to be collected, fused, analyzed, it's been done by a commercial software provided by Palantir company. And this is like amazingly sounding AI software that analyzes the imagery from satellites, other OSINT data, metadata from internet, pairs it with the footage from drones, reporting from the ground, and all it funnels to commanders providing options which are then used for targeting. So basically, a commercial IR software, AI software is part of the kill chain. And it's, according to the Ukrainian reporting, most of the targeting done by Ukrainians, this Palantir's app is responsible for. So, also, the intention of the Ukrainian government is basically turn or use this opportunity or like make it useful for the Ukrainians themselves to turn the country into world's research and development lab. That basically Kiev is being developed as a new Miltech Valley that is attracting tech companies with tax reduction in taxes, whatever. But basically, the tech companies are opening their offices around Kyiv, like Microsoft, Google, Amazon. They're providing cloud services, some cyber umbrella, Clearview company providing software for face recognition. Primer, another tech company, analyze unencrypted radio communication between the Russian soldiers. Multiplication of commercial actors that are providing services for this digital battlefield. And that comes with these similar caveats. In addition to what I mentioned also in the case of the commercial satellites, here is the emphasizing the role of AI tools that are kind of helping with the war. And critics are really cautioning about the danger of overestimating the importance of AI, saying that military AI or AI warfare is not really helpful in this war of attrition, and it's probably leading to like a gamifying war and eliminating the human factor from the dynamics of warfare. I will stop there. All right. Then the last technology I want to mention today was the new generation of hypersonic weapons. And here I will mention that this is based on, or this is like a test case, or illustrating how the new technology can be used in a different way than for military effects, because the first reported use of new generation hypersonic weapon was like really like 1 month into the war. And I remember that I was the spokesman of a Russian Ministry of Defense, had to have like a press conference to announce like, hey, in case you didn't notice, we've used Kinjal on the battlefield, and you were all supposed to be scared. And the point being that the Russian military and political authorities been weaponizing the reputation of this new generation hypersonic missiles for intimidating their adversary. Because clearly, Kinjal is not a hypersonic missile in the definition of the new generation technology. It's just air-launched ballistic missile. Like, of course, it's dangerous, but it's not dangerous in those parameters that it was advertised. So, in this sense, new technologies can also be used for manipulating the perceptions of the adversary regarding the actual capabilities of the new weapon technology. And this mechanism can also contribute to the fogginess of the war, like the war. Voilà. So, to conclude on this slide, this is a number of reasons that we identified that in each of the 4 technology fields that of course, they bring new elements, but also they, instead of what we would expect with these terms of like revolutionizing war and bringing game-changing effects, they actually don't lift the fog of war, but they are also making the war more complex, let's say, yes. So, as I said, so technologies are not bringing or responsible for any decisive victory, but they can be revolutionary in terms of means, like for instance the drones. They're decreasing the cost of the explosive delivery, yes. That they are not revolutionary on their own, but it's a compound effect of how they are used. For instance, drones in combined operation with artillery, with other salvo of missiles, you use one type of drone to identify, track the object, hit it with another drone that is dropping the grenade, for instance. At the same time, each new technology brings with it new vulnerabilities, and they can be exploited by the adversary. So you have the traditional countermeasure cycle that cancels the alleged strategic advantage. And then also the understanding of the capability of the adversary and lack of it contributes to the fog of war. I would conclude probably on coming back to Clausewitz, because for him the war is ultimately a human affair. And if we are talking about very like software-defined warfare, which is dominated by AI-enabled military tools, that on one hand they undermine the role of the human and also eliminate the room for the human factor. And of course, like human comes with his own faults, but at the same time, human has its special qualities, which is not only morale but also situational judgment and intuition. And the softwares trained on machine learning follow very different decision-making logic, and they are making decisions and following different paths. So this, coming back to the gamified vision of war is again putting technology and weapon technology on the forefront at the expense of the human. Because just because AI was able to beat humans at chess and the Go game doesn't mean it can wage war. So again, it's the humans that adapt, not the technology, right? So if we go back to the quote from the very, very beginning, yes, the last sentence, that sensitive and discriminating judgment is called for a skilled intelligence to sense the truth. So really, if anything, I would like you to remember that with this increasing integration of new technologies at a very accelerated path, it's really important to have accurate intelligence, tech literacy, and also verifiable scientific assessment of these new weapon technologies. So, thank you so much for your attention, and I really look forward to any suggestions and comments you might have with Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Dominica. Very interesting, and I think that we will have very good questions at the panel. But we shall now proceed to the second part. And on the second part, we have Leonid Nersisyan, military analyst from the Armenia, PhD scholar at the University of Birmingham. Please welcome you. And then there is on the line, there is Samuel Bendet, or advisor on the Center of Naval Analysis, CNA, Strategy, Policy, Planes and Program Center. And let's see if we can get also Samuel on the line.
Sam, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please. Floor is yours.
Yeah, probably we should do it. No, we shared the screen, so it's going to be you. There we go. Okay.
So how we change the slides?
With the arrow key.
This arrow. Arrow key on the computer. It looks like it's not changing anything. Okay, it's great to be here once again, third time in a row, and I can tell that every time it's more and more interesting, and we have more and more different views on the topic. It's great to be here. Today, me and Sam will share our thoughts on pretty, I think, popular topic at the moment, the drone warfare in Ukraine, Russian side of things here. So I think most of us will agree that the use of unmanned aerial vehicles is one of the emerging technologies and defining characteristics of ongoing war, and that this combat finds constant, almost 24/7 drone coverage on the front line. There is a role of UAVs in intelligence and surveillance, artillery spotting, target tracking, and even combat and loitering munition kamikaze roles. And also we think that Russia started this war with pretty different expectations how this drone warfare is going to look, and it was not actively using drone technology on the in the first period of war. Then when a war started, then they understood that this first phase was a fail, and its war transformed more to an attrition warfare, positional warfare. They started introducing more and more drones. On the first stage, mostly that was ISR, tactical ISR drones, which they had in numbers. But coming to research questions we raised, it is what are the noteworthy trends and advancements related to UAVs in Russian-Ukrainian war? Because what we saw in the beginning and what we see in 2 years, it's very different pictures, and it is a developing situation. Both sides are adapting, even more if we talk about Russian side, and that's our last, by the way, research question about Russian adaptation in this domain, because initially it was most of the times it was Ukrainians who were introducing new kind of technology in this domain, or some new ideas which were not being known before. And also we look at what capacities Russia possess in drone warfare, and what is the role of commercial technologies in Russian drone warfare. That's our main questions. I will start with male UAV operations, the bigger UAVs normally having the combat function. Russia operates 3 types of these UAVs. It's their own Orion, the 4-post R, which is a smaller UAV, and that's a bit upgraded version of Israeli licensed produced Searcher Mk2 UAV, which was procured after the Russo-Georgian war in 2008, and the Iranian Mohajer 6, which was shot down twice. There is 2 footages of these drones, and we haven't seen, because it looked like air defense is easily dealing with this problem, Ukrainian air defense, with, by the way, all 3 types, because these are slow, big radar, pretty big radar cross-section targets, and they use pretty straight trajectories, and they are not the hardest target for echeloned air defense. Same thing, by the way, happened with Ukrainian Bayraktar TB2 drones. It was the losses became too high after several months of war. And now we assume that this kind of drones are being used, but limited for ISR operations from longer distances, not for combat operations. And we assume that male UAVs can be used only after an effective CAD or DAD operation, the suppression of air defense is conducted, or if the country you're going on war to don't have adequate air defenses, like it was in Syria, Libya, or partly in Karabakh in 2020. The ISR drones Russia used, there are many models. Most of them were used before the war in Syria, before the Russo-Ukrainian war. Most of them are Orlan 10, of course. They had fleet of up to 2,000 of those before the war started. It's a pretty simple ISR drone, I would say, in many cases, even outdated probably to the modern technologies. But as there were numbers, it still worked. And the next generation of Orlan 30, which they don't produce in big numbers, that gives a pretty effective opportunity to Russian troops because it got a laser designator, and they combined using of this ISR drone with 152 millimeter laser guided Krasnopol shells, and we can see several dozens of videos like that, that it works pretty effective. But in terms of numbers, it is, even after 2 years of war, it is pretty limited compared to other weapons Russia is using. And another model which is noteworthy is Zala variants. That can be there, Zala 421 and other modifications of that drone. They have higher quality than Orlan's, they have better optics, and they are becoming a pretty effective combination with the Lancet loitering munitions, which same company is producing. It's an interesting story behind Zala because it was initially working for special operation troops, for SSO troops, and they were not using standard Russian procurement, which you need to bypass all this ghost type, very Soviet heavy regulations and things like, for example, Lancet probably can't be used after a nuclear explosion nearby, but and it got lots of imported parts from different places, but it works better than the stuff which is produced under purely Ministry of Defense. Going to loitering munitions, let's say we try to separate large loitering munitions from small loitering munitions. Let's say the ones which got a warhead of more than 10-15 kilograms, like Shahed, the Iranian Shahed drones got. That's a bit of different category. They got a long range capacity. At the same time, they are a large and relatively easy target for air defense. And from the numbers of Shahed being destroyed by Ukrainian air defense, we can assume that it is an easy target, but the numbers is another problem here. Like if we look at the statistics for after the new year, there were weeks when 250 Shaheds were shot at Ukrainian targets. So it's like more than 30 per day, and that's relatively hard thing to shut down all this, especially when you have limited munitions for your air defense, and especially when these drones cost less than missiles you use to shoot them. So this is the biggest problem of Shahed, that it is decreasing the capacity level of Ukrainian air defense. And now there is Ukrainian reports, very new ones, that they changed a bit the operational pattern, and the newer versions are changing the trajectory after one of the Shaheds is being shot down when there is a group. So that's and that if you look at the statistics after New Year, their average rate of destruction of Shaheds from 90% fall to something closer to 70-75 at the moment. So that's because the Also, they say because they started operating the Shahed version with jet engine, which is giving a higher speed than the one with the legacy one. So that is with Shaheds, and it's noteworthy that Russia is producing more and more of that, and there is a factory in Russia working at the moment in Alabuga, so that was initially some analysts had a skepsis about this, but that's a useful asset for Russians at the moment. And talking about small loitering munitions, about Kub and Lancet, both of them are produced by Zala, which I mentioned. Kub is using just GPS and inertial navigation and hits like a cruise missile, more or less, hits some targets with known coordinates, and had a pretty limited use, and not very high, effectiveness is not so high, because it looks that the warhead is too small for making this kind of operations. When you don't control it visually, you don't have communications, it's limited use. And the Lancet variants, which of course are very, very well known, and this is probably one of the very rare and few real successes of Russia in the technological, like new technology domain, because it is really working. I think it's a big problem, and if we use one of the OSINT sources, which is Lost Armor in this case, which is documenting all the videos with Lancets, out of 1,070 instances of use, 334 targets were destroyed, which is more than almost 34%. I mean, there were 562 targets damaged, and we see that that's a very high level of effectiveness. Of course, not against every target. For example, when they shoot tanks with it, it's normally a light damage. It's not being fatal. But for artillery, for hunting Ukrainian artillery and air defenses, it was unfortunately pretty effective. So they also boost up the production of this drone for last year and a half. They started with using maybe 5 per month to several dozens now, and that process is probably going to continue. So at this point, we will switch to Sam, and he will talk about civilian technologies being used and other trends.
Thank you, Leonid, and thank you for the hosts for having me via Zoom. I hope your workshop is going well. Maybe next time I'll be able to make it to Finland. And I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this research topic that Leonid and I have been very closely following. Most of the information, of course, that we have compiled here comes from public sources. There's a lot of data out there in the social media, in official media, and of course we have to sort of caveat the research that information that comes from public sources is obviously somewhat biased. At the same time, it still allows us to develop a fairly accurate picture of the technologies used and the concepts and the tactics used. And one of the biggest surprises in this war, and probably one of the most unanticipated and unexpected developments, has been absolute mass scale and unprecedented scale of commercial technology use, such as commercial drones. In 2022 and first half of 2023, the king of the battlefield was designated as the Chinese-made DJI commercial quadcopter. It's a relatively simple drone that is very easy to understand. It's very easy to pilot. It's essentially it's a perfect technology for any type of commercial application. And of course, when it comes to simple tactical duties like observing the battlefield with cameras, DJI's and its Chinese-made competitor Autel were absolutely tailor-made for these tasks. And so they were acquired in absolutely staggering quantities, both by the Russians and by the Ukrainians. What is interesting about the commercial use applications is that both sides have very quickly figured out that these Chinese-made drones can be rigged to drop munitions, can be rigged to drop bombs. And so there's plenty of evidence in the first year of the invasion, in the second half of the second year of the invasion through the summer of 2023, that it is the DJI drones, Autel drones, that are tracking the soldiers, that are dropping munitions and causing a lot of damage and a lot of discontent and a lot of discomfort for either side. In fact, Chinese-made DJI drones have become so successful in the Russian military that it has been really designated sort of the king of the battlefield by one of the Russian retired generals, Yuri Baluyevsky, who said that it is the commercial drone that has elevated artillery to the levels of importance not seen since World War I and has enabled artillery to be as precise as a sniper rifle. Of course, that's probably an exaggeration, but what the commercial drones have been able able to do is essentially enabling artillery, multiple launch rocket systems, different types of mortars and other regiments to actually see beyond the battlefield or to observe the battlefield in great detail. Chinese-made drones have become great tactical weapons. They operate within a close range, up to 10 to 15 kilometers, sometimes less, sometimes more. And what is also important is that the Russian military really did not have a lot of quadcopters in service. In 2021, about a year before the invasion, Russian state media did report that the Russian military began acquiring some commercial quadcopters based on their experience in Syria. But in the first year of the invasion, we really haven't seen a lot of Chinese quadcopters in Russian service. In fact, there was a huge gap in tactical capability, in tactical ISR capability within the Russian military that the commercial drones like Chinese-made DJIs and Autels have actually filled. There are other types of commercial drones that have become very important, such as heavier drones developed for agriculture, what the Russians are calling Baba Yaga, after a Slavic ogress and a witch. And the Baba Yagas attack at night. They drop a lot of bombs on the Russian soldiers. They cause a lot of psychological and emotional distress. What the Ukrainians and then the Russians have adopted is the tactic of using different types of commercial quadcopters in groups. But again, what no one has really prepared for and what no military was ready for was the emergence of FPV drones as the new king of the battlefield, starting in the spring of 2023 and through today and probably well into 2024 and beyond. And the difference between an FPV drone and a commercial quadcopter is, of course, FPV drones are assembled almost in full from Chinese-made components and can cost as little as $500. It takes a little bit more to learn to operate FPV drones as opposed to DJI drones. No, I'm still on the previous slide. Thank you. But at the same time, FPV drones can be assembled in the many, many thousands and tens of thousands. And so, again, no military was ready for the impact of a cheap commercial drone like an FPV equipped with an explosives costing some $500 plus the cost of the explosive, going after assets like tanks and armored vehicles and soldiers, going after many assets that cost millions of rubles and tens of millions of rubles. In other words, providing a completely asymmetrical response to any type of an adversary advance or any type of adversary positioning. What this means for use of these commercial drones is that both sides, and Russia itself, of course, relies almost exclusively on China, either for ready products like DJIs and Autels, or for all manner of components needed to assemble FPV drones. And so there's been a lot of discussion both in Russia and Ukraine, and especially in Russia, how to substitute some of this dependence, how to manufacture these parts at home. But it is a very slow process because Chinese components are so readily available and so cheap. And so unprecedented volumes of commercial drones in the many, many thousands on any given day have basically made the battlefield completely transparent. Anything that moves, anything that tries to maneuver, change positions, a soldier, a group of soldiers, a vehicle, a group of vehicles is going to be observed, is going to be tracked, and it is going to be attacked. And after the Russians got their hands on a lot of FPV drones, they trained a lot of they trained a lot of pilots how to operate these drones. And so Russians today officially have at least 1,500 pilots, according to the MOD statistics. Unofficially, they probably have a lot more who can operate these drones around the clock. And of course, FPV drones and commercial drones are also lost in very big numbers because as commercial products, they were not developed for any type of military grade countermeasure like electronic warfare systems, jamming, or any type of any type of a kinetic system. But then again, it is a completely attritable drone. It is very, very cheap and is now used as a surrogate for artillery systems and artillery shells. The vast majority of commercial technologies provided to Russians, UAV technologies, are in fact provided by volunteers. And this is another unprecedented and unexpected development in this war, that there's never been such a huge volunteer effort that has made such a significant impact on the Russian force structure and on the Russian force composition. There's now a huge and sprawling network of volunteer organizations in Russia, which are assembling, acquiring, and providing a lot of FPV drones and commercial quadcopter drones to the soldiers, training the pilots, and providing a lot of other supplies and components. Next slide, please. Thank you. So it is important to acknowledge the importance of FPV drones. Ukraine stated in December of last year that its highest manufactured number of FPV drones a month equal to about 50,000. But they've also estimated that the Russian numbers can be up to 6 times more. And I don't have the exact figures here, and it is very difficult to verify this number, but I post a lot of this information on Twitter because a lot of this information is public. And one such Russian volunteer effort recently bragged that they visited 10 assembly plants across Russia, and each of those assembly factories and plants assembles about 10,000 FPV-type drones for the front, for a total of 100,000 FPV drones a month. And that is just that one organization. So maybe the real number somewhere between 50,000 and 300,000, but it's still an absolutely staggering number. Of course, it's not about the numbers of FPV drones, but it is about the number of experienced FPV pilots who can navigate these drones across the battlefield and strike the adversary, which is why both sides now prioritize going after FPV pilots and drone pilots as one of the highest priority targets. There's been at least 4,000 known cases of FPV drones used. Again, this is the stat from Lost Armor, but the real number is probably much, much, much higher. Because a lot of drones are used, we only see successful strikes from FPV drones posted on Telegram and Twitter and other social media. We don't see failed missions, and the reason why they're supplied in large quantities is precisely because so many can be lost. But what they have done is that they have essentially made the tactical level battlefield, basically 10 to 15 kilometers out from the line of contact, completely transparent. It has made a lot of movement very difficult. It has made a lot of breakthroughs and advances very difficult because neither side can mass a lot of forces for a breakthrough without being identified and immediately attacked by a number of drones. And of course, FPV drones are also working with the companion quadcopters for ISR and Overwatch, and they're actually again used in quite significant numbers, enabled by the volunteers. Now, the Russian military does claim that it is also manufacturing and assembling and supplying to the forces its military-made quadcopters and FPV drones, but there are very few of them. There's not a lot of evidence. Again, most of these UAVs flying on both sides are in fact enabled by volunteers. And there's a very interesting relationship right now between the Russian volunteer community and the Russian Ministry of Defense. There's a lot of hurt feelings. There's a lot of misunderstanding still. It looks like the Ministry of Defense is playing favorites by selecting one specific volunteer effort, the Sudaplatov effort that manufactures a VT-40 FPV drone as its go-to drone. And then there, of course, there's other volunteer efforts which are also delivering their drones to the front. There are at least half a dozen very popular FPV type drones now manufactured in the many thousands by different types of volunteer organizations and startups in Russia. Next slide, please. So what does all of that mean? Well, as Leonid was talking about, and as I have just explained, the staggering numbers of drones flying in Ukraine, and of course, lots and lots of drones fielded by Russians, mean that the battlefield can be observable. Anything on the battlefield can be tracked and identified and ultimately attacked, either with loitering munitions or with tactical FPV type drones. Longer range loitering munitions are playing a very important part in Russia's combat against Ukraine, which is why, as Leonid explained, Russia has inaugurated a huge factory in the Volga region basis that is going to manufacture anywhere between 6,000 to 10,000 Shahed-like drones to launch against Ukraine. We have witnessed the move away from more expensive standalone platforms that the Russians were developing prior to the invasion and were quite public about, towards mass-scale use of very cheap, attritable, and throwaway weapons. In other words, a move away from UAVs that cost millions of dollars to UAVs that cost a few $1,000s or maybe a few $100s. It doesn't mean that these type of drones are not effective. In fact, a lot of mail-type drones, a lot of expensive drones like Orions and Foreposts are actually providing a lot of ISR assistance and overwatch for other types of assets. But the go-to weapon in this war is a cheap, attritable, expendable drone like Lancet, like Kub, like Chinese-made DJI quadcopter, or any one of dozens of FPV drone types used by the Russian military. And so it is true that Ukraine actually led this charge early on. They were the trendsetters. They actually used novel and innovative tactics, and the Russians have adapted. They had time to adapt. They had a bigger industry. They have a lot more people to get involved and start assembling these drones as volunteers, or the Russian defense industry simply had more time to sort of reorient towards specific types of models. Both sides in the war, and especially Russians, are still dependent on China for key components. And this dependency isn't going to go away anytime soon. And so this is an interesting trend to watch this year and next year, whether promises of lessening the dependence on Chinese components are actually going to come to pass, or this is just sort of an empty promise and both sides are simply going to rely on the cheapest and most plentiful components available for UAV manufacturing. So what does that mean for force composition? What does that mean for this war going forward? How do both sides escape the positional stalemate, which has been so aptly described by Ukrainian General Zaluzhny? How can they actually achieve breakthroughs along the front if they could be observed and attacked? All of these questions are discussed widely in the Russian military community, in the Russian commentator community, in the blogger community, and this is something that we try to capture in this presentation today. So next slide, please. We look forward to your questions and comments, and thank you very much for your attention.
And Sam, please stay on the line for the next 30 minutes. That will be the Q&A session.
Okay, now it's time for a panel, and eager hands are rising. This is a possibility for the audience to ask questions, and I can see the first eager hand was over there. Please, use your voice if possible.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your fascinating, for both presentations. They were really fascinating for me. I have a question for Leonid and Samuel. You mentioned at the end of the presentation that there is an unprecedented effort by volunteer organizations in Russia to assemble and provide drones and UAVs to the battlefield in Ukraine. Could you please elaborate on that? On the structuration of this volunteer community. How are these volunteer groups organized? What are their relations to the Russian MOD? And what are their links to the Vayenkory, to the, far-right military bloggers that are very active and who are strong proponents of the continuation of the war? Thank you. And my name is Céline Maranger, and I work at the Institute for Strategic Research in Paris. Thank you.
Leonid, would you like me to take this one?
Yeah, you can start and I will add something.
Okay. It's a great question, and it's the one that I tried to sort of answer for 2 years at this point. When I started observing volunteer activity in Russia, a lot of it sort of in 2022 was relegated to complaining about MOD failures, complaining about Russian military failures, really trying to sort of give outlet for people to scream into the void about some of the mistakes made. And then towards the end of 2022, when it became clear that the war will drag on, a lot of these volunteer groups or even individuals who were active on Telegram and a couple of other social media, but mostly Telegram, said, okay, we have to stop complaining, we have to do something. And so these people literally formed nonprofit-like organizations where they announced on Telegram that they're going to fundraise from regular people, from wealthy individuals, from companies, enterprises, whoever, for purchasing of specific military-grade products, like, for example, commercial drones or any type of supplies that the Russian military needed. And out of this effort grew several very big volunteer organizations that we are observing today, like Project Archangel, Sudoplatov, Katya Valya, Rocket Center, and again, at least a dozen others. There are also very large nonprofit organizations which are nationwide, like Veche, which actually has been sanctioned by the United States for their assistance to the Russian military. And so there's a lot of effort across the country, and a lot of these drones are actually purchased by or with the donations from regular people, from regular babushkas that send just 50 to 100 rubles, to some of the wealthier people who send thousands of dollars. Some of these volunteer organizations are capable of raising hundreds of millions of rubles over the course of several months to acquire a lot of these drones. And so the question remains, so how are they integrated? Well, they really are not integrated as such. They're still treated by the military and the Ministry of Defense as essentially an appendage to the larger effort. They're still looked at as civilians, and there really is no integration of these groups and organizations into the military because the military feels it doesn't need to do that, because the military wants to concentrate on building military-grade drones that Leonid was describing, male-grade drones, ISR drones, especially some of the loitering munitions, which are more powerful, can fly further, and the military can also step into the manufacturing process and manufacture similar products to DJIs and FPVs, just much more expensive and probably worse quality. But what the military has done, and again, in a very surprising fashion, is that it did not really stand in the way of these volunteer groups in donating these drones to the front and other supplies in very, very large quantities. And so this has been a very interesting process to observe, because this really never happened to an organization like the Russian military, which is a very top-heavy sort of vertical structure, right? The volunteer organizations, the startups which develop drones, test the pilots, send them to the front, is a very horizontal organization. And so what has happened, however, is that, again, as I mentioned, the military did play favorites with one effort, the Sudoplatov Battalion, and the Project Archangel that supplies a lot of technologies to them. And they're now buying a lot of VT-40 FPV-type drones from Sudoplatov and Project Archangel, and actually are using them at the front. It doesn't mean that other drones are not getting through. It just means that some of these drones sort of are favored by Russian state media. Another one that's favored is Upir or Gul, as well as Gartenzia or Hydrogenia, two other FPV drones which have been recently in the Russian media. So it's a very good question. I think this relationship is going to continue to evolve between the volunteers and the Russian military. It's not like it is in Ukraine, where there's a lot more cooperation between various defense ministries and the volunteer groups. Russian military does not necessarily want that, because it wants to maintain monopoly on how it develops technology and how it uses technology. So I think I'll stop at this point and hand it over to Leonid.
Yeah, Sam told most of the story, of course, but there is also the gray side of this story, which is that not everybody is volunteer, like literally in this story, of course, and some of these volunteers earn pretty decent money every month, and it's not, and some of the donations, of course, are coming from state-owned companies, for example, some Russian state companies, which is not diminishing the real volunteering part, of course. That even shows more that Russian armed forces is ready to cooperate with such organizations and support it, and wants to procure that kind of products. And it is just one of the ways also when Russia, as I think Sam mentioned, that it's easier to go to Chinese manufacturer for a, of course, private company or private entity and buy something than do it officially as Ministry of Defense. So this is probably a combination of these two components. Thanks.
Thank you. The production is quite agile, I would say. And it is very interesting to see, for example, to ask a question about ourselves, that are we ready as a Western countries to do such kind of thing? Because we have these very heavy military standards and requirements and acceptance tests and everything. And we can see that agile sometimes means that's breaking the rules. And this kind of procurement is something like that, I would say. But please, if there are more questions, please. Okay, there.
Thank you very much for the presentations. Question to Leonid and Samuel. I'm curious about the source of data that you're using for the statistics on Landsat. Where is the data coming from? Because it's quite difficult to trace, first of all, what has been launched, what has been destroyed. If the data is Russian with their BDA issues, I'm just wondering where the data is coming from. That's one question. The second question is, since we see adaptation of Russians to the war fighting with increased production of the drones, what is your take on sanctions? Because sanctions were aimed to cripple a Russian production of the military capabilities across various assets, across various domains. What's your take on where sanctions should be going with the mass production of drones in Russia? Again, your takes on the matter. Thank you very much.
I will start with the source. We mentioned that it's from Lost Armor database. It's they provide, let's say, for each case, they provide the video or the photo. Of course, we also mentioned that it can include more successful videos than the number of real launches. That's obvious, of course. But we don't have anything else, so we note this, let's say, note this problem, but can still have a look at least at some numbers. Because in terms of FPVs, for example, I've heard number which is like there is no evidence behind it that a real effectiveness is around 20% per launch, which is still very high for something which costs $800. That's a fantastic success rate. So, and the second interesting part with FPVs related to this is that it's very depending on the qualities of the pilot. That's what people tell about it. So you can find a pilot who will have 2% of success rate and a pilot who will have 60% if he is an ace. So that's hard to generalize, of course. So about sanctions, probably Sam can answer that one.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a tough question to answer because obviously sanctions do work against some component acquisition, and they work against some companies, and they work against some of the efforts by the Russian defense industry to acquire something. But Russia maintains open trade with China, maintains open trade with India, with Iran, with Turkey, with a number of other countries in the Middle East, like UAE. It maintains a lot of trade with Africa, Southeast Asia. Essentially, the entire global South, if we use the generalization, is still trading openly with Russia. So Russia still has a lot of ability to acquire and procure what it needs. And every expose, every story that exposes and identifies one of these illegal or illicit acquisition pathways and is therefore shut down by the West or other governments means that there's about a dozen others which are still out there and operational. So it's difficult to shut off the flow of components to Russia because of so much open trade. And specifically when it comes to FPV type drones and Chinese made drones, they're available worldwide. China has a monopoly on the commercial drone market. Its drones are available everywhere and anywhere, in physical marketplaces, in commercial marketplaces. The components that are used to assemble FPV drones are very simple. And again, they're strictly commercial. So it's difficult sometimes to regulate the flow of commercial technology. So it is likely that sanctions may not have an effect on the Russian military's ability to field more FPV drones or even Chinese-made quadcopters. It is likely that the sanctions can have an effect on some of the defense industries and specific weapons. But again, it's difficult to interdict and intercept the flow of large-scale flow of so much commercial technology.
So I'm getting lonely up here, so I want to jump in and finally talk. So I'm going to do it, and I want to expand the conversation on sanctions to talk more generally about emerging and disruptive technologies. And one of the things that you've probably seen in trade, for example, is that trade between, let's take a country, Germany, for example, with Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and Armenia in certain products has gone up exponentially. So trade with, for example, Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan on heavy machinery and tools has gone up 300 or 400% in the past 2 years. Now, do we think that there's suddenly a new market in Kyrgyzstan or Kazakhstan for luxury goods and machine tools? Obviously, there's not. We know what's happening here. But other things that you might have seen too is that some of the reports that have come out start to talk about when they have found, for example, downed Russian drones and other weapons in Ukraine, where are the components for the technologies coming from? And a lot of the sensitive, right, emerging and disruptive technologies in here, they're not physically coming from China, they're not indigenously made from Russia. The interesting thing about it, as an American who works in Switzerland, is they're primarily from the United States, and there's a lot of them in Switzerland. Japan is another country, right, pops up there a lot. And what's fascinating about this is, like, some of the things that pop up in the Russian weapons in Ukraine are like, you know, transistors and microcircuits that aren't actually export controlled, but some things do pop up in these weapons that are actually export controlled, which is a little bit scary. And so, you know, in the United States, we've been doing soul searching on this in recent years, thinking about how do we change up export controls with emerging and disruptive technologies. And the problem that we face, right, is that, like, the past generation of defense innovation was happening in defense contractors and, you know, BAE Systems and Boeing and whatnot. The fact of the matter is that export controls cannot keep up with the innovation that goes on in tech garages and the laboratories, right, in big tech companies. It simply can't do it. I'll give you an example, right? NVIDIA in the United States, chip maker, right? They had chips that became export controlled by the Biden administration in the United States. Then through a regulatory loophole, they changed a couple of functions on the chips. It was about 95% the same. We're able to export control it. So I think that, you know, we in the so-called West and whatnot need to do a lot of soul searching, right? What are we sending to countries on the periphery with Russia? And that's really important on a governmental level. But the other thing is as defense innovation and industry is changing, I think we need to do things to actually encourage self-regulatory export controls among the tech sector dealing with emerging and disruptive technologies. Like, what would incentivize in a capitalist country a profit-driven corporation which can make money by sending things to the periphery with Russia, sending things to China, right, which are eventually going to pop up in Russia and the war in Ukraine, and pardon my French, come to bite us in the ass later. And so I think that the neat thing that we need to do here is think about that. And one of the things might just be, I don't know, educational campaigns to educate companies and their tech programmers, right? These like kids in Silicon Valley with blue hair and whatnot, right? Like, this is the end use of your product. This is what it can do. And the other thing is maybe there needs to be incentives for these companies, right? Like, if you are doing this type of action, not doing self-regulatory export controls, then maybe you don't have access to preferential defense contracts and things like that. So it builds on the overall question of drones and whatnot, but I think it's really a broader problem about how the hell are all of these technologies getting into Russia? And I think the answer is pretty clear. It's not just trade to the periphery, it's the structures of our industry and the lack of incentive and communication between the defense sector and the innovators. Thanks.
Okay. Let's have a next question. We still have some time. On the right. And while we are waiting for the microphone, I would add something that We can discuss also about 3D printed material. Most of the drones, they are made from the plastic. And there are just some components that are very vital. For example, the sensors and processors. Should we focus on them? Or what are the key elements of these systems? Please.
Yeah, thank you very much for this fascinating 2 presentations. I'm Kirill Shramiev from ECFR, and I have 2 questions. The first one is about the other side of the stick, is electronic warfare and air defense systems against drones. If you could comment on that, especially on the Russian side, what are they doing and whether these defenses are effective against FPVs, for example. And the second question, it's a bit of a broader one, but I think it's still important, and it goes to all panelists, about non-state groups using drones. It makes me feel quite uneasy, to be honest, because if we can scroll back a few years, and ISIS attacks suicide bombers, now it feels like they maybe don't need them anymore. And what's your take on that? Thank you.
Okay, who takes the first?
With the air defense question, for example, we mentioned about the FPV drones' effectiveness, which could be probably closer in reality to 10-20%, but there you won't find that much of air defense efforts, I suppose more the electronic warfare efforts, because these targets are so small that you're not going to normally use an air defense asset to physically shoot it down. Plus, they are pretty hard to control, and many of them just miss the target, supposedly. But with the large drones, for example, the Gerans or the Shaheds we mentioned, it was up to 90% at some days effectiveness of Ukrainian air defense. It's pretty hard to believe all the Russian statements on when something was shot down somewhere. I mean, the drones, there normally not many videos coming after that, and it's hard to measure the numbers, but I think that most of the drones are being shot down if they are not being used in big groups, of course. Maybe Sam can add something to that too.
And Leonid is right. Electronic warfare and other defenses, they work in some ways. FPV drones, for example, present a very different challenge. They're not always impervious to electronic warfare defenses. What does work against FPV drones are physical defenses installed on vehicles like coat cages, slat armor, or physical defenses on the ground to protect the soldiers. They can often stop FPV drone in midair. Even some form of netting, like the actual nets, can actually be effective against some of these drones. But for example, DJIs and Autels, they're commercial technologies. They're highly vulnerable to the interruption of the communication signal between the drone and the operator. And this is where EW works. There's an electronic warfare race between Russia and Ukraine, trying to come up with yet another type of technology, trying to come up with a way to counter the adversary drones operating on different frequencies, for example, so that the electronic warfare systems can operate on the newly identified frequencies. There's a technology race, and something that is actually very different about this war is that the development and acquisition cycles for all kinds of technologies, including drones, has been shortened to weeks and days instead of years and even months. And so there are a lot of technologies in the field, including commercial technologies, commercial counter-UAS rifles purchased in China, which sometimes work and sometimes do not. And so every year, it seems like in this war, there's been sort of yet another new development, yet another new wonder weapon to counter these type of drones. But both Ukraine and Russia are devoting considerable resources to electronic warfare and counter UAS developments. Right now, practically every vehicle, every tank has some form of protection against quadcopters or FPV drones, right? And this is something that's probably going to stay with us for quite a while, as long as these type of weapons are going to be in the field. Can you remind me what the second question was? Oh, right. So what's interesting about this is that some non-state actors are actually learning from the war in Ukraine. We see evidence of some form of commercial drone usage. For example, in the Sudan civil war, in the ongoing civil war in Syria, and obviously in the October 7 attack by Hamas on the Israelis. But not everyone can utilize FPV drones at scale the way they're utilized in Ukraine, because you need parts, you need components, you need experienced pilots. And so we haven't seen that, for example, yet in any of the conflicts, but we're starting to see some FPV drone use, for example, in Syria and in Sudan. So because these commercials because these technologies are commercial, because the usage manuals and the assembly manuals for these drones are online, could be easily translated. There are instructional to assemble FPV drone, we can assume that some of that knowledge from Ukraine is going to proliferate far and wide.
To the question of the electronic warfare, so one anecdote on which I would like to build is in the defense of Avdiivka, the Ukrainians were using electronic warfare jamming to protect themselves from the salvo of Russian FPV drones. And what was happening is they were jamming also their own drones, right? Because so this is just to comment on how tricky this is and how the recent commercial innovation in this different add-on that you can put on drone include like a swappable chip and then hopping frequency that the drone can change so that it avoids the jamming signal. And the second thing is that from my understanding, is that this measure-countermeasure cycle is also fueling experimentation with military AI and increasing autonomy. Because if there is no communication between the operator of drone and the drone itself, there's no there's no signal to be jammed, right? So and maybe you can add from the Russian side, but on the Ukrainian side, the official position is that the autonomous functions of drones are limited to identifying the targets, but the execution of the attack is still in the hands of human operator. But this is just to illustrate that there's this trend to increasing autonomy of drones, also because of the advances in electronic warfare. So again, measure, countermeasure.
Thank you, Dominika. I fully agree with you. I would say that I'm not worried about today's drones. They have these three vulnerabilities. They are dependent on the GPS. They are dependent on the command, the control link between the pilots and the Airbus. And then there is a data link which is needed because that is the eyes or sensors for the pilots. And we are already having this weapon counter weapon race, and that will handle that. But what is very afraid thing to happen is the autonomy, because then these three vulnerabilities, which we attack with soft kill systems like radio frequency jammers or whatever, they come obsolete, and we will face the new era of drones, which will be independent, and they will be, for example, loitering weapons. They will count on their own target libraries, and they will attack if they are allowed to attack. And that is a very scary thing to happen. Let's see what happens. We still have time for one last question. On the back row, yes. Good exercise. You did this on purpose? Yes, I did that in person.
I expect for a very short answer, but it requires a little bit of introduction. Before the war, Russians started to experiment on future combat system called Ratnik, and it includes the intelligence surveillance complex designed for the soldiers. If I'm not mistaken, Strelets, based on 6th generation Azart radio. Following a lot of videos coming from Ukraine, I noticed that there are some scenes related to the usage of UAVs when you have soldiers, looks like they are directing those UAVs by using this Strelets system. Have you got the same impression, or at least saw some evidences of that? Thank you.
I can answer that one, start answering this one. Strelets M, the system is called Strelets M, and it was used during some drills before the war started, and it's more like an sighting system, let's say, with a designator and some computer. But in Ukraine, there are signs of limited use of that, but it's not looking like it's widespread. At least I can't see that it's everywhere. Like, for example, Ukrainian Krapiva system is, there is, I think, it's far from that yet at the point. Interestingly, there are other attempts of making this ISR firing contours, software-based ones. Like one was called Planchette A, if I'm not mistaken. But I think there is a Russian army's heavier system to introduce such C2 systems. It's hard to make this system work, and Ukrainians looked more agile in introducing these systems, because in general I don't see impossible task for Russian IT sector to copy the Krapiva, for example. And once again, maybe Sam can add something to that. Or you have not, maybe you noticed something more last month.
I actually have not. I really have not noticed a lot of tactical command and control systems used by the Russians. I'm sure they're used. Russians did advertise that. They invested a lot in it. They really bragged about it when it comes to Syria combat, because Syria combat was relatively permissive combat for the Russians. They really didn't face a lot of sophisticated adversaries. But I haven't seen a lot of Strelets use in Ukraine. There was one or two evidences of that system captured by the Ukrainians and disassembled in 2022, but I haven't seen more. Again, doesn't mean that it's not used. I just don't see the impact of that system on how the Russians are fighting, but maybe, again, I'm wrong and I'm just not looking in the right place.
Time is up, and we thank the audience for following this session, and we thank also the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
I see Clint, I see you're on the line. So my colleague, Lieutenant Colonel Pukkila, will give a short and brief introduction of you, and then it's up to you. And you can basically now share your screen already to us, but Pukkila will say a couple of words, and then you're on, okay? And you can put on your microphone.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed right now.
Virtual background. And when you click that, and then you open your PowerPoint and click share, then we are able to see your PowerPoint on the big screen.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the last session for today, and the aim for this last session is to turn our minds and thoughts for tomorrow's sessions. So today we have, let's say, focused on what we have seen, what are our assessments so far, and the aim for tomorrow is to take a look for the future. And for that, we have our last speaker for this day, and he's Dr. Clint Reach from the International Defense Researcher at RAND from US. He's an international defense researcher and served 9 years in the US Navy as a Russian linguist and various positions in Department of Defense. And his theme is going to be how will the Russian military adapt after the war in Ukraine. And once we get the slides to be seen, then Clint, the stage is fully yours.
Okay, still working on this.
I just sent you.
I can email it.
Yeah, you can email it to me. But I also sent on the chat you written instructions. So share screen, advanced tab, choose your PowerPoint, then click share.
I'm just gonna send them to you right now.
And can you use the mpkk.fi email?
I just sent them.
Thank you. They did not come through.
Okay, 1 second.
Yep. Oh, possibly no.
How about that? Did that work?
No. Can you see the green share screen button on the lower part of your Zoom?
Yeah.
Click that. Click that. Then the advanced tab. You got it? And then there should be PowerPoint as a virtual background. And then you click share. And then you should be able to open your PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the.
Did you send it to my Oona, the mpkk.fi ending email or the mil.fi email? Send to the one that from which I reached you the latest time.
Okay.
Okay, let's try that.
Alright, I just sent them again.
Let's see if it's a very large file. No, I did not get them. It might be too large of a file.
Okay, maybe we should just press ahead.
No, now I got them. Perfect. So let me, yeah, perfect. I got them. Just a moment.
Oh, sorry. Date's wrong, but maybe we can. That's the least of our worries right now. So.
Good evening, everybody. Sorry about the delay. Not only am I the last person, but we had some trouble getting the slides up. But I'll try to keep it pretty brief. Just give a few of my thoughts, and hopefully we have a little bit of a discussion. So my discussion is completely different than the last presentation. Thinking at much higher levels about sort of Russian force design and force structure and force employment as a result of the war. So I'm going to start off talking about, I'm going to use the Shoigu announcement from December 2022 to kind of drive the discussion. So next slide, please. And after I go through quickly go through the Shoigu announcement, I'll give a bit of background, probably pretty familiar to a lot of people at the conference, but in any case, perhaps useful to revisit these things after the war in Ukraine. And then we'll talk a little bit about the future. Next slide, please. So as you all are probably well aware, Defense Minister gave a speech at the MOD Collegium announcing some pretty major changes to Russian force structure. I think the word that comes to mind would be expansion. The Russian military wants to get bigger. And, so you see some of the details of that here. There were more details in the speech. Part of the reason is the explicit reason was Finland, Sweden joining NATO. And so, larger defense requirements because the border with NATO just got a lot bigger. But I think there's a little bit more to the story than just Finland joining NATO. Clearly, the confrontation with the West in general is informing their thinking about what kind of military they need going forward. Next slide, please. What I think is kind of interesting, like I said at the beginning, to go back and look at sort of the debates that were happening in the 90s and 2000s in Russia that led them to have, generally speaking, the force that they threw into Ukraine. And that, for a host of reasons, failed pretty catastrophically. A lot of the assumptions that they were making back in the 2000s that led to the 2008 reforms were based on sort of what they were seeing in the U.S.-led campaigns in the Gulf and the Balkans, and so on. And there were essentially these two camps. It's a spectrum, but there were two camps: the progressives and the conservatives. And the progressives wanted to drastically downsize the Russian military, and in particular the ground forces, because their assessment was that this sort of linear warfare was a thing of the past, and the Russian military at that time was built to fight that kind of war, which was no longer the war the Russians were probably going to be fighting. So they made a pretty large strategic bet, and Putin was certainly, I think, on board with what they decided to do. That gave them historically small ground forces. I mean, once you remove the conscripts from the equation, and Russia has not only said but in action shown that they're pretty serious, at least for now, about not using conscripts in conflict. Once you sort of move out the conscripts from the ground forces, it's a pretty small force. 150,000 roughly troops, officers, you add a bit more, VDV contract and naval infantry contract, you have a land force that's still, somewhere in the neighborhood of a couple 100,000 troops at the time of the war. So you think about what kind of war were the Russians imagining? What were they going to do with this force? They also didn't really have much of a ready reserve system. The mobilization system had kind of been neglected over time. Shoigu kind of prioritized it when he came back in 2012, 2013. But in general, I think Alexander Goltz said, the Russian military was about fighting and winning a short war, full stop. And it's kind of a curious decision when you think about it. Russian military history, which I'm going to talk about later. This was a pretty unusual move for Russia, the 2008 reforms. And so there was a lot, although it had sort of Kremlin backing, there was a lot of discontent about the decisions that were made. Next slide, please. So, here's just one example. Former Defense Minister Rodionov, who was, critical of the idea that Russia would have this sort of small, professional, modern military. And you can read here sort of how he was thinking about it. That sort of, I think one of the criticisms was from the discontents was the conservative side was that, they're basically trying to copy the West, but Russia isn't a Western country. So how could it have a military that looks a lot like the West in terms of professionalization and, more reliant on high tech, when Russia typically wins wars through mass mobilization and will to fight, not necessarily through high tech, particularly when its adversaries are the most technologically advanced in the world. So I think I have sort of liked going back and looking and thinking about this debate, in hindsight, after we've seen what's happened in the Ukraine war. And as I'll get into in a second, I think, arguably the conservatives and the discontents may have had a point. Next slide, please. So even before the war, Russia was sort of tacking back to a more traditional ground force structure based around divisions and regiments and battalions, and as opposed to sort of the brigade, BTG, Combined Arms Army. But it was really, as we found out after the war started, this was sort of happening on paper. There was still a lot of manning issues. And so in hindsight, it's kind of curious or whether or not there was much net gain in combat power going on, despite sort of the changes, the ostensible changes that we saw to Russian force structure in terms of, standing up the First Guards Tank Army and reinstating divisions in some cases. But nonetheless, there was at least this move back toward more of a traditional force structure that was perhaps better suited to fight, to engage in battle on a larger in a larger battle space. But again, it was just sort of the very beginnings of that, and the war, and Shoigu's announcement kind of shows that maybe Russia is sort of trending back more toward the norm, more toward its comfort zone. And I think that, the Shoigu announcement is only the beginning. I think Russia is going to is much bigger. I think they do have constraints, obviously, so we'll have to see how that plays out. But I do think in sort of the 10 to 20-year time frame, we are going to see continued force buildup from the Russians and probably the Chinese and from the West as well. I think we're probably entering into a period of force buildup when people are recognizing that these small militaries backed by high tech is probably not best suited for great power competition. But that's a debatable assertion. Next slide. One thing we haven't seen, I'll kind of focus on this third bullet here. Despite what I've said, I mean, we still haven't seen Russia sort of indicate that they're prepared to wholesale abandon everything that occurred as a result of the 2008 reforms. They're still, like in Shoigu's announcement, they're clearly still sort of orienting themselves toward a professional military. I mean, it's still a hybrid, but they have plans for several 100,000 more contract soldiers than they had before the war started, for example. And so, that's an indication that they still haven't fully given up on the idea. I have my doubts, though, that that program is going to be any more suitable for Russia than it was before the war started. I'm interested to see what they do with the conscript question. Are they going to continue to sort of hold the line on this issue of conscripts deploying? What are they going to do to the reserve system? What are they going to do with their mobilization system? These are some of the things that I'm kind of interested in. As I hinted on the last slide, I'm kind of dubious that over the long term, Russia is going to continue down this path. I think they're going to continue to revert back to sort of more of the historical norm based on sort of mass mobilization, use of conscripts in combat, and so on. That's at least going to be the model. Whether or not the Great War actually comes or not, I think is still a fairly low probability, but I think that will be sort of a driver for Russian thinking about force structure going forward. So that's sort of my argument. If you go to the next slide, I sort of set up this discussion question. I think that for a lot of us who were sort of looking closely at Russian force development and military strategy prior to the war, it's been sort of a eye-opening experience watching the delta between sort of all the theoretical discussions going on in military journals and then what we saw play out on the ground in Ukraine. I've thought to myself that, we probably would have been better off reading about the Russo-Finnish War in 1939 and 1940 in terms of forecasting how the Russians were going to fight than looking at their doctrine and looking at their force structure. That's kind of a loaded, extreme take, but I think there's some truth to it. And it's made me think that we need to do perhaps a better job of looking at these larger patterns and characteristics of how the Russians fight and how they wage war, as opposed to spending too much of our time looking at sort of the theoretical discussions going on. It's not that we need to ignore that. I'm just looking thinking about in my own research, perhaps a little bit better balance in terms of looking at Russian military and how they fight. One other thought I had on this was that, there's the Russian system, right? There's this whole Russian national system, and that's a big part of producing the military that Russia has and the way the military fights. And that system is not a Western system. And there's a lot of aspects to it and a lot of characteristics to the system that are very different from what you see in the West. So we should sort of try to do a better job of correlating the Russian system to the Russian military. And here is where I think maybe the discontents were on something. They were sort of arguably more clear-eyed about what Russia actually is, as opposed to what Russian sort of military theorists might aspire to be. And because they had that particular bias in their thinking about the national Russian system and what it is and is not capable of doing, they were able to arguably kind of forecast what was going to happen with the Russian military reforms. It's a more nuanced discussion than that, for sure. Obviously, the political decisions that were made that prioritize secrecy over military planning, a whole host of issues that set the Russian military up for failure, I think are relevant. But this is sort of where my thinking is right now, after having watched the Russians and fight for a couple years now. So I'll stop there, and perhaps we can have a discussion.
Okay, Clint, thank you very much. I think it has been quite a long day for us. But if there's still one or two very decisive questions, please feel free to ask. Yes, we have at least one.
I beg everybody's pardon, but I spent quite a time working on Russian military reform before the war, and I still have some concerns, and I would like to know your opinion. Looks like the idea of Russians was to go to the American approach, to have divisions based on brigades. For that purpose, they redesigned 2 divisions, 2nd and 19th divisions, to have very interesting structure. Right now, we moved back to the divisions, but so far I see no evidences that the divisions are fighting as a full-fledged unit in the Ukrainian war. This tends me to the conclusion that they might not be abandoned that idea. What are your thoughts about that? Thank you.
I think the issue is about manning, I think, at least in part. The one thing I always bring up in this discussion is that the whole reason the BTG concept, the brigade and BTG concept was embraced was because of this hybrid force structure that they have and their refusal to use conscripts. That political decision sort of tied the hands of Russian force planners, because they had brigades with, say, 3 motor rifle battalions, but maximum of 2 of those battalions were actually usable. And usually it was only 1 because they weren't able to man enough battalions and battalion tactical groups with contract soldiers, therefore making them unusable. So this, I still think, until they sort of resolve that issue of, are they going to have, even if they have divisions, how many battalions do they have that are actually manned with contract soldiers? Assuming they sort of continue on this path of, not allowing conscripts to deploy, but yet being reliant on conscripts to fill out their forces. It could be, I think one possibility is that, in a large scale war scenario, not in sort of the local war scenario, sort of a lot more of those types of things go out the window. But that's a sort of a key issue that they need to resolve. And then there's also just simply the manning and recruiting question writ large. Are they going to be able to find enough bodies to sign up for military service to fill out these units that are exist on paper? This personnel, I think, issue is one of the big ones in terms of separating sort of theory from reality in the Russian military right now. And so that will be something to watch.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions for Clint? It seems that it has been exhausting day. The audience is ready and done. Thank you, Clint. Thank you for your excellent
Yep,
brief.
no problem. Get in touch if anybody wants to sort of send me a note or afterwards, and we can talk more. But enjoy your evening. Thanks for letting me participate, and hopefully I can make it next year. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to be really brief. Thank you for this day. I hope that you got as much as I personally felt to get, especially in this room. And I can say that this day was better than I ever dreamed about. So basically, we are waiting for tomorrow to be even better one. So thank you. We will proceed tomorrow at 8:30. And those who are coming by bus, the bus should be waiting in the front of the building. So whenever you are ready, we are ready to go. Thank you.